Hi, everybody. Welcome to the beginning of the stream. You're here right at the front. Welcome back. Hope you guys are having a nice week. We're in double digits. May now. Hurtling towards the end of the first full week, Sunday through Saturday of May, and got some more new games for you today. Action-packed. I've got officially too much stuff to do. December through April, I sleep. May and June, it's loaded, dude. It's loaded. It's basically non-stop at this point. This is the unleashing of the dam is broken for sure. Oh, hold on. The crusade has begun! We ride across the world to take what's ours! Forward, men! We ride for ruin. I forgot the rest of the speech. Anyway. Yeah, I'd say the Crusader Kings 3 soundtrack is unfortunately brief, but it is great. Like, I understand why it's short, is because they got a whole-ass orchestra together to do it, and it's, like, actually a lot of people. I watched the making of for some of the songs, and it's like a full orchestra. Not just... Nothing wrong with doing digital music, but... You know, they paid for the real deal, and that's great. But the soundtrack for Crusader Kings 3 is only 38 minutes and change. And unfortunately, something that the Stellaris dev team prioritizes, music, is not something that Crusader Kings team prioritizes post-release. I don't know that... Has there been really any new music for Crusader Kings 3? I don't know if there is with this update. The new DLC's out today, Tours and Tournaments. I wish all of the Paradox games cared as much about music and adding to the soundtrack as the Stellaris team does. Because the Stellaris adds at least like 3 songs every new DLC. And the major DLCs get more than that. Not to mention, of course, Hearts of Iron. Whew, not to mention Hearts of Iron. I shouldn't leave them out because they had like 4 or 5 new tracks every DLC, thematic to whatever the update is, and they had full DLC soundtracks that you could download, which is fine. Like, if you're gonna commission like rock bands to do a soundtrack, that's worth paying for, you know? That's not lazy. Too bad I can't listen to it on stream, but that's okay. I'm okay with them not doing too much because I always mute it after the first month. If you mute the Stellaris soundtrack when you play Stellaris, and you have all the DLCs, and you have 6 hours of music, and you still mute it, then I don't value your opinion. And I think that it's worthless and stinky. Because you're wrong. And also, you're watching too many streams while you're playing. The only legitimate reason to mute a soundtrack is because you're watching a stream of someone else who has music going on their video. And you don't want 2 musics going at the same time. That's the only reason. Or because, in my case, I mute soundtracks because they don't have enough songs, and I think that that's okay too. Basically what I'm saying is my exceptions are correct and yours are incorrect. I have the stream muted right now. Doesn't matter, you're still subbed. You can do what you want after that. But yeah, I'll frequently, I guess, mute like the Kenshi soundtrack or something where there's like 30 minutes of music, but it's spread out over 5 hours of gameplay. So, things like that, sure. But that's kind of the point, right? You wouldn't need to mute most of the soundtracks if they actually put more time into making them more substantial, yeah? Isn't that kind of like serving the same idea or end goal? Anyway, hi everybody. This is the part where I remind you that your taste in music that you put on instead of the game soundtrack is also stinky and not good. Shh. This is the last song on the soundtrack, and I don't know what it's going to do next. So don't speak until I figure it out. Yeah, it went to... what is this? Original motion picture soundtrack. I don't think so. Not on my watch. Chat, what's another, medieval... What should we listen to right now that fits the... I guess... the Crusader Kings 2 soundtrack is fine. Like, there's a lot more music there. It's just some of it is less fine. Some of it's more annoying. Some of it is more annoying in a way that chat will absolutely support. Example. Who is this? This is the Viking Metal EP. I don't know if you can listen to that. And then they have Full Plate Metal. Like, I don't know if these are the DMCA songs. I think the Kingdom Come Deliverance OST is very good, but also is one of the examples of OSTs that we've listened to in other games for so many hours that I don't I don't want to listen to it again. It's the FTL of medieval games. All right, we got CK2 on. FTL is timeless and always acceptable. No. If I never heard the FTL soundtrack again, that'd be okay, because that's how long it will take for me to forget those songs and not feel burned out on them. When, like, I understand. The people who say that they played the game for hundreds or thousands of hours and they get tired. I'm just giving you crap. That being said, some songs I found that I just simply can't get tired of. No matter how many times I listen to the Starbase soundtrack, I'm vibing. Endless Space is up there. The Far Lone Sails and Changing Tides. Can listen to those dozens of times. The Mass Effect map theme, yes. If there is such a thing as a perfect song, it's the Mass Effect map theme. Anyway, thanks for getting a stream subs. Hello, Retrograde says, long live King Gooby. Thank you for 70 months. And Prime it again. Zard says, sponsored subscription. This sub sponsored by Twitch. Priming for 21 months. Hello, Lashley. Hi, Lashley. Thanks for the tier 1. Appreciate you guys supporting the stream, helping out. Every sub makes a difference. Chad, I'm gonna be real with you. I feel kind of weird today, so I'm just gonna try and like power through, have some coffee. I would say the way I feel is foggy. I feel a little foggy today. I had a nice day off yesterday, got some rest, but I still feel like super tired. Usually I just gotta like break out of it. I'm gonna need a second, third, and fourth wind today. I feel like I could just sleep the entire day and that would be fine. Which is somewhat unusual for me. Nap on stream. They do have a I'm asleep category. I think it's called like I'm only sleeping. I don't feel like that's a great that category mostly exists for people to do 24-hour and beyond subathons, yeah. I don't know if it's used for any other purposes. It could be ADHD related, possibly. Because I think the problem is I have so many things that I want to do, and I feel slightly overwhelmed. It's like a good thing in this case, because damn, dude. We're gonna play Crusader Kings 3 today for the first time in like 8 months. 9 months, somewhere in there. Also, let me say hi to you. Hey, chat. How's it going? If my eye is red because I got soap in it while I had my contacts in, so it's not because I'm tired. Maybe. It's been that long already, yeah. It's been that long already. What I was going to continue saying was, How in the same stretch of time, like just in May, we've got Stellaris. Like I still want to continue that weird save that we did a couple days ago. I genuinely think that there's a good story to come out of that. So I got that. We only did one stream, and it was a chaotic stream. But I was having fun. I still really want to play more X4, because I've been truly, truly enjoying that. I want to play more SimCity 2013, because that was like a welcome blast from the past. Good surprise. And there's more stuff, I'm pretty sure. Like, that's 4 things. There's probably a 5th. What else have we done recently? Good problems, too many games. Yeah, it's a good problem. I'm complaining, but not really, you know? Oh, Jedi Survivor came out, which I don't intend to stream anymore, but that was like a fantastic game that I'd like to play more of in my free time. A lot of you guys are enjoying Age of Wonders, which is great. Darkest Dungeon has mostly positive reviews on Steam, and I see a lot of people streaming that, so I know that is making waves at the moment. Like it's popping off right now, dude. And then I swear there's at least 1 or 2 more things coming out, like near future. Besides Diablo, like Diablo 4 comes out beginning of June, and Zelda, of course. Zelda's coming out imminently. And I've been intending to do Diablo runs on stream, and I'm trying to figure out how to cram all this in. Oof. Starfield in September. It's May, but sure. Okay. Yeah, and Diablo 4 is doing another, like, beta, which I'm not going to play, because I'd rather just wait for it to come out. I just want to play, like, the full game. He is actively ignoring Zelda. I said Zelda. Also, I gotta blow my nose. Man, allergies bad today. Ah, sorry. I had to blow my nose 3 times and track down antihistamines. So, let's try and take care of that before it continues to be a problem. I fired up Diablo 3 for the first time in 7 years, made a necromancer fun to just be an infinite blood explosion. I also fired up Diablo 3 for the first time in a while, intending to make a new character and do at least 1 or 2 runs with Alice, because we've finished up Diablo 2 basically. Like, we got characters from scratch all the way through Hell difficulty, which is effectively like 3 full runs with the same character. And as far as I'm concerned, that's beating the game. I don't feel like you have to do Ubers to say that you beat Diablo 2. And obviously, you have to decide when you want to be able to say I beat Diablo 2, because you can sort of just play infinitely. Like, people still play D2 for hours a day, still chasing their grail items, because the drop rates are so small in Diablo 2. Whereas Diablo 3 is like, hi, yes, loot, what would you like? Oh, I've got a dozen things you don't want, but also the thing you do want. Here you go, here's all of it. Take it all, take it! Take the loot! Take all of the loot! So I'm hoping that Diablo 4 finds a middle ground between those two play styles, because D2 I think is like I didn't have an opinion on it until now. I think it's a fantastic game. I've had a 10 out of 10 experience playing it, but long term I don't think that I could like play. If Diablo 2 released today, I couldn't play D2 in the game because it's too stingy. Like, I've had the same chest piece since level 18, and I'm level 84. Okay. All right, and that's fine to an extent. Part of that is just because I can't get rid of it, because my chest piece, I'm playing a paladin, and it has like plus 20% chance to block, which is very important for paladin characters to block. And if I get rid of it, I lose that 20% chance to block because I need a better shield. And I've had the same shield for like 35 levels now, because I finally found one that I think I can replace it with. I just need to rune it for spirit. But yeah, like it's just a little too stingy. Super fun game though, and really fun to make characters. There's that's not Diablo, that's Crusader Kings, but we'll talk for another minute first because I gotta do patch notes. Gotta do patch notes. And whereas Diablo 3 is like, I went back and looked at my character, and it tracks how many hours I've got in it. I've got like 130 hours, 140 hours on my Crusader on Diablo 3. Apparently I have a thing for the Holy Warriors, because I have I have a max level end game Crusader in D3, and then D2 I've got not end game Paladin, but like Hell qualified. I can run through Hell no problem. So I think I just have a thing for Holy Warriors, and I think I'm a little disappointed that there isn't one in Diablo 4. Can you solo Hell though? I can, yeah. I can solo Hell. I have a Fist of the Heavens build with basically, for the uninitiated, my Paladin build is specifically designed to get me and Alice through Hell with the minimum amount of difficulty, because Diablo 2 is famous for basically having unkillable enemies. Like if you're making like an ice mage, like an ice sorceress, and you get to Hell difficulty, some enemies are literally immune to your damage. Like they're just ice immune. So you cannot kill them without specific, like, careful either planning, or most people will just run around those enemies that they can't kill and avoid them. So I specifically made a build that would be capable of defeating any enemy in the game, because there's a move that paladins have called Conviction, which lowers the resists of all enemies that are around you. So I lower all enemy resists like over 150%, so that everyone is killable and there are no immune mobs. So I specifically spec'd into that, and also I have a move called Fist of the Heavens, which does a combination of lightning and a damage that doesn't have any way to be immune to it. It's like a holy style damage, but the catch with holy damage is it only damages demons and undead. So I like can't hurt anybody if they're not demons or undead very much. Yeah, so I think Diablo 2 is really fun from a teamwork perspective, because the way that we played was Alice was playing like a fire sorceress who had huge damage, and I was playing sort of a support, lower everyone's resistance so that the huge fire damage could just blow people up, and then I can easily kill undead and demons, which all the bosses are demons, so that's very convenient. So it's like a really fun game to play in co-op, because you can kind of work together with your builds and cover each other's bases, whereas Diablo 3 is very one-size-fits-all. Like you can pretty much just do whatever, I think. Just different styles. But I had a lot of fun, and now we gotta start a D3 character, which is what I was just saying a second ago. I really want to play D1 in D2 just do like a quick lore run on stream because I've just been really into Diablo off stream. And I think we could do it in just a few streams. But I gotta figure out when that's gonna happen with all these other new things coming out. Which one is better for co-op? I have it on Switch. So what I would recommend, Original Rotten Worm, is just keep your eyes peeled for a sale. Because what they do is they have a pack that goes on sale for super cheap that has both Diablo 2 Remastered or Diablo 2 Resurrected and Diablo 3 with all the DLC, and they combo pack them. And when they're on sale, it's like 16 to 20 bucks or something for all of both games. Super great deal. And the sale happens on Switch and PC and like I saw it on PlayStation as well. But as far as which one's better in co-op, they're both good. It just depends on what you want. Like, I think Diablo 2 would take a little bit more extracurricular research. Like, you need to look up some things to understand. You need to Google some things. So if you don't want to get that invested, then Diablo 3 is probably better co-op. Because I think you can sort of just jump into Diablo 3 and just go. D2 needs a little more planning. Which I enjoyed. I like that quite a bit. Yeah, there's like a whole Paradox sale today. So Crusader Kings and Stellaris, I think they're doing like everything. It's the top of the Steam store, Publisher Week or something. So everybody's trying to get my money. And it's working. A grand tour, one would say. But I haven't played D1. Yeah, I haven't played Diablo 1. But it's been really fun just from like I think I just slept on Diablo 2 Resurrected. It's been fun getting to play. It made me very nostalgic for like bygone era of gaming. And then it made me even sadder that Warcraft 3 didn't get the same treatment. I truly wish that there was a Warcraft 3 remaster that was as good as the Diablo 2 remaster is for Diablo 2. Made me quite sad. That's all I want. Like, I should play the Age of Empires stuff, because I know Age of Empires is in a good spot right now. But I loved Age of Empires, but I adored Warcraft 3. That was my main game as a kid. It deserved a lot better, yeah. Anyway, all right, let's check some patch notes. We're not going to read all of them because the thing about Crusader Kings, and indeed most Paradox games, is when there is a major patch, they kind of go all out. And some of these things, I did a little research, have been bug reports for over 2 years. And it seems like they just wait for these major DLCs to fix some of these things that are just slightly broken for a very long time. So we got flexing armor guy here. CK3 1.9 Lance update. I get it. It's called Lance because of the tournaments. Typical Paradox length patch notes. They do love writing. Yes, they do. Okay, so obviously the main features of the expansion, which I'm reading both for myself and for you so we know what to look for. Here's the thing about Crusader Kings DLC. I kind of wrote this and lamented this on Discord. It's a lot easier when we did, say, Stellaris a couple days ago. The DLC that we checked out then was very apparent on its face. Like, the new things were available right from the beginning, anybody could see them pretty much, unless you picked a different origin. That's pretty much the only thing you couldn't see. Crusader Kings is a little different. A lot of the changes that happen, a lot of the updates like tours and tournaments and hosting grand activities are specific to being certain tiers of ruler. Like when they added your own holdings that you could like decorate and put loot that you conquered and display it for bonuses, that was only available when you were a certain rank. Like you couldn't even get it when you were, the court. So I think a lot of this stuff might be likewise limited to different groups, like the grand tournaments, probably. Well, we'll see. So some of these things are going to be a little bit more hidden than others, and we might not see them, but that's okay. We have grand activities on the map, including grand tournaments, the ultimate show of martial prowess. Increase prestige, renown, and standing, or participate in contests to win fabulous prizes. Bring your own knights. BYOK. Grand tours set out to impress, intimidate, or tax your subjects in epic realm-wide travels. Enjoy the hospitality of your hopefully loyal subjects and experience the life of commoners. Ah, the stinky commoners. And grand weddings, arrange weddings that stand above all else, marry above your station, exercise your diplomatic prowess, or weave plots in the shadows. That's sort of like, I think that weddings is something that I think has been missing from Crusader Kings since its release. It's been very noticeably absent that in a game that is set around RP with lords and ladies and planning and plotting marriages is sort of the main core of the game, and not being able to have like a specifically arranged wedding other than like a single couple of choices was always something that stuck out to me. So I'm hoping that these will be a little bit more, not necessarily grandiose, just a little more active, a little bit more interactive even. And also, here's the thing. Grand Activities is clearly like a new category of content. Just like the special conflict zones from Iberia. What's the name of that gameplay mechanic? I forget. I think that sort of proves my point, though. Struggle, yeah, the struggle for Iberia. I hope that they actually take these new mechanics, like the struggle for Iberia and grand activities, and don't just leave them hanging out to dry for the next 4 years, you know? Like, they come up with these really neat things, and then Paradox dev team arrives, drops new expansion feature, leaves, refuses to elaborate. You know what I'm saying? This is a good idea. I want to see more. I want to see more grand activities added with future DLC. Okay, activity intents and options. Hunts, feasts, and pilgrimage now have intent and options to choose from that allow you to host especially spectacular outings, befriend your vassal during a feast, or murder an unsuspecting rival during a small and discreet hunt. Follow the torturer lifestyle. Wait, murder feasts? Oh no. Everything goes back to Game of Thrones. Follow the torturer lifestyle path to gain access to murder feasts. Expensive but very definite gatherings where you can end several of your problems all at once. I think murder feasts are probably what vegans call regular feasts. Murder Feast Fund. Thank you, T. Birdland, for 18 months. Thank you for the 1.5 years of sub. 7th year has resubscribed also with Prime for 5 months. Thank you for priming. 7th year for 5. That doesn't line up. Too many errors. Resub for 40. Hey, Hide too many errors. Thanks for joining. And then Craspu says, enjoy your space bucks, spaceman. There's a lot of space, yeah. A lot of space. -2 dated Reddit humor. -2 admitted to being a Redditor in my chat. Zard. Arathon, Life, the Universe, and Crusader Kings. Hey, what's up, Arathon? How's it going? Where are these subs coming from? Topiary HD, CK3 Comfy Time. Where are you guys coming from? Topiary Extra Salty? Hey, Extra Salty. And High Stakes Jenga? How's it going? Space tournaments. We were waiting for the scam train. Anyway. There's more, I guess. Why now? SCP-239 says more subs for 6 months. These are just regular subs, too. And Nasaim. How you doing? Thanks for the $5 sub as well. Welcome. Choo Choo, get off the tracks. Anyways. It's just a Discord memers in chat are just upset that they used to get all of their memes from Reddit. And now they get all of their memes from other people in other Discord servers who themselves got them from either Reddit or 4chan or 9gag. They're using secondhand and third-hand memes now. They just don't know the origin anymore. They're not organically sourced. And Reddit gets it from TikTok. Twitter was a great source of memes, and then the last 2 years hit. The last 2 to 3 years hit.
For your collection.
Good while you still can.
You know what, guys? Being a sub's not so bad.
Get that guy.
And some gift subs. What's up, Derf's Lantern? Thanks for $25 in gift subs. Cam Bamaran, Alatron, Anxious Anthony, Just Crash Already, and Cordial Villain. Hey, enjoy your gift sub in 30 days, no ads. People like secondhand TikTok memes, but still hate TikTok somehow. Okay, that's because when you see them secondhand, someone else did the legwork of sorting through the 99% of awful and found the one thing that was worth sharing with others. So you get to see the curated content. It's not that nothing good comes from TikTok or Twitter. It's just that it's a lot of work to figure out where the good stuff is. Same for Reddit, really. And any social media website. Because that's just the human condition. There are billions of us, chat. And out of those billions, only like a few 100,000 have anything interesting to say. Or funny. So, that just manifests in social media. Okay, Roof, when you said Twitter got worse after Elon came along, I read that as Ellen, and in my mind, I was like, what did Ellen do to Twitter? I like processed that for a moment. Once Ellen made a Twitter account, it was over. It's done. Jammin' Ben also gifted a sub. Grinctus Enjoy. Frisky Cheese Puff. Interesting name. Thank you for subbing as well. Appreciate the little hype train chat. And Bike ATX. Jumping in. Hello, Bike and Dr. Wong. For a big 43 months. Hi, everybody. Muffin Bee. Take one day off of streaming and all the subs come out of the floorboards. Hello, Muffin Bee. How you doing? Okay. What else is joining the murder feasts? Falconry hunts. Truly medieval sport. Extra prestigious. More expensive than normal. Okay. Accolades. Bestow special attributes upon your knights. Activities, Dynasty, Legacy. So a new Legacy perk tree. New character art. Evolving armors. Ooh, nice. Oh, there's new music. There is new music. I take back what I said. Over 20 minutes of new medieval tunes in the form of a new main theme, 4 mood tracks, and 13 contextually triggered cue tracks. Okay. I take back what I said earlier. Dude, let's go, hype train. I want in on that. I smile for fun. Thanks for hyping. I appreciate you. Quantum Spastic also ponging in chat. Hi, Quantum. Chat, we got to get some new sub goals. I still got to fulfill the last sub goal. Don't worry, I haven't forgotten. That's coming soon. Now that tax season's over. We're still not even a month out from taxes. I'm poor. Pay it all in one lump sum.
My liege. a new
Slightly
sub for
less
your
poor now.
collection.
Run while you still
You know
can.
what, guys? Being a sub's not so bad.
Get that guy.
What's up? Burnt Heat gifting 5 subs. Kurtikyle, Silent Storm, Baka Okami, Prime, and Yormander. Thanks so much for the gift subs. Helps a lot. I wish there were more animated emotes, so Fear could be a sub emote. They don't let you have that many animated emotes, but we are getting ready to revamp all the emotes. That is actually going to be one of the sub goals. I'm finally gonna pull the trigger, and we're gonna revamp sub badges from scratch and emotes. Maybe not all. I mean, we're gonna handpick emotes to replace, and I'm gonna commission some as well. That's the plan. I like the dichotomy of chat. Can Fear be an animated emote? Keep Fear free. Will they be crab themed? No. They won't. But yeah, it's time to do like an actual. I'm not gonna sit here and tell you we're gonna do some fancy channel branding or anything like that, but there's definitely gonna be. There just needs to be a fresh coat of paint. I'm tired of looking at my own subscriber face. The reason why it's so hard and why that does actually need to be something akin to a sub goal.
The gift subs.
Let me actually just go look at how many there are, because there's a lot. I don't even know how to find that now. Subscriber badges. Okay. There are 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24. I need 25 subscriber badges. And this is not a request from me to you. This is me saying I'm going to commission 25 subscriber badges. Some of those are going to be sort of recolored duplicates. So that does cut it down a little bit, but that's a lot. And I also hate the stupid little flare, like the little star. I didn't know you can add custom flare. I can make my own custom little star thing? What? You can add your own badge flare? Big E with a little e as the flare for tier 2 and tier 3 sub? Interesting.
My liege. liege. A new sub for your collection.
Run while you still
You know
can.
what, guys? Being a sub's not so bad.
An old revamp stream. It is, yeah. Midas branded channel emotes. Incoming. I'm here lurking on a treadmill at YMCA in audio-only mode, and you're telling me someone gifted me a sub. Yeah. For you. You got it. It's all yours now. But thanks again, Quantum, for pogging for 33 months, or 30 months, sorry. Burnt Heat also for the 5 gift subs. Enjoy him if you got him. Tyrannus Rex says you have my sword, my liege, and some nuggies. Feng Shui Gorilla gifting a sub to Catatonic Fox, who is no longer unable to use animated emotes, and therefore we can shift the free one over to paid now, since the last complainer is gone. As far as, okay, somebody said something about, like, charity stream goals. At least 1 or 2 of those charity stream goals are not things I have any control over and fell into a void pit after things outside of my control transpired. There was no shaved head goal. That doesn't exist.
This is the gift sub sound.
Trial.
Visual novel was being worked on. I don't know what its status is still. And the baseball stream is like... It's about 3 times more work than we anticipated, I think. I still want to do it. Like, I still want to do it, but it's going to take, like, a month or 2 of that's all we're doing. Tox, how do you feel about the Twitch Moments feature? I don't even know if I have it, so I don't feel anything yet. You thought this was a patch note stream? Think again. It's a channel patch note stream. Thanks for the hype train, everybody, and Ralamu also for caboosing at the end. Actually, Bucky gifted a sub to 9 and Dava. Thanks for the gift sub. And Quantum Spastic for the Elof, Kijikun, Tizor, Apathetic Wombat, and Orbital Mechanic gift subs. Much appreciated. Thanks, everybody. Let's just say, like, okay, here's the thing. I haven't forgotten about the baseball stream. The problem is that since the baseball stream was promised, there have been, like, 2 more editions of the baseball game that was going to be used. You know what I'm saying? So we started working on, like, one of them, and then the next year's version came out, and it's like, oh. And then I looked at the newest one, and it has awful reviews. Like, I'm not exaggerating. It's like all negative reviews on the latest version of the baseball simulator game. So that sort of froze me in my tracks, and I was just like, well, at least that was a charity goal and not a sub goal. Like, I feel like I have more of a burden, because at least the charity stream was for charity, right? The sub goal was for me, so I have more of a burden to produce. Right now, I just need to get the camera. I think the only thing I owe from a sub goal is Midas Cam, which I've basically already decided on what I'm getting. I just need to make sure I have the funds to do it. Twitch keeps telling me I have a moment. I have no clue what it means. It means treat every moment like it's your last, and tell your loved ones you love them. You know, that's what it means. Was Flight Sim unrelated to sub goals? Yeah, see, chat doesn't even, you don't even know what the sub goals are. You're just like, hey, I think there was a sub goal for the thing that I want. You owe this, I'm pretty sure, because of sub goals. Fairly confident you made various promises. Sim stream window. Everything, all things are possible with the new PC. All things are possible. That wasn't a sub goal. That was a charity goal. What does the react button do? It allows you to yell into the void. Open TTD sub goal win. We already streamed that, and it was a terrible stream. For sure, one of the worst. That easily makes the top 5 worst streams all time. Worst stream games all time. Open TTD. Not in no particular order. Open TTD, XCOM Chimera Squad, the Ash of Gods that we did recently. What else? Chad, help me fill out the last 2. If we had a top 5. Oh, War Tales? I don't know that I would say that was the worst. That was like the worst stream. It was just sort of. I didn't enjoy the game, but it wasn't like a tragic stream. Stone Shard? No, we streamed Stone Shard like 3 times. Okay, Control, maybe? I would say Control, yeah. Control's in the top 5. I did finish it on stream, though. I would add Control, and I can't think of a 5th one. This stream. The Control streams were fun? Maybe. I mean, I did finish it. I can't think of a 5th one. Off the top of my head. Okay, anyway. Back to it. Thanks again for the hype train, everybody. Helps out a lot. Bunch of free features, so if you don't have the DLC. Added regencies. Ooh, a regent. Characters unable to rule have someone to watch the realm. That's excellent. Like they're traveling or away. Great idea. Added entrenched regencies, so if characters can't rule for a long time, like children, they can be bullied by regents gone mad with power, or sedately supported. I don't know what the word sedately means here. Supported by regents who just want to do right by them. Added a baker's dozen new mechanical interactions around characters becoming regents or thoroughly abusing power. Added diarchies. I don't know what that word is. Mod scriptable power sharing arrangements between 2 characters. Added the coup feature, allowing regents to overthrow their liege and steal all their shinies at the low price of extreme risk of death or imprisonment and the unpleasant nickname. Added trilateral interactions where intermediary can veto or allow interaction before the recipient can accept or decline. This way, Liege can have a say. This way, Liege can have a say if Diarch wants to abuse their powers. Okay, so Diarch is just like the second in command. Like, Monarch is one, Diarch is the second person leader. Added the travel system, so characters now actually move across the map and through individual provinces when traveling to activities. Does that include pilgrimage? Does that include pilgrimage? Diarchy is just 2 kings. Well, that's cool. 130 plus events that occur while traveling. Whew. You got to. That's the main feature of the game, of the campaign. Yeah, I know about the custom routes, but I didn't know you could do that. Well, like the old events use travel. Caravan Master. Court position affects travel stats and organizes the logistics. Several travel options to customize travel plans. Travel route editor, so you can set your own waypoints. Every character now has a bona fide location on the map. Oh, that means that, like, everyone is physically located on the map somewhere. That's that actually has probably a lot of implications for spying, among many other things. Characters paying homage, petitioning their liege, and going to meditate in seclusion now travel to the destination. Huh. I like that a lot. Vassal stances. Now there's vassals that have stances based on personality, opinion modifiers that previously impacted any vassal. Feudal vassal now impact only those of a given stance. Vassal stances have a preferred heir. When succession happens, they get a temporary opinion boost with the new ruler if it was their preferred heir, or a penalty if not. So, stances have a preferred heir. Men-at-arms can now be stationed in a specific holding. Most building modifiers that previously impacted all men-at-arms now only impact the one stationed in that province. Oh, is that a big nerf? I feel like that's a big nerf. We used to you could build a bunch of buildings across your realm that buffed various types of troops, and it used to just stack and buff all of them, and now, because they can be stationed in a specific holding, the buildings just do more to compensate. Revised the rewards and balance of practically all buildings in the game to account for men-at-arms stationing and other new changes. Read the balance section. No. I mean, it's still a nerf. Like, it's hard to argue that that's a side grade because it would... Now they have to be in the province to get the benefits of the holding, whereas before it would benefit them. And I'm not saying... Okay, there's a problem where when someone says the word nerf, people hear that and they go, my brain. My brain. I hear the word nerf and I associate negative thoughts with it. I can't stop. Like, nerf doesn't implicitly mean something bad happened, but it reflects a change that weakens something. In a statistically significant way. And in this case it is, because you can't... what this is effectively saying is you can't use your regional building buffs to buff stack your men-at-arms, who are typically being used in an offensive capacity to take land. So when they're in foreign territory, they're not getting the benefits of any of the buildings, right? They're only getting the benefits when they're actually stationed in and around their buildings. Why do you say they always get the benefits when this says right here, men-at-arms can now be stationed in a specific holding. Most building modifiers that previously impacted all men-at-arms now only impact the ones stationed at that province. Stationing is a whole new thing. Well, then I'm just going to Control F station. If it's a whole new thing, why don't they have any section of the patch notes for it? You had to be there to understand stationing. Sorry. If you Control F station, you will spoil that they added trains. I think stations work sort of like barracks in Victoria 3. Well, next time pick a game someone's played. I'm just kidding. If you want your analogy to make any sense. Okay, back to the top. Unsubbing. Too late. We already had the hype train. So, stationing is I'm told, a whole new thing that is not explained. But also, it's not that complicated, but also it's a whole new thing. Okay. We're on the right page so far. They added a whole mini tutorial for stationing. Okay, so it's not that complicated, but it's complicated enough for a tutorial. Gotcha. All right. What patch note were we on? Okay, so it's not a mini tutorial, it's a tooltip. Backtracking and moving all over the place right now. Significantly refine the game's economy. Building slots now increase with time. Many new buildings have been added. Building costs have been completely revised. Domain limits have been lowered, etc. What do you mean, etc.? These are the patch notes. You can't write etc. in the patch notes. You have to elaborate. That's why we're reading them. More details can be found in the balance section. Added adult count plus rulers now have a chance to passively gain nicknames such as the able, the fat, or the terrible. The chance to gain a nickname goes up with rank age. Okay, nicknames are good. Added 75 plus new nicknames. Good. Best single patch note. Nicknames have descriptions, finally allowing the use of ironic nicknames without an immense amount of explaining, because you can mouse over them. Added decorations for historic nicknames. Okay, you can now offer to pay ransom for your courtier's vassals, close family members, dynasty members, lovers, friends, or anyone who is married to a member of your close family or dynasty. That's a very big deal. So if you've ever had like a marshal that gets captured in combat or something, and they're your best marshal and no one else even comes close, you can just be like, hey, so, I'd like to pay all the ransoms for all my courtier's vassals. Like, you can basically intercede even if they're not your direct family member. It's a very big change. That one is quite huge, actually. Added the economy map mode, so a new overlay on a per county basis shows special buildings. Control F reveals the control level of all counties in the world. Added a destroy artifact button. You can recoup some gold. You get piety if you're iconoclast for doing this. Very interesting. When hiring a physician, you can see what aptitude they will have in the event option. That's useful. The number of times I did the physician event too damn high and told them to go home. At least you can see the information a little easier. The outliner has been updated. Nice. People love to mod the outliner. Traits can now have tiers with XP bars. This is in effect for Traveler and Hastaluder traits. I don't know how to pronounce that. And it's also been added to all the older tiered traits such as Reveler, Hunter, and Pilgrim. Hey, you can see how close you are to the next tier of trait. Nice. Barbershop has a huge upgrade. Customization is king. Legwear is now accessible. Oh. Shorts and pants are now invented. Barbershop stuff, some new lifestyle events. Achievos. Implemented texture streaming, 50% reduction in VRAM usage from 6 gigs to 3 gigs, if you toggle it on. And then balance. Like, I think we probably just don't read the balance, because I haven't played in 8 months anyway, so it's probably just changing stuff that I'm not even gonna recognize. I saw AI changes, though. I do like reading the AI changes. Let's see. Domain limit is now increased by 1 for every 6 points of stewardship, up from 5. So it's harder to get domain limit. Huh. They did mention that, yeah. So much stuff. New buildings, stables, new buildings, smith, new buildings, hillside grazing, warrior lodges, horse pastures, wind furnaces, workshops, windmills, water mills, caravanserai. Woots? The Woots steel? Scrolling. 21 additional constructible universities around the world. We added a bunch of mines and already pre-constructed universities. I'm probably missing a couple of important things. Made Genghis Khan always spawn with Peacemaker perk. Aw, I love Peacemaking Khan. Hello, how's Crusader Kings going? Well, Cosmobob, there's so much text in Crusader Kings, it's understandable you couldn't tell that we're actually not in the game. We're in the patch notes right now. But I know it does look like the same picture. He beat it, and he's watching the credits now. Okay, AI changes are more interesting. The AI will now actively propose marriages to the player and the player's heirs. They will pretend the player has the acceptance of an AI, meaning that you won't, for example, get proposals from counts if you're a high-tier ruler. Pious and warlike AI will now use the Ask Pope for Claim interaction to get claims on titles relevant to their interests. Fixed an issue where AI wouldn't go for their war goals. Loyal AIs will now want to ransom their friends and lovers. Lustful AI will really want to ransom their lovers unless they're greedy. Made the AI less likely to propose alliances to significantly smaller rulers. The AI is more inclined to keep sieging or break sieges if possible. That was a problem before. That was a little annoying. The AI will try to propose alliances to its vassals. Okay, bunch of interface changes. Some art. New unique icons. Audio changes. Game content, which is probably just like small stuff. Yeah, like old activities are using the new activity system. And then modability. Bunch of bug fixes as well. There might be some key bugs here that we're just not going to needle in a haystack. Death notification events for close relatives will now show the killer if they are known to you. Reveal the killer. Let me know who to chase. I do remember seeing there was one for prison. Where was it? Oh, this one. Escaping from prison is now a crime if the imprisoner had a legitimate cause to imprison you. So before, there was this thing where if you imprison somebody and they snuck out, too bad. It's like, if I can sneak out, I am therefore innocent. And there's nothing you can do to punish me anymore. Which is an interesting way to handle things. That has definitely happened to us. Now now if you escape from prison, you actually have a crime for escaping, and therefore are still punishable. Ding, 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 ding. There's probably a bunch of other cool stuff there that's going to go under the radar. Okay. Let's do the thing. Character creator time. Which is actually more like choose a character time. I don't have all the saves because I didn't transfer them from my old PC. So these are just the ones that were in the cloud at some point. Suckberia Gang was our first. That was back when this released. Then we ended up with a completely different... Who dis? That's still High Kingdom of Suckberia. Okay, so we did Sucteria at some point as well. These are from 3 years ago. This one didn't go as far, I don't think. Well, we were an Empire. Okay, so that was just a continuation. We did another small save shortly thereafter, and that one isn't saved in the cloud. Let's actually just take a look. 1.0.3, sheesh. Yoshi was a classic. Yeah. All right. Let's get the game audio on. We did a full campaign in Iberia. We have done a full Struggle for Iberia campaign. Actually concluded the struggle, which I count as a full playthrough for all intents and purposes. That was a marathon. That one took a while. So we're definitely not going to do Iberia. But it was fun. I actually really liked... The struggle mechanic is not something that I think should be your first game. But it did add a number of extra sort of interesting things to consider for a more seasoned... Yeah, we did Struggle for Iberia probably from 867, I would guess. Who did we play as? Did we do 1066 or 867 Iberia? I feel like, did we play as someone down here? I don't remember. Whew. Let's go Siberia for once. That was my first campaign. How do you think we got Suckberia? It's because we were playing Siberia. That's our oldest, longest campaign. Channel points ignored. That's because that's not supposed to be a channel point redemption. So, channel points wasted. Deleted. Chat's scamming themselves right now. All right. Whew. It's time for me to enter tutorial mode because I need to teach myself and you what's going on in Crusader Kings. So when you start any new game, there's a number of presets that the game gives you to choose from. Usually to try to ease you into the game by giving you either a character of historical note and or being able to sort by difficulty. It puts you in some interesting situations. However, I tend to ignore that and choose play as any ruler. Just play as some rando. Now, just like in Hearts of Iron, you can start in 2 different time frames. 867 is much earlier in time. 1066 is specifically going to focus a little bit more on... Chat, what would you say 1066 people actually prioritize more? Like, this is just, things are... The wheels are turning already. There's going to be a lot more crusades happening here. There's going to be a lot more big, sweeping action. And 867 is a little bit more tribal, and everything is still trying to form borders, and it's a little bit more of a free-for-all. I usually like to start in 867 because I always prefer the earliest possible start conditions. 1066 is much closer to primogeniture if you hate Gavelkind, which is a whole explanation that I'm not going to make right now for new people. However, we need to do a couple things, actually. I'm going to go ahead. I think I have to configure the game rules from here, so let's go ahead and do that before I explain anything else further. Iron Man mode, just in case, I'm going to keep that disabled for now. Achievos are now actually available independent of Iron Man modes, which is nice. I think that they recently are starting to do that with their Paradox games. It was always kind of silly that you couldn't earn Achievos without Iron Man, but I think they just realized, oh, achievements aren't that serious. It isn't that sweaty, you know? Let's not be so protective of that. So, as far as difficulty goes, normal, you'll notice, is the highest difficulty. That's because Crusader Kings is not an easy game, per se. Play on an even playing field without any significant bonuses. So, normal it is for us. Exclave Independence. An exclave is a piece of territory that you have that is not connected via borders to your primary holdings. Like, it could be somewhere that you have land in, it's bordered on all sides by some other faction or group. So whenever you die, your character dies, and your holdings pass on to another inheritor, this is the rule that governs how that's handled. So right now, exclave independence is the exclave will be removed on succession unless it is connected via a naval path or part of the de jure territory, which basically means you have the God-given, irrefutable rights to that land, which is unusual for an exclave. I enjoy the not AI version of this. I think I like significant for everybody. Because basically it's like, how can you exert power over an area that you ostensibly own unless you can actively reach it and get to it and govern it yourself, is sort of the principle. So as a ruler of England, you can't just inherit a random piece in Poland or so. You can inherit stuff, but you will lose it upon your death, basically. And the reason that I think it's fun is because it gives you extra gameplay where you have like, ooh, I've got this land and I really want to keep it. How can I manage to get either a naval path or a walkable army path? What is total? Total is, it doesn't matter if it's a de jure territory. It has to be connected via at least a naval path. And getting rid of de jure territory kind of seems like the opposite of the spirit of de jure. So I feel like significant is good. And I am not gonna... Okay, I guess let's get this out of the way. I am not going to argue about how to say de jure. Okay, because I'm just going to keep saying de jure because this is how language works. We have this discussion every time. and pronunciations of things change over time, and there is more than one way to say it correctly. That's how it's pronounced? Yes, it's originally de Yuri. I want to eat the euro. Well, they were wrong. All right, significant. Multiplayer. We're not playing multiplayer. In my single-player strategy sandbox? No way. Minor diseases will appear as normal. Yes. Matrilineal marriages. We'll say they're default. And you can change everything in this game to whatever starting conditions you want, Chad. If you want to make everybody in the game default to homosexuality and have a very interesting Christian crusade with the Pope, that is totally possible in Crusader Kings 3. It might be a very short-lived run, but you can do it. So, for matrilineal marriage, it's the same thing. Default is characters will... Matrilineal basically means that they take the lady's house. So you can arrange a matrilineal marriage, like let's say your daughter is marrying a knight, and your daughter is like super high ranking comparatively because she's like a princess, and they're marrying a knight. You don't want to take the stingy knight's name in the house, right? You want to set up a matrilineal marriage where they take her name in your house. Much better that way. But you can also set up like female dominated as well. Ladies rule. I like to just go for default with all of these, and the main reason is it just makes for much more interesting RP. When you have the gay king who is going behind the back of the Pope is a much more interesting storyline. In fact, we have done exactly that. But not necessarily. I don't think it was like the Pope, though. Okay. Everything default. Stability. Factions will rise. Sure. Hybrid cultures will appear. Yes. Hybrid culture restrictions. I don't know if I used to change any of these. Non-player created hybrid cultures will be significantly restricted. For example, no hybrids of two existing hybrid cultures will emerge. I think I usually relax this one. And I think we make a default frequency, but like relax the restrictions on forming them. That way it creates some more dynamic hybrid cultures that can do some domino effects through history, right? Divergent cultures. An offshoot of an existing culture. Keeps heritage, but other aspects may be changed. I think we just leave divergent culture to default, because it doesn't ban anything. Cooldowns. They can only diverge after having existed for 100 years, and hybridize after existing for 50. I don't remember if I changed the cooldown. Diverging and hybridizing cultures can be fun. Yeah, I agree. I don't know if I want to do faster, 'cause I wish there was like a 75 year instead of a 50 or a 100. 50 is too fast, 100 is too slow. Regional heresies. Heresy outbreaks. Yeah. Oh, this one was fun, yeah. Heresy outbreaks do not have regional weighting. This can create some ahistorical heresies. that don't care as much about where the heresies historically happened. Mongol invasion, I like to set this to random. Have that happen at a random date. Random nickname frequency. This one's new. Since it's new, I'll leave that to default. Casus Belli, default to declare war. Culture conversion, the same. Diplomatic range, the same. End date, the same. We'll never get to the end date. Don't worry about that. De jure requirement. Titles with de jure land will eventually be destroyed if a character holds no land of the title. So basically, if you have the rights to land, but you don't hold the land, then the title will be destroyed. Should this just be on but limited? The player's primary title will never be destroyed. This is like a fail-safe, I think. So if you turn it on, then your primary title can be destroyed if you don't hold the land. This seems like a scary one to turn, but let's go ahead and turn it on, make it spicy. So my title can be destroyed if I don't hold the land that's governed by the title. Empire obscurity. Empires will be destroyed unless the holder controls at least 20% of its counties. Yes. Custom kingdoms, yes. Generate families. I always turn this off and then go, oh wait. Now that I've turned this off, I don't have any children and there's no one to marry and so on. I think I'll just turn it on for the AI only. That way there's people to marry and like interact with, and they all have their own families. Okay, everything on default. I don't want to do random faiths. That gets too crazy. Random ruler placement is just for throw the dice. Roll the dice! Same. This is new, so yeah, you can add your domain limit if you find managing that to be too difficult. Hungarian migration, let's do that randomized. Scandinavian adventurers, apocalyptic. They will try to target Russia and the North Sea every year. I think frequent is fine. That's what it defaults to for us. And the fall of Al-Andalus. The dissolution faction can hit the kingdom of Al-Andalus from the start of the game. Yeah, no limits. Okay. Let's save this as standard RP. Boom. So now what I'm going to do is we're going to make sure we're on 867 so that we get the early start with the most chaos. And we get to pick our own custom ruler. So, we got the entire beautiful map here. And I'll tell you where we've already played. So our very first campaign was actually up here, where we played... Chat, I think we played the Vasyugan, right? And we ended up taking Tartus. And, it was Uchva? Was it Uchva of Tartus? It was called Vasyugan Meyer. We took one of these two. This one became a duchy. Yeah. Either way, we were in Siberia, and we had a sprawling empire. It was a really interesting place because of this weird no man's land that you can't travel through. So there's a lot of choke points and a good number of small conflicts. But also the Kyrgyz Khanate was like broken up into tons of little factions, you know? So on this menu, you can control left click to break a realm down into its smaller pieces. And that's something I think a lot of new players miss out on because they're like, oh, I don't want to play this giant kingdom. It's like, well, actually, you control click it and you can break it down and be like, maybe I want to play as High Chieftain Zachariah of Dawn Valley. Or maybe I want to play in Khazaria itself, you know? You can be the king if you, or the emperor if you want. Or you can break it down into Uzin. Anyway. So we played in Siberia. Big campaign. We have previously also played in the north. I don't remember if we did CK3, but we for sure did the biggest CK2 playthrough that was like 100+ hours. Was all in here. Norway, Sweden, Denmark. Get some Finland action in. We did all that. We also, I want to say most recently, we played as the Pirate King, where we started in, I want to say, Orkneyar, as Chieftain Thorgil. And we ended up taking over all of Wales, Ireland, Britain, Scotland, etc. That was a fun one. And that campaign kind of stopped just because it was just like we won already and we could take more land, but it's sort of just taking a lot of time. But that was a fun one. Map painting is fun, but once you get to the point where you have the biggest army, it does get tedious. I remember how the Isle of Man development just shot up to 20 instantly. It was nice that they had like a custom event that you could work toward. Yeah, we need the Isle of Man to become the Pirate King. That was fun. We've also done a full Iberian campaign with the Struggle for Iberia. And I swear we did some African gameplay, did we not? Did we ever do an African campaign? We never did it down here. We never did it like all the way down here. But I swear I remember at one point, I think we did a very small campaign, I think as a Byzantine or something. We did invade Africa from Spain. Maybe I'm thinking of that, yeah. Map painting is far easier as tribal, but to be honest, it's monotonous. Yeah, map painting, I think, is a little bit more monotonous. It's because there's a lot more micro. What's interesting, like Hearts of Iron, you probably map paint less, but it's less tedious because all of your work to paint in Hearts of Iron happens in the crafting of your army. And once you launch your plans, it sort of happens on its own. You just fast forward. Crusader Kings, the combat is very simple, but it's surprisingly more micro-intensive, I guess, just because of the number of things you have to do to start wars, end wars, and the wars are much smaller. Hearts of Iron is like, I have finally been able to justify war against this entire faction. I will simply destroy them, and in the peace talks, annex their entire land. Crusader Kings is like, you may only have one province. Choose wisely. Then declare war again in 5 years. And again, until you've conquered everything. So, it just takes longer, I think. I'm actually tempted to do our campaign in the heart of Europe. It's been a long time. I'm trying to remember who we played as before, because was it Crusader Kings 2? Where we ended up having Aquitaine? When did we have an Aquitaine campaign? Was it CK2? Because we've done the edges, right? We've done like Siberia, Iberia, the British Isles. But we haven't really done like a campaign right in here. Recreate the Roman Empire. That sounds like our Hearts of Iron campaign. We were Denmark in CK2 when we conquered Egypt. So many good choices. I definitely want to play as a count, preferably with a single county, because I find that gameplay to be the most compelling. Even if we don't get to see the new DLC features, that's fine. There were so many new free features that I think we'll get to see some of those anyway. I'm thinking like, hold on, let me do, there we go. Make sure everything is reset. So, we got King Ludwig, King Lothair of Lotharingia, King Charles the Bald, King Louis the Younger of Italy. Chat. There's actually a lot of good choices here. How do we see kingdom titles? Yeah, there we go. Okay, so this is just like titles, right? This is not, nobody has created these yet. Okay. At first I was like, what if we tried Poland? And then I was like, do you enjoy fighting Viking raiders? Do you enjoy getting the raid sound alert frequently and often? Because that's what will happen. I'm thinking either Poland. We can make our own empire name if we ever get that far. Those counties are always raided 100% of the time. Yeah. I don't know how you even stop them. I wish there was a way without just having your armies raised the entire time. Bohemia is interesting. I feel like we had something to do with Bohemia at some point. Because it's like a duke. And then inside the duke, it's like a young count, a 40-year-old count, and a 47-year-old count. The 40-year-old count looks very old. We played Bohemia, I think? I don't know. It sounds familiar. It does sound familiar. History does tend to repeat itself. Okay. Let's let chat help decide, shall we? Pick starting location. I'm gonna narrow it down to well, this is kind of weird because one of the options is a kingdom area and the others are empire areas. Maybe I should narrow that down even more. But my three options right now are Germany, Italy, Poland. And obviously I know Poland is not at the same level as the other ones there. So, you got 2 minutes to vote. Pick one of those, and then I'll narrow it down. I do miss, like, now that I'm listening to it, one thing I have missed from not playing Crusader Kings in a while, the background ambiance is very nice. Very enjoyable. It's very peaceful. While you guys are doing that, let me get the subs that I missed. Blarg says, this is real gameplay. Hell yeah, read the patch notes, baby. Talk about how much stuff there is to do. So much that you don't do any of it. Thanks for 38 months, Prime, and hello, Bremo. Press W, start in Ireland. What up, Bremo? I was having a great time listening to EJ playing Hearts of Iron and explaining just the full explanation stream. EJ chat was explaining how to play Hearts of Iron for 6+ hours without unpausing the game, which deserves huge respect. That is the proper way to play Paradox Grand Strategy games. He's still doing it. Has he unpaused yet? That's fabulous. I love that. I was listening to it while I was getting ready and while I was eating lunch and just hanging out. What a mad lad. What a mad lad indeed. Playing some Hearts of Iron. If Hearts of Iron had a... like, that's the only one that isn't getting a new DLC this month. We got CK3, we got Stellaris, Toria. Learning to play PDX games always feels like studying for a test. Yeah, but it's like a test you're excited to take. Chat has majority voted Italy. And yeah, of course, Age of Wonders came out, but I'm just talking about DLCs for existing games. I got distracted, though. Thanks again, Bremo. Turgaron for 5 months, Prime. Hey, Turgaron. Premeditated Pun says, your happiness is my entertainment. I'm having a great time. Post PC has been fabulous. There's been so much fun stuff to do. Bizok the Gamer also for 11 months. Thanks, Bizok. Juan Yinner's people arriving for the patch notes. Good timing. And thanks again, Durf, for the 20-month e-sub. Hey, Durf. All right, Italy wins. So, it just has to be... We're going to say that that includes anywhere on, like, what is modern-day Italy, right? It doesn't necessarily have to be literally the de jure kingdom of Italy. Part of me wants to do like a Sicily campaign. I think Sicily could be fun because it starts kind of fractured, right? And it also starts, interestingly, with Sultan Muhammad connecting from the north shore of Africa into the Salamid Duchy. That could be fun. Just not necessarily there, but like, we have a lot to deal with. Is this walkable? I assume this is walkable. There's some good duchies down here. But yeah, uniting like the Sicily kingdom sounds like a cool thing. And that's, oh dear, that's de jure Byzantine Empire turf. Oh, so that makes it much harder to form an empire, huh? Because you won't have any land to form an empire with. You'll just have like a kingdom that's all by itself. So forming any kind of de jure empire is, whew, that's challenging. That's the only downside. You have to take over Italy, yeah. But that's like a whole separate can of worms. Forming a kingdom, totally fine. That's doable. I don't know. It sounds like a fun challenge, though. Let's see who's down here. So we got Emir Saldan of the Saldanid Emirate. The only reason I am not wanting to play Asharism is because we just played Ashari, like a full Ashari campaign in Iberia. So I want to find a non-Ashari... It was a great campaign, but I don't want to do 2 in a row. Dude, just take this one little Byzantine section of the boot. Who owns this? Oh wait, this is straight up. No, it's not. Count Isidoros. We've never done Orthodoxy, I don't think. So that's an option. And we've got Prince Adalchis of Benevento. Catholic Lombard, 47 years old. And then Prince Guafe, how do you, I'm not even gonna try. Salerno. Okay? Salerno. We have Napoli. Play the Pope. I don't think you can be the Pope in this game, actually. You can't be the Pope. The Pope changes. Being the Pope is too dangerous. They die too many times. Way too many times.
The gift sub sound.
Trial.
It would be a short run. And they vote for a new Pope each time. Oof. Deceitful, zealous, and humble? That's an interesting mix. Deceitful and humble. Starting as a humble ruler is not good anyway for RP purposes because your entire thing is you want to be expanding and I want to RP. So not asking for much in life makes that kind of difficult. And I think these are randomly rolled, so it might be different in your campaign. I don't want to be a duke, so that rolls out Salerno. What, are these dukes that only have a single county? I'm confused. I'm trying to... Oh. They just own everything. Oh. That does make this difficult. Yeah, Salerno is a duke that only has humble, ambitious, and shy. Okay, I guess humble and ambitious are not diametrically opposed. You can want to expand your empire if you're humble, but in this case, humble is more like can live simply. You might want more land, but you're not going to deck that land out with, you're not going to bedazzle it. You know what I'm saying? I vote for the count that owns the heel of the boot. That is, sort of harder because then you have to serve the Byzantines. Not that I want to go to war with the Byzantines, but we'll basically always be under them for a while. Thought that made it easier. Not necessarily. In the case of starting as either Benevento, Napoli, or Salerno, you don't have a ruler that is always going to be above you. So like it makes it easier in that you have some natural protections when you're part of the bigger empire, but it's slightly harder, I feel like, to take lands because we gotta I don't know. When I'm over here, I can kind of consolidate these three first, and then we have a larger area. So I think I actually do want to start with this deceitful Count Gregorios. Deceitful, zealous, and humble Orthodox Greek. What is this Orthodox Greek guy doing here, actually? I don't know. I don't know how long of a campaign that's gonna be. Didn't we have a habit of doing this where we pick the odd sect of the faith and try to force everyone else to be that, and it doesn't work? But we can give this a try. He got out of the Byzantine Empire. Hello, Pokeners. How's it going? I think let's give it a try, because Deceitful does make for some interesting RP at the beginning. Lets us do some weird things. I do want to play as a Goody Two Shoes at some point. Because Goody Two Shoes are really good at consolidating their empire, and Deceitful, for me when I play them, are very good at ruining everything that they love. Which is fun for a storyline, but not exactly productive. It's like failing 5 assassination plots. And then being the made mockery of everyone around you. It's typically how this goes for me. Worst case, you convert to Catholicism. Yeah, that's fine. That is the worst case. Alright, we've already set up the game rules. Yeah. I don't need to create my own ruler. We do have an heir already, which is unfortunate. That's my only regret about starting here. But I also like it because he's just a little count. And this could either be an incredibly fast campaign or a very fulfilling one. I like to choose, and they all have an heir anyway, so. And who's to say a deceitful ruler maybe isn't vindictive by nature, but it doesn't have to be an heir forever, right? But my heir is greedy, lustful, and craven. 21 years old. That's his brother? Might be. Might be his brother. Nope, it's the, wait, son of Gregorios. Yeah. Yeah, that's my son. So, that is the worst. This is going to be a silly campaign. Let's do it. Okay. Welcome to beautiful Napoli. Start campaign. Boom. And we're in. Make sure the game is paused. We have much to do. We have much to do. I do like that it just starts you in the game. I need to move my camera first of all. Though there's not really a good place to be, is there? Because there's like stuff. There is stuff down here. And there's stuff in the middle. You don't need to see the ... This is just encyclopedia, in-game menu, and then the... I do like to show the find character button. But then if I go up here, then I'm blocking, like, a little bit of this. But if I go here, then there's battle. Whatever, we'll just be here for now. We're not going to be battling for a while. Yes, the middle of the screen is the only place that has no UI elements. Very astute. Okay, typically I would launch into my, here's how you play Crusader Kings, but I haven't played in a while. I do remember most of the things. We've put 284 hours into Crusader Kings, and I have done actual full campaigns of this, so it's not like I don't know what I'm doing. But things change over time, and this is a very big patch. This was a very large patch. Crusader Kings, at its core, for me, you can play it how you want, but it's best played, in my opinion, as a role-playing game, where you want to live, you want to survive, you want to accomplish things, but your win conditions, well, those are malleable. Sometimes a win condition is something small, sometimes it's something great. There isn't a strict win or lose. The only way you lose is if your character dies and you have no heir. So, making sure that there is a line of succession is really the only thing that you have to worry about to continue a campaign. Otherwise, you don't ever lose. Now, you might lose land, but you have to come to terms with that fairly early on. That because of the nature of the start in this year of 867, most people, everybody is going to be losing land on death. And that's just the nature of the time, the era in which we live. What I mean is, succession laws don't change to something that I think most people seem to expect until much later in a campaign. So at the beginning of the game, whenever anybody dies, they're going to fracture their empire, their kingdom, their duchy, whatever, based on how many heirs they might have, because we're all stuck in something called Gavelkind succession, which can only be changed after much time Gavelkind Succession, or in this case, Confederate Partition, which is just a variation on that, is going to split titles, in this case, equally between all children. And what that does is if you have 3 sons and you die, the game splits all your stuff up among your 3 sons. You play as the oldest, and now you have a lot less land than you did before. And that's intended, it's part of the gameplay. It creates interesting scenarios where you either have to go to war against your own family to get those holdings back, or you can scheme and plot to have them assassinated, and maybe you're the only heir for them and bring them back in. That's just how it goes. You know, you have to just learn to deal with it. Later on, you can change those laws, but hundreds of years have to pass before it gets to the traditional, like what you think of, I pass all of my stuff onto one single person who now inherits all of it. That's called primogeniture, and goes to the oldest male heir, and that's not going to happen for a very long time. But yes, I agree. I think that having to deal with your holdings getting split up on death is a core part of the gameplay experience, and really teaches players how to use all the different mechanics and the tools that they have at their disposal to try to get it back. And then it's once you learn those things, you can use them against other people outside of your family and outside of that specific scenario. So it actually just makes you way better at the game to deal with Gavelkind's in Confederate Partition. That is why we dispose of our extra sons. Crusader Kings 3 has made it easier. You can actually disinherit your children with various resources, and there you can, of course, plot some accidents to happen to them before a succession event happens. You can meta it as much as you want. I prefer to only do that if there is a for sure bad relationship and my character is, in this case, deceitful or cunning or whatever. Like, I try to keep it RP. And just, if you learn to go with the flow with Crusader Kings, you'll have a lot more fun. Just seeing how the story unfolds and, like, recounting it after the fact is a lot more interesting. Because they have made it easier because people have loudly complained about how difficult it is to contain the lands. People don't want to lose the things that they worked for. Makes sense. But it's creating new stories in the process. And I think it adds a lot of dynamic gameplay. So, anyway, I digress. But it is something that you just have to come to terms with at the beginning of any Crusader Kings 3 run. Now, what do you do? Well, we got a lot of stuff we can do, and also not a lot of stuff we can do at the same time, because we only control this single province here. Because we only control a single province, we don't have to worry about anything except somebody taking that province away from us. But as far as controlling our lands, there's not much to do. We don't have any followers. I have no subordinates who might rebel against me, really. I don't have to worry about appeasing a council. I mean, the council still needs to be kept happy in this case, but they're not landholders, and therefore their opinions don't matter in Crusader Kings. I'm watching to learn more about. Have always been interested in this one. It's a really good one. I think Crusader Kings 3 is the easiest. I think it still has the easiest barrier of entry out of all the recent Paradox Grand Strategy games, just because their tutorial's the most robust. But it's very much an RP game. He hates the council! But yeah, our biggest threat right now is just our neighbors. So we just need to strengthen ourselves against the neighbors. That's the main thing. If Italy decides they want to fight us, there's not much we can do. But then again, that's where diplomacy and intrigue come in. We can try to make some allies and get some powerful secondary friends, because if we look at Italy, for example, Italy is rocking 2,563 military strength total, which is a ton of people for us. Comparatively, we can muster 400. It's not a lot. So if they want it, they can take it. There's nothing I can do, except hopefully bend the knee, right? And that may be what happens. But let's get started. I just want to kind of go over who we're playing as, And that brings me to the second thing, which is similar to the first, which is don't get too attached to your ruler or your leader, because the whole point of Crusader Kings is that you're gonna die. You need to have an heir for when you die, and then you play as that heir, and you play as a lineage through the years. So it's okay. Everybody's got to die at some point, and we're playing as Count Gregarious, who I've just noticed is actually bisexual, which is going to make this even more interesting to RP. So we are going to get some deceitful but zealous, oh my god, bisexual and zealous? That is self-flagellation city right there. That's like a perform things against your own conscience, punish yourself later, and then keep repeating. And don't tell anybody. But I like to see who I'm playing as first. We're playing as sort of a mastermind philosopher, potential super genius. They have a 4-star education, which means they got a fantastic schooling as a child, but their learning skill is quite low relative to their education. I don't think I've ever seen a discrepancy this bad before. They had a +8 learning from their education, which means they have 0 natural learning. They are a naturally complete idiot. This is the stupidest person who's ever been born, but also achieved everything that they've accomplished in life through sheer hard work and determination. Okay? They have no natural talent whatsoever, but they understand how to read, internalize, and apply themselves to the things that are put in front of them by others. This is a classic standardized test passer who graduates from school and then discovers that unfortunately the world is not composed of standardized tests, and you need to be able to have some street smarts to go with your reading and listening comprehension skills. However, I'm seeing that the intrigue being a 14 with a base of 10, the deceitful perk is adding an extra 4, so that's making the 14 intrigue. They may have cheated on some tests, and that might explain why they got the good education. Incredibly high base intrigue here. So intrigue is helping us be a little bit better of a schemer. In this case, whenever we enact schemes, they're more likely to succeed if they're hostile. Also increases the chance to successfully imprison people who might oppose us, and keeps us from a little less likely to have our schemes uncovered. I'm going backwards through these for reasons. Literally never saved any money in my entire life. One stewardship, has no idea how taxes work, doesn't have a 401k, as soon as they get paid, they're living paycheck to paycheck, spending on whatever. Doesn't know how to collect taxes from the peasants. Has no money skills at all. But is a very competent commander. Average. I mean, at this point, average is good for just a starting character. So at least if it does come down to crossing swords with others, he's going to add something to the equation. That's like a decent... The zeal makes him fight harder, so his zealous perk, his trait, is giving him extra martial skill. And that's just going to help us with the army gold maintenance being lowered. Also, this new stat, travel safety. Okay, so this is actually relevant and new, so he's not going to get robbed on the road as frequently, or if he is... the robbers on the road may suffer the consequences somewhat. So that's a neat stat to have added. And diplomacy is poor but salvageable. 7 is being lowered because of deceitful. People don't do business and diplomacy as well with people who are naturally trying to lie to them, right? And this is something we can boost through other means. So it's not that bad. But it is going to be interesting to play a Greek Orthodox in the heart. We're surrounded on both sides by Catholics and also by Ashari. That's going to be fun. Hello, Raiders. Travel is pretty cool. Zahenet, Pretty Vanilla, Brandon. Hi, guys. Welcome. Hope you had a nice stream. We haven't unpaused yet because we're just kind of going through the basics at the moment. Jumping into the new DLC. Where last we left off, we did a full Iberian Peninsula campaign some 8 months ago, I guess. So it's been a hot minute. And we're right here in beautiful Napoli. Doing an RP run. So yeah, I mentioned our individual skills. We also have prowess. So in hand-to-hand combat, our strategy, our martial skills are fairly decent. Like, that's okay, competent, I think, for a starting character, but don't actually put us into combat. Don't accept any duel challenges. Our health is fine. We need to check some other stats that appear to be affecting our health as well. But, so here's how we're RPing this character. We're humble. We don't ask for much in life, so we don't need anything to be fancy. We just need a roof over our heads, a few meals a day, and to unite the entire boot of Italy. You know, nothing fancy, nothing big. Other zealots will like us, but I don't think they will if we're a different religion than them. We have a religious conviction that burns bright at our center. So we appreciate other zealous characters of the same faith, but it has to be the same faith, and that's kind of the key, right? Opinion of different faiths is -35, and that'll affect us as well. One thing that I really wish I still had, there was a mod that I played with that is out of date, unfortunately. You can see what any other character in the game thinks of you at any point in time. So I can click on Italy and see King Louis II, the Younger of Italy, really doesn't like us. -50. Woof. That's bad. But I had a mod that showed me what my character thought of them. And I'm waiting on that one to be updated. Because I think it really helps RP quite a lot. So we gotta give that one some more time in the oven, I think. Now, finally, we're deceitful. Lying and deceiving is in our nature. This is considered sinful. That's why it's bordered with the red, and it just is sort of a blight upon us. Even though we're zealous, we have a very forward-facing, sinful nature. But it does help us with intrigue. Honest characters we hate, and then zealots don't appreciate us as much. So one of the first things we need to do is also check if we have a spouse, which we don't. Finding a spouse is one of the probably first things you do in any Crusader Kings game. We're trying to find a decent match. Unfortunately, we're just a lowly count, so there aren't going to be too many high-profile matches that are going to want to spend the rest of their lives with us. We already do have a player heir, even though we didn't generate a family, and our heir is awful. Our heir is truly terrible and already has a child themselves, I guess. But our spouses are missing in action. Our heir is greedy, lustful, and craven. With no diplomacy skill. That's going to be a short-lived ruler whenever we get down to that. Unless they die an untimely death before then. The triple threat. The triple threat. Yeah, it's rough. But complementing our personality traits and our skill set, that's going to be our lifestyle, which is one of the first things we have to pick. Typically, the character will already start with some lifestyle choices. In this case, they put points into learning. And they've already got almost the entire tree of whole of body. Whole of body is very, very high focus on personal health and living longer. So they do want to live forever. You could argue that because of our intrigue traits, we should be probably focusing on intrigue. You can reset your perks, but you gain 80 stress for doing so. And stress is very bad in this game and can result in some long-term permanent perk debuffs or traits that hit you and come up from time to time. So I'd like to stay away from using the reset. You can only do it once per lifetime anyways. I think whole of body is fine. It's not my first choice, but it does ensure that we're going to have a lengthy stint with our current character. So we got whole of body so far. And because of that, I guess I'll pick a lifestyle that synergizes with that somewhat. So we can either choose... You can also change these every few years. Medicine is just a small health boost and some learning. That's pretty standard. Scholarship is learning and development growth of your local counties, allowing you to increase the levies, taxes, and supply limit. And then theology is focused on gaining piety, which is a resource that we can use and spend. But on a few things, not as much as someone who was like in a tribe at this point. So let's see. Whole of body. Court physicians are cheaper and also have better treatments. Okay, so we're going to need to hire a court physician for sure. Carefree means we gain less stress overall. Mental resilience is we get 3 extra years between mental breaks. So we get a mental break if we cross the 100 stress threshold. So as long as we don't cross that threshold, we won't get any mental breaks. You can take the embrace celibacy decision. A decision that allows you to become celibate for bonus piety. You cannot have children, and you don't like revelers or seducers. Know thyself is you get a warning. When death of natural causes is 1 year away, you get a warning. Reduced chance of contracting illness because you wash your hands. And reduced chance of courtiers to contract illnesses. And then Iron Constitution is disease resistance, up 30% for fertility-based disease, which is omnipresent in this period of time in the game. And just in general, we get a massive health boost for disease resistance, keeping us a little off of death's door if we do get a disease. So these are all lifestyle perks. And then we just have a generically healthy health boost. We're really focused on our health. And then we're 1 away from whole of body. So I think I'm just going to stay with the learning lifestyle for now. We can switch to intrigue possibly after we get whole of body, or we could do something else on the learning lifestyle. The benefit of staying with learning lifestyle is because we have an education that is centered around learning and philosophy. We get a 40% XP buff on anything that's on the learning tree, which is huge. That makes things go by so much faster. So you can sort of go against the grain and pick one of the other things if it's more beneficial. But going with the flow is just, you're going to have more traits overall. So I think I'm going to stay with whole of body, because we get bonus to fertility, medium health boost, and even less stress gain. It's just a generically good trait. And knowing when you're about to die is also very good, yeah. So I think I'm just going to pick... I don't think we need the health boost right now, and I'd rather have the extra learning traits. So I'm going to grab scholarship focus and get even more learning skill here. That +3 to learning. The knowledge of those who have come before, the knowledge of those still living, and the knowledge of perpetual truth. So XP should go up at a nice rate for us, and that's also boosting our learning up to 11. So more substantial. Super short-handed on stewardship, though. All right, so that's one of the major choices we need to make. I know about the encyclopedia, thank you. Okay, it's telling us about the new Grand Tourney feature. Your heir is unmarried, and you are not married. Yes, those are the primary things. I'm going to click on the new feature one. Host a magnificent set of martial or cultural contests, attracting contenders from near and far. We're not going to host a grand tournament because we're poor. And it'll cost like 260 gold, of which we have 77. But yeah, these are the new activity tree things. They redid this entire menu. Very cool stuff. Grand Wedding, Grand Tour, Grand Tourney, and then the basic stuff, Feast, Hunt, and Pilgrimage. Those are lovely too. So we're going to ignore that for now. And let's go ahead and find a spouse. Because if we, if our heir happens to meet an untimely demise, then we want to make sure we have a backup heir, right? So there's a few things that we can do to sort. This is one of the weird isms of Crusader Kings. There's actually 2 menus to find a spouse, and you might prefer one over the other. So there's the find character, find any living character in the game. And this is one way. And then the other way is the way I just did, which is basically clicking on my character and then finding a spouse and arranging a marriage that way. And there's pros and cons to both. They basically have different filters, unfortunately, is the thing that I remember from them. Let me see. So if we do find a spouse and we open the filters, did they ever fix this? They used to have different filters. This might have changed. Okay, so we got 3 on the top, 7 in the middle, and then 5. Okay, 3, 7, 5. 2, 10, and 3. What's interesting, yeah, the filters are completely different on these 2 menus, and I don't remember which one's beneficial for which, but the key thing here is that you can type in certain filters. Can you type in certain filters? Yeah, you can still type in certain text filters here. But some are more useful than others, I guess, depending on what you're looking for. In my case, I think the easiest way to look for something at this point is if we have any alliances that we can make. We have such a small fighting force that we need people to help us. We also need them to be at least an adult, because we're not arranging a marriage. You can arrange marriages with like your kids and other kids, and then when they become of age, they'll get married. So, what else do we want to qualify? I would assume healthy is more important, but we can also sort that out later. Traits, we have inheritable or not inheritable. So that way you can look and see if they have something that, for example, might be hunchback. They might be club-footed. And some of these traits are congenital and will pass on, potentially, depending on... And some, there's also good ones like hail, making them more sound of body. Quick, making them more intelligent. And they're not guaranteed to pass those traits on, but you basically get them into the bloodline, and there's an entire DNA aspect of this game that goes into it, where 2 characters will sort of mix their traits, and the resulting offspring will actually look like both of them. So it's entirely possible in Crusader Kings to be like, wait a second. I have black hair. You have black hair. Our child is blonde. And no one in our entire family tree is blonde. Wait a second. Something is off. The seed is strong. Super recessive. Yeah, super recessive. Okay. So let us sort by alliance power, right? And just kind of see what is out there. So the top alliance is with Ansgard. And Ansgard is way the heck up here. So the thing about alliances are only as good as their ability to actually help you. So someone over here in Lotharingia is not going to be able to mobilize any troops to help us, right? When you're a count, you're probably not going to get to marry a good alliance. So it sort of just doesn't matter at a certain point. We're in a weird position anyways. So yeah, these are alliances with people that just ultimately don't matter that much. But if you were a duke or a king, then yeah, you would be able to be a little bit more picky. So, you have two choices after alliance. One is marrying for skills. So, some of all skills can be a nice way. You can see that Ingiltrudis, who actually does have a potential alliance, is trusting, diligent, and generous, and has 26 diplomacy? A diplomatic queen? And also is good with money, which are both of the things that we're bad at. So this is already a really strong front runner. Unfortunately, they don't like us. Number one is a -35, and the reason they don't like us is because they consider orthodoxy to be a stray, which is not at all surprising. A stray means that the faith differs in a way that is not particularly significant. You can still get married, but they don't like us that much. So it'll still work. It's not considered a heresy. They can simply convert to our religion. Notice that they're also landed. So if they have the little lowborn title, you can also, by marrying somebody who has an actual house, is part of a house, that can result in prestige and other things like that, right? So if I proposed, they would actually accept, and there would be an alliance. Is it an alliance to the Spy Master? Oh, that's the King's Spy Master. Yeah, we would basically have an alliance with somebody way the heck in Lotharingia, which is... They're not really going to help us. I guess they could help us against Italy, but 802 is still a good fighting force compared to what we have. I'm not going to throw a 280 gold grand wedding. I'm sorry. I think this is the easiest and best match, like, by far. So we don't even really need to look anymore. However, for the sake of explanation, you can also sort by inheritable traits. Sometimes you can just search for inheritable traits as well. So in this case, like quick, smart. Basically, you really... Ooh, like Amazonian. Herculean. Powerful, healthy, and strong. Placencia has a sublime female's... you guys can't read this, can you? Sublime physique. +8 prowess, an incredible fighter. Compassionate, generous, fickle, is a diplomat with good diplomacy skills, good prowess as a result of being Amazonian. So yeah, if you want to like start getting some specific traits into the bloodline, then that's the way to do it right there. The problem is we already have an heir. So if our heir doesn't die, then this is sort of pointless. Anyway, we can focus on traits more for our son. And maybe get something going like that, right? Because, yeah, the earlier you get those kind of traits into the bloodline, the better, the more likely you're going to see it down the road. All right. With that in mind, let's go ahead and... I say we just propose to Ingiltrudis. I think she seems perfect. Huge diplomacy and good stewardship as well. Great traits. Trusting, diligent, and generous. These are what are buffing the diplomacy. We get an alliance out of it. Bam. Send the proposal. Okay. What else do we need to do before we really start? You are not employing a court physician. That is accurate. Court physicians do cost money. We'll get one soon. They did change the situation log as well as the outliner, I believe. You are not endorsed by your bishop. Okay. Well, that we'll get to that in a second. We got some other things to do. You can station... Okay, stationing? Men-at-arms can be stationed. You have at least one men-at-arms regiment. This is a new feature. That you can station in a holding in your domain. You should station your most powerful men-at-arms in holdings with buildings that boost their effectiveness. Specializing one or two of your holdings to significantly increase the power of men-at-arms can help you in wars. Okay. This is a new thing. They have a tutorial. Someone said this was just a tooltip. This is legit a tutorial, okay? So shut up. By stationing your regiments, you can make them more powerful and better at fighting, which can be vital for battles. Let's station a regiment now. We have armored footmen. So basically straight up knights. Like these are like heavy infantry knights. And then we have a group of light footmen. So we have both of our potential men-at-arms regiments already full. We can't train anymore. We're at the limit because we're just a little count. So I say we go ahead and station the armored footmen. This is like a rock, paper, scissors style combat. It has a glow. Do you see the glow? Glowy. Rock, paper, scissors style combat where every single group has pros and cons. Armored footmen, for example, are very good at countering spearmen, but themselves can be countered by light, fast, quick boys like light footmen. Normally there's a pop-up when you're mousing over these, so I don't know where they put that. So I can't show you the rest of them. But anyway. Okay, click 1. Armored footmen. Let me zoom in on our land here. You can station 1 regiment of men-at-arms per holding in your domain. Holdings are valid for every regiment type, but some have bonuses. Select a holding. Click the Change Stationed Holding button. Different holdings give different amounts of bonuses depending on the buildings you've built. In this view, you can see exactly how much better your men-at-arms would be if stationed here. Click on a green holding. I think I'll click on the one green holding that I have. So, that'll give them an extra 6.4 damage and an extra 4.4 toughness. Sure. Toughness is how much damage they can take before they become a casualty. So if a basic levy soldier has 10 toughness, this is 44% more than that. Okay, sweet. The men-at-arms regiment is now stationed. You can see how much better that it has become underneath the portraits. Remember to check in every now and then so your regiments are stationed optimally. Especially this is important if you conquer or inherit new territories or decide to specialize a holding with buildings. I get it. I get it. Ooh, plus 20% from stationed holding? Yeah, what's our building situation here? We have a bastion and curtain wall built. The first step for any respectable fort is the erection of bastions and curtain walls. They do a decent job of keeping enemies and rioting peasants at bay. So, get some tax, ups our fort level. Danger -1. What the heck does that mean? On your travels, you might pass dangerous lands, for example, deserts or swamps. It may impede your journey. You can mitigate the risk of danger by improving your safety. Okay, so it lowers the overall danger level, which means there's less likely for something bad to happen when you're traveling through your own lands. And if we have stationed heavy cav, we get bonuses for that, which we don't have any. Maybe we should get some. And then a small harbor, which is also tax money, helping our income, increasing our development growth. Development growth is just good. A measure of local infrastructure. You can increase levies, taxes, and supply limit with more development. It's just always, always, always something you want to be raising. And it kind of just happens naturally in the background. But we have room for a special building. The university. Ooh, there's space for a university here. Is that just specific to us? Like, as I saw in the patch notes, they added a bunch of places where buildable universities can be built, but I don't think it's like everywhere. There's only certain territory. Also, you're a farmland. That's great. We are farming up in here. It's only 1,000 gold for this? Yeah, no problem. I don't know. It's between a tip and a tutorial. Bro, it's a tutorial, Moonstan. Either way, this is going to be really cool if we ever get to it. But yes, I see terrain farmlands when I mouse over this. Oh, there it is. Okay. So supply limit is up 50%, and just development growth in general is up 20%. That's nice. That's really good. and it can support a new building. We'll look at those later because we can't afford one now. But that's how we kind of specialize our land. And then our levies, I think the way that you get more levies has actually recently changed, because typically you would go to your council, which has already been assigned for us, and you used to organize the army to increase the total size of your levy, but they removed that. Now, organizing the army just affects garrison size and levy reinforcement rates, but not the total size of the levy itself, which is interesting. 6 skill martial law. Hey, shut up. We're doing our best. We're doing the best that we can. We're trying here. Okay? Just calm down. All right, my son and heir needs a partner. And my son, my son and heir needs so many things. So many things. This is gonna be the worst heir possible, dude. Here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna say this is just if you play sports like baseball, we're gonna tank on purpose for a few years so that we get first pick at a pivotal season draft. You know what I'm saying? And that first pick is gonna be getting the Amazonian trait into the bloodline immediately, which is actually not even the worst here, because this 18 diplomacy is going to be huge for buffing what is now a 0 diplomacy. So he's going to suck, but maybe their child and heir will be this amazing Amazonian, like, god. Now, she is fickle, but that actually boosts her diplomacy and intrigue. She's generous, which boosts diplomacy. And she's compassionate, which boosts diplomacy. Doesn't he already have a kid? Oh no. Bro, how do they already have kids? Who is this little brat? Where is your mom? Okay, anyway, I'm still gonna do this if they'll accept. Okay, she's not super happy, but we're gonna go ahead and send the proposal anyways, because she's still got good stats other than intrigue. We'll just use this 18 diplomacy as the crux. And she's got time to get even stronger. What's all these intellectuals though? What is he? He's a fortune builder. Yeah, right. Okay. My brother also needs... Ooh, okay, alright, hang on. We can definitely use that. My brother needs a spouse as well. So let's... Oh, we got a bunch of stuff to do over here, chat. This is my favorite part of the game, is before you even unpause, just like setting up all your neat little things, your little toys, and taking care of all the cleaning. By the way, thank you, Kelly McChess, for gifting a sub to Mostly Moistened, who's back for 24 months. I appreciate it. Thank you, Kelly McChess. Welcome back. And Blarg says this is the real gameplay. Hell yeah, dude. Hell yeah. Okay, check this out. We need to set up the council. We don't need to do anything on military. We don't need to worry about the realm page right now. Dude, we can actually... Never mind. We can pass limited crown authority already. I think I'm not going to because I need people to like me, and they've added more debuffs for changing to limited. I don't have any titles to revoke anyway. Ooh, hiring a court physician's gonna be important. We don't have any schemes, but I need a scheme. Okay, here's the scheme plan. The scheme plan is we're neighboring Italy, and we want the King of Italy to like us, okay? Because we don't want him to declare war on us. We need to become his best friend immediately. So we're going to simply try and sway him. We only have a 20% chance to sway him. That's not very good. But if it works, his opinion will increase by 25. And it'll progress every 18 months. He is arrogant. No problem with his sense of worth. Greedy. Tight grip on his purse and is always looking for ways to engorge it. And fickle, changing his mind and making him difficult to predict, and is a fortune builder with 15 stewardship. So we start by swaying. That's the easiest bit. We can also do a hostile scheme at the exact same time. What do I have a hook on? Oh, that's just a normal like hook on grandson. I think it's just a weak hook because he's my grandson. I can be like, hey, you're my grandson. Now give me your title. So we don't need that. There's no factions against us. There's probably no decisions that we want to do. Chat, is this invite knights? Is this a different word? Yeah. Hitarie? I don't know how to pronounce that, but there you go. Caravan Master is new. Activities? I love activities. And then we don't have a royal court because we're smelly. That makes sense. What is an accolade? You are below your maximum number of accolades. Bro. I'm trying to lock this in, but it won't. Yeah. It won't do it. There we go. You're below your max number of accolades. Honor is given to knights by their liege. If they have one, they become an acclaimed knight. As the acclaimed knight gains glory, the accolade rank increases, offering stronger bonuses. If they die, they are replaced via succession. So they're like little mini titles, but for your knights. Interesting. How do you know what your accolade limit is? Oh boy. You can now grant an accolade to a knight. Each knight that holds one becomes acclaimed, giving bonuses to you and your armies. The accolade will remain until you destroy it. Select an unassigned accolade. Oh, I guess right here is how you tell. Create one. Choose a valid knight from the list. Oh no, my spy master hates us. Oh no. That's not good. My son, steward, and knight. Oh, I just have to get my son killed in combat. It's easy. But then what about his son? Okay, before we do any of this... Every acclaimed knight has 2 accolade attributes, primary and secondary. Before you create it, these are shown. Each attribute gives you and your armies bonuses, and the accolade gets glory from tournaments, contests, and battles. The primary attribute is always part of the accolade and cannot be changed. You can now create this if you want. More will become available as you discover innovations. Super cool. The Keeper in the Plains. So, oh, you can name them yourself, so we can just set up, like, literally whatever dumbass title we want and then give it to a specific knight. That's really cool. So right now they're Manipulator with a secondary and Stalwart. Charmer, Scoundrel, or Valiant. We'll look at that again in a minute, because that's a lot of stuff. Very, very cool, though. Alright, chat, here's the plan. We only have a couple more things to set up, and then we're ready to go. I need to get my brother married, which is an opportunity to get a new spy master, if we want. Our marshal is... Yeah, we gotta fix the council, but I don't know that there's much to fix, and I'd like to make the bishop like me, because the fact that he doesn't... You get no levies or taxes from his church holdings. He's just like, no. There is an economy map mode. Yeah? There is. We read the patch notes. Were you here, Mikey? Were you here for that? Why are you saying this at random? This is only your 3rd comment the entire day. I was here for that. Don't lie. Deceitful traded chat. Audit! Hello, Shadow Fox. You playing any Crusader Kings today? Don't answer that, because I'm gonna BRB. I can focus on getting this campaign rolling and picking my hand-picked council when I don't have to go to the bathroom. So, I will do that, and then come back and get a drink and a snack, and we'll get this ball rolling, dude. I'm excited. Thanks for hanging out tonight. Hope you're having a beautiful Thursday. I'll be back in just a minute. Thanks for waiting. This is the no ad roll BRB. You're welcome, non-subs. Not that we ever roll ads, I'm just saying you better appreciate. You better appreciate. And we're back. Hey. Okay. What's up? How's it going? Who is he playing as? I'm playing as your mom. I'm playing as Napoli. That's an especially good burn since your air is so bad. Chat, I have 3 children. Apparently I have 3 children and none of them have. Oh man. Oh man. He keeps mispronouncing it. I keep mispronouncing it. Chat, question. How do you pronounce this? How do you pronounce that? You pronounce it Naples? Didn't think so. Naples? Oranges. Maples with an N, right. Naples. Alright? Exactly. So why would you say...
Napoli.
Why would you say that? It's not Napoli. You don't take a nap there. You don't take a nap in Naples. Okay? You can't have it both ways, Italians. You gotta pick it one way or the other. You can't have Napoli and Naples. Doesn't make any sense.
Napoli.
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 I like Napoli.
Napoli.
British pronunciation.
Napoli.
Oh.
Anyway, the reason I'm saying it like that is because of the song. The song. Who even named it Naples or Florence? We did. Anyway. Chat, how do you say this word? Okay? Okay? Right? You feel me? He found a new toy. The toy, okay, just spamming emotes. He's like dangling keys in front of chat. Like just saying E. Okay. Where were we? Let's set the council. Which I don't think we have much control over. Unfortunately. So, step one. Get rid of a spy master who has a negative opinion. A spy master with a negative opinion is just asking for trouble. Unfortunately, they are the most qualified for the job. 18 intrigue. That puts them high on the list. But we have one trick up our sleeve, which is we have a brother. Actually, we have multiple brothers. Oof. Why do we have... Okay, apparently only the males of this family were recorded in history because I have player-only rules for not generating family, so I guess they only knew who the men of the family were, and there's no recorded history of any of their spouses. So, it is what it is. All right. Let's take our half-brother and the worst marshal the world has ever seen and see if we can find a match that has a high intrigue skill. Well, we have a hallucinogenic lunatic filled with delusions and disorganized thoughts, struggling to distinguish between what is real and what is not. Not my first choice. So then after that, we have 14 intrigue, and they also still hate us because of our orthodoxy. This makes things quite complicated. I am just going to not even worry about that then, if those are our best options. Here's the thing, though. These aren't all of the options. Sometimes you can find someone who is not there by finding a character and changing it to being, we need to be inside of our diplomatic range. Why are there only 4 people? Okay, anybody. Show any character inside of our diplomatic range. If we at least make them Christian, because no one is going to join us if they're not. Like, I could set that to orthodoxy as well, if I wanted to get even more specific, but that doesn't matter. We can ask them to convert afterwards, and that would be fine. Okay, and then we sort. You'll see that there's actually a lot more people than the other list is showing us, because these people are just not in our court, and will likely not join our court. But there are still just more options than the marriage arrangement has on display for you. And some of these people might be close to wanting to join. Like, this is a deceitful, arbitrary, sadistic person. But if you invite them to court, you'll get whether they will or won't accept. So, in general, this is harder to get people to come join you this way, and they have to be specifically like not a ruler. So we're not going to bother with this because this will take other things like giving them gifts or swaying them and generally like buttering them up or making other hooks or something kind of contribute to them joining. So we're just going to do it the other way. I still need to give... Let's just look at the other counselors. At this state, without changing any of our laws, the only role that women can take is the spy master, but you can change those laws by progressing your culture and tech level. So in this case, I can't use my brother to kind of marry into anybody else that has good skills, which is unfortunate. We also can't change our bishop, but I know that in this patch, they actually made it where bishops are more likely to be chosen that have good learning skills. They're not just going to be like level 0 learning really anymore, which is good. So this one's actually a decent level 14, but we need to actually make them happier, and that's I'm gonna need to sway them somewhat. As far as chancellors go, we have a knight who doesn't like us very much, who has a 10 diplomacy, and then we have our own son who just has a 9. He's 17. He's got a 3-star education in astute intellectualism, and he's declared celibate. So this is going to be interesting. There's, like I said, not a lot of choices right now. I think the game just defaults to putting the highest skill person in each slot. For a good steward, they need a stewardship skill. All right, this is my other son. I kind of see how this is going right now. My other family member, my half-brother, and then my spy master is the only one that doesn't like me. Everyone else is family. You can see that because of the blood, the green little blood symbol there. So there actually is a better marshal, but my better marshal is the spy master, hilariously. And an ambitious spy master, no less. The deck is truly stacked against us, and we haven't even unpaused the game. having an ambitious spy master who doesn't like you is very dangerous. And a seducer. It is not difficult to desire. The true challenge is to be desired. This guy's loaded. Well, this will be interesting. All right, we're just going to keep everything as is. I will need to sway the spy master first then, probably, because we have a 79% chance to sway him. So we'll sway him instead.
He's 57.
Okay, and then I think one of the last things we need to do is have our grandson and heir's heir sort of educated by somebody. We could actually wait until we get married and then have our hopeful new spouse educate them. Remember to save before we go on pause. Yeah, that's a good idea. Okay. I think we got pretty much everything we need to do. I am a schemer. I just don't know what hostile scheme that I need to run first. There's not a lot. Oh, I did forget one thing. On the council, each of the counselors has their own skills. They have their own abilities that they can do. Our bishop is simply improving religious relations right now, which is fine. It's helping us with the Orthodox theocratic ruler, which I believe is just the ecumenical patriarch Ignatius, who is of the Byzantine Empire. So we got this dude sort of versus the Pope, right? Pope Nicholas doing their own thing. So we're making the Orthodox Pope like us more, I think, is the general plan with that particular skill. We can also fabricate claims on counties. That's generally if we don't have any kind of war goal and we want to expand. That's how we would go about getting a claim so that we could declare war. Our chancellor is improving relationship with people abroad, which domestic affairs and improving relationships with people inside your borders would help with something like the spy master problem, but foreign affairs will help us with getting on Italy's good side and making other people like us. So I think I want to focus on the things outside of our realm as we are currently. And that can go up to, well, if we had a better diplomat, that could go higher. Up to 4.5. So it's not really significant. I feel like that used to be higher. The steward is increasing our domain taxes and could also be increasing development, but we need money for sure. And then the marshal is presently increasing reinforcements in garrison size and reducing army maintenance, but could also be training men-at-arms and commanders. So this will increase knight effectiveness and men-at-arm damage. 3% chance of improving or finding a new commander or knight each month. I actually want to do that one for a bit. Let's do some training. And then our spy master is presently disrupting schemes and making it harder for people to plot against us. Of course, he doesn't like us and is considered a powerful vassal. So that only gets us so far. He can't really protect us from himself, right? But if we were doing a hostile scheme, he could support us or help us find secrets on other people. If I want to focus on getting him to like us before we trust him to go out and do specific quests for us. All right. Am I forgetting anything? Or are we golden? Hello. Hello, Wendy. What's up? Why is Benevento green outlined? I don't know. Not sure. Anyway, a few people in chat have wanted me to look at the economic overlay now. So the economic overlay shows us that, yes, we are one of the few places that can actually house a university eventually, which is cool. Grand cathedrals can go on others. There's a bunch more mines now. Cathedrals and cool points of interest that have special bonuses they can confer. But yeah, I don't know why now it's not green. I don't know why it was green a second ago. How's the new DLC? You're asking about a new DLC in a Paradox game. Check back in 33 hours. Alliance formed with Count Edelhard of Trier. I gladly accept your marriage proposal. You'll be joined with my daughter, Ingiltrudis, in holy matrimony. I also gladly accept your marriage proposal. I will take the hand of your son and heir. Wow, she hates us. My daughter-in-law, you Amazonian, you kind and compassionate and generous daughter-in-law, you. Please, oh God, wow, they really made it harder to demand conversion. She hates us so much that she won't convert. I'd have to, like, give her money. My own spouse is a -10. The good news is that your spouse gets to join the council, which this spot is reserved for them. So that gives them a +10 from being on the council at least. A very important part of the council at that. And since they have such an incredible diplomatic prowess, we don't want a generic assist the ruler task, which gives us sort of a little bit of everything, boosting our skills and making us better. I specifically want her help with court politics because I get half of her total. So she has 26, so I get 13. So that's huge. So now she is completely focused on diplomacy, and now we have a very respectable 20 diplomacy. So that is like huge. Will they vote against you if they hate you? It's not really the same as Crusader Kings 2, if you're thinking about that. We don't really have any voting. There's no voting right now. So mostly you're only worried about them conspiring in plots against you. But she's only a -2. So as long as my wife doesn't hate me, then we're doing a lot better. Like, and Spy Master is down to a -17. Did you see? Do you know why that is? It's because she is so damn good at diplomacy that she has raised our diplomacy up to 20, and in doing so has given us a +12 general opinion. Like, our spouse is so likable that we're likable in exchange. So the Spy Master has gone from a -30 to a -17. So everyone's opinion of me has already improved because of our spouse. So that almost cut it in half. And that's another big thing that it helps with. So it helps everyone else like us better. General opinion is people inside your kingdom, outside your kingdom. The King of Italy used to be -50s, now -37. Like, it's super useful. I got an Achievo. We're getting achievements now. That was an achievement for marriage. And also somehow makes her like you more. Exactly. With my marriage to Countess Ingiltrudis, the realm expects us to throw a suitably extravagant wedding. It is well within my right to collect a royal aid duty as part of this, but some may consider it tasteless to levy an extra tax during a time of jubilation. Of course I will collect the tax. Who pays for their own wedding? I will let my subjects enjoy the festivities without worry or care. So, we can take some prestige, which is useful. Our resources up here, I guess I didn't mention at all. But prestige and level of fame is sort of its own thing. Each time we get a level of fame, it just makes people like us more and lets us control more knights, and can also be spent on some decisions that varies based on your origin. Money is money. Piety is like a level of fame, but for devotion, and therefore makes other clergy like you. Doesn't help us with the Catholics, of course. Renown is my personal favorite. This is sort of your lines currency, where you build this up over multiple people and multiple generations and can spend it on some really cool stuff that we'll take a look at in a few minutes. And then our holdings, we only have one holding because we only have one province. There's only one county, I guess. But yeah, I'm gonna make the peasants pay for my wedding because we need some gold. We can actually spend it on useful things that make them like us more. Who pays for their own wedding anyways? Very true, very true. So, sometimes what I like to do is throw an early feast. The problem is the only person we're trying to make like us is the spy master. If the rest of my council didn't like me, then throwing a feast would be very useful right now. Feasting your own wedding makes a lot of sense from an RP perspective as well. We can also simply use the money to build up infrastructure, which is reasonable. Likewise, because we have a spot for a new building here, I could just spend all the gold on constructing a new building. And the idea is that we might need that gold for an event that comes up and then wish that we had it. Or the sooner we build one of these buildings, the earlier we get to start getting those taxes. And the longer that we have for those taxes to pay for themselves, the better. So I'm thinking about just going ahead and getting a building rolling. So let's see, we have one spot open here. Let's see what we got to choose from. Manor houses. Reduce the cost of feasts here. So we get to choose where feasts happen. That's super cool now. That's new. And it gets taxed. The lords and ladies getting taxed. Farms and fields. Also reduces feasts, but not as much. So you might be wondering, why would you build farms over manor houses? Well, they might turn into different things down the line, right? Like farms and fields at level 8 might be different from the manors at level 8. So at level 8, we get like, what, 2.6 tax per month? Increases supply limit by a lot, so they can support big armies that are marching across their lands. Some taxes, some reinforce rates. Versus manor houses at level 8 is 3.8 tax, but we lose a few of the other county bonuses that were down there. It still seems like, I feel like manor houses is maybe better because levy size is 5%. I wish there was an easier compare and contrast, to be perfectly honest. The supply limit is 1,600 instead of 1,000, and this is a reinforcement rate, whereas the manor houses are just a straight levy size upgrade and less supply limit and more taxes. Cattle pastures are taxes, supplies, and just straight up more levies. So that's like 400 extra fighting soldiers, which is kind of huge later on down the line. Regimental grounds. Reduced grand tourneys. Wrestling contests here are cheaper. That's all new. Station men-at-arms do more and take more damage. Safer to pass through, gives you levies, more reinforcement rate, makes men-at-arms cheaper. Huh, those are all really good. There's some interesting choices now. Manor houses are rarer. Yeah, that's what I was gonna say, they seemed better. They can only be built in farmlands. They did just seem slightly better, yeah. But regimental grounds seem neat. Where does it say? Does it say prereqs for these buildings anywhere? Either way, there's a barracks. Helps with heavy infantry damage. We do have heavy infantry stationed here. Militia camps are for archers and skirmishers. Stables are for cav. Okay, these buildings actually make a lot more sense now with this current form. Increases travel speed because of the stables. And I'm sure that goes up to like 8%. Travel speed is king in this game. The blacksmith finally helps knight effectiveness. We haven't done a good like knight-focused army in a while, huh? You know what? I think I'm gonna take the manors. Because the manors are, I said I wanted to kind of start building taxes, and this does a little bit of everything, right? It makes feast cheaper, increases taxes. Apparently there's only specific places that you can build them. And it does help with supply, levy size, and a few other things. So let's go with that. It just seems like a reasonable upgrade that does exactly what we're wanting to do and spends the money in a way that will hopefully build on itself as far as making the money back over time. And the building is not quick. 5 years to build it, yeah. I think it's worth it though. Mansions, house land, mansions, house land owning families. What? Does this sentence make sense? Oh, house, not house. God, English is stupid. Mansions will house land owning families, their staff, and the peasants who work in the fields. Finally, some good property in my countryside. Oh, let's not forget, now that Countess Ingiltrudis is here and has joined the family, we can have her educate our grandson. So what's good about this is that we can choose, or go ahead and send that. So she became the ward for our grandson. So now our grandson's basically staying with us in the household, more or less. We can choose his education focus before he comes of age and needs to have it picked. So he'd be good with learning, diplomacy, or intrigue as a curious and charming child. So diplomacy education is exactly what I wanted to focus on because that is her strong suit. So the more, there's a few various factors that go into the education of children. It's a little complicated. I would say just look it up. But it's a combination of their learning skill, their prowess at the given stats, and a couple other randoms. Did they change it so kids can have 2 personality traits? I don't remember them having like 3 things they might be good at before. But you can kind of see with him, because he's charming, he does well with diplomacy. You can go against the grain and try to make them go against their nature, but it's not. That's why this one's red. It's going to be a little harder to do. If this has a character creator, WTF we doing with this gameplay BS? Well, here's the thing. People who watch Paradox Grand Strategy games think that they want to see gameplay. The problem is that then they turn on a streamer who's playing at 5 times speed and isn't commentating anything that they're doing, and then they go, I don't know what's happening, and then they turn off the stream because they can't follow along. I don't even like watching that, and I know how to play all these games. Like, I'll turn on just a random stream of a Paradox game, and I'll just feel like, I've played 600 hours of this, and I have no idea what you're doing. 2 times speed only. But yeah, I did see that you can see what people's personalities are. So if they're saying honorable lackey, then that has an explanation now. They have a defined personality. Countess Ingiltrudis will act toward you and others according to her personality defined by her traits. So Honorable Lackey is very generous and will very often spend more than they can afford, send gifts, ransom prisoners, accept revocations and retractions, hosting activities. They are much less likely to be swayed by bribes or gifts of gold. This character is somewhat honorable and can be trusted more than most to keep secrets, follow laws, do their job as a regent, and honor commitments like alliances. They are unlikely to blackmail, start hostile schemes, or be agents. Yeah, that's a cool feature. I like that a lot. It gives a lot of RP depth there. Warrior wounded in training. Your marshal's poor martial skill caused this problem. Oh no. Your son and steward just lost an eye in training. And they're wounded and they might die. Okay, well, that was fast. That's not my heir. This is just my steward. No big deal. When they're one-eyed, their learning goes up, but their prowess doesn't. I presume that is just a reference to you're going to spend a lot less time fighting with one eye and more time getting smarter. But it does increase your natural dread because of the whole eye patch thing. So the severe health penalty means, luckily, they're too stubborn to die. Well, we were trying to train people, but apparently, yeah, not having a level 6 marshal isn't the ideal there. Okay, we should potentially at least get our other sons some spouses. Once he heals, we'll get him a spouse. Your son, Chancellor, and, well, you're celibate, sworn to celibacy, so I don't think I have an RP reason to marry off my celibate son. Speaking of, a new claim. Of all the buffoonery I have ever seen, in Stefano's inane effort to improve my relations with my neighbors, my good-for-nothing Chancellor has officially acknowledged Count Bertoldo's claim to my county. You just gave a vassal in the Kingdom of Italy a claim to my only county. You are supposed to make friends, not enemies. My injured son. His flesh has contracted foulness and swelling. If the right kind of treatment is administered and Jesus is merciful, he should make it. But we need a physician. Now. Servants will search for a possible court physician. His wound is infected with a severe penalty. Wow, your family sucks. All right, I can't hire a physician because I just spent all the money. I didn't think someone was literally going to be on death's door in the first month of the game. Just starts in June, right? I don't have any money to hire anybody. Finally, my servants have found some people who may be fit to serve as a court physician. Either way, I fear I cannot afford to be picky now. I can't afford many things. I can literally pay 7 gold. Georgios is enthusiastic, if nothing else. An honorable planner. Level 5 learning. What? Dude. There's all sorts of stats now. Xenon is supposed to be quite experienced. Their aptitude is both... Okay, one's poor and one is terrible. Well, no time like the present then to learn, am I right? A court physician has a monthly salary of 0.1 gold. That seems like so little. Georgios will join your court, get 30 opinion for employing him. Georgios is diligent, calm, and trusting, an honorable planner who has an 11 martial skill and a 13 prowess. If for no other reason, we take this peasant and land them somehow. I don't know, or just make, I don't know if we can make them our marshal, but they actually have like 5 more martial skill than our other son who's on the job. Okay, I'm hiring Georgios. Georgios is the court physician, has automatically become a knight. Your half-brother and Marshall. Sorry, half-brother. But, the court physician is gonna get assigned. Unfortunately, that's gonna make my half-brother not like me very much. Lose 20 opinion of you for 10 years for being fired from the council. It is what it is. But Georgios has come out of nowhere. Is a good lapdog. The honorable planner personality. This character is very rational and is significantly more likely to avoid tyranny, use counselor tasks to defend themselves, and avoid offensive war opinion. They are generally much more likely to do what is objectively best for the situation they're in, such as murdering a tyrannical liege, oh dear, or to cut spending when in debt. This character is somewhat honorable and can be trusted more than most to keep secrets and follow laws. Trusting, calm, and diligent. Works hard. Takes things in stride. And quick to place his faith in others. He's a misguided warrior with a 1-star education. I love that my, chief marshal has a 1-star education in the ways of war. He is more likely to hurt himself than enemies. But he's an aspiring blade master. He's learning how to fend for himself. Apparently he's a flexible leader, peasant leader, and has participated in martial games, sharpening skills in warfare. This is all new. Okay, save my son. Good luck. Welcome to the team. Oh, yeah, I can get him a spouse as well. Where is everybody? Button doesn't work. There we go. How old are you? 31? Okay. I mean, Gary Phalia has an interesting name. Gariphalia. Let's go with that. Gariphalia. Fickle, diligent, and brave. Decent stats, low intrigue, which is totally fine. Reasonably healthy. Sure. And is Greek Orthodox. Yep, I think this is also totally fine. Chat. She seems like she means business. She's got a level 3 skilled tactician and is an open terrain expert. Maybe they can help each other. But when you get your counselors married and set them up, that will endear them to you. See, he's already happy that I employed him, which is great. He can send them monetary gifts and other things. The time has come to treat your son. Since the wound is infected, I recommend drastic measures, but the choice is yours, my lord. Don't do more than what's necessary. Few risks, low reward. It is too late for caution. He's in poor health, which means he's not great. There will be no treatment. The choice is up to my son. Your son, Steward, he loves me. He's plus 100, okay? I don't know how much my character likes him. But it is too late for caution. A risky treatment might have great outcomes, but could lead to worse symptoms or permanent injuries. I don't think this is good with a terrible doctor, is the only thing. What would my character say here? My character is humble and zealous and deceitful. I don't think we need to be deceitful here. Think how much they'll learn from that. It is too late for caution! As I near Anathasios' chamber, I hear a horrifying scream, barely human, full of pain. I burst into the room only to find Anathasios has collapsed in a heap on the floor, covered in blood. The loathsome physician is standing in the corner of the room, anxiously wringing his hands. This will not happen again. Do you understand me? We knew the risks, but you are forgiven. Guards, put him away. The traitor deserves to die. Somehow, my son has become a eunuch. And Athasios has been intentionally castrated. Rimworld Doctor. This will not happen again, do you understand me? Georgios gains chastised physician for 5 years. Botched wound treatment, severe health penalty, and has become a eunuch. This will not happen again. Do you understand me? I accept your marriage proposal. Well, I just set up a marriage proposal for the failed doctor. A stranger is brought before me. He has been waiting outside the castle gate for a week. My liege, the guard informs me. The man bows deeply. My name is Halil, your highness. I have traveled far and wide and seen many things, but I am weary of the road. If you allow me to stay, I will happily share my knowledge of the world with you and be your loyal servant. Embrace God, and this will be your home. You get a weak hook on him. He converts to orthodoxy. The more the merrier. Because you're zealous, you gain stress because he doesn't convert. We have no room. Sure. Embrace God and this will be your home. You have gained a favor hook. So that's just, I mean, he's only 8 prowess, but we need all the knights we can get at this point. Our options are very limited. We have some terrible prowess. Georgios is our best fighter right now. Also, chat, reminder, as we get events and stuff that happen in the game, do not spoil the outcome of said events for myself or for chat. That way, we can all be pleasantly or unpleasantly surprised. He's dead. Spoilers. Your son is dead. Oh God. How could you do this to Anathasios? If I have sinned, why not punish me instead? He was blameless, my perfect little deceitful, stubborn son, who died because of training practice gone wrong. He didn't deserve this. You have gained 32 stress because your son has died. Your neighbor has won a war. Chad, they're warring in Sicily. There's a piece of Italy down here now, dude. I can swear fealty and just become a vassal of Italy, which might actually just be the smartest play that I can make, depending on how things go. And then just work our way up. The problem is, then we still have to fight against all of the people who make up Italy, right? So we can still be absorbed into other duchies and Duke Lambert, but then we have more people to sort of ally with. But you're not a Catholic. Yeah, you can just convert. I don't know if I would. My character is deceitful. I don't know if there's a way to pretend to convert to something. I don't think that that exists, but that would be interesting. Like, I know that people can have pretended, but I don't know how the player does. Okay, our steward died. Zealous makes it difficult. Yeah, Zealous makes it difficult. If I could pretend, then that would be fine. Porphyrios. Your courtier. Cynical, arbitrary, stubborn, misguided. I think I'm just gonna make my player heir the steward, because he has a fortune builder and he might learn how to be better. He's greedy, lustful, and craven. But he needs to start getting some practice on the council. He needs help. We have to support him in whatever way we can. Also, he gets a bit of prestige. Yeah, he does get a bit of prestige. All right, now we're just trying to save up some money. This is off to a banger start. This has definitely been an interesting start. Yeah. I don't think we did anything worthy of a save yet. Okay, give me one sec, chat. I'm gonna leave the game on pause, but I'm just gonna stretch real quick. I need like a standing desk, dude. I need a standing desk bad. The mayor has been swayed. The mayor is actually... That is our spy master. So our spy master is at least a +10 opinion of us for now, which isn't the best, but it was a -30. So I'll take it. And I'm gonna change my sway target, even though, ooh, it's a 45% chance now because my diplomacy is much higher. Nice. Thanks to my honey for that, because she's boosting court politics. All right, now we should sway the King of Italy, because that's a whole thing. Did Italy explode? No, you control left click to break kingdoms down into duchies so you can see them all and who owns them. It's my duty to inform you that irrefutable evidence has been unveiled proving that your marriage with Countess Ingiltrude is consanguineous in nature. How do you say it? This information will stay between the two of us if you end this unholy union. Literally, how would you prove that? She's from a different part of the world, dude. You want me to end my unholy union? DNA.com. Anyway, he thinks me and my spouse are related to each other, chat. This intrigue challenge? I might actually win an intrigue challenge. Our marriage will not be torn apart by such an obvious lie. 70% that I prove it's fake claim, and he spends 350 prestige, or 29% chance it's irrefutable, and you become an incestuous character, or at least shunned for being incestuous, even if you're not. You lose a full level of devotion, which I don't even think we have, and spend 350 prestige. And then she is known as that as well. To lie about such a thing, I will set him straight. If my learning was higher, we could do a learning challenge. Surely this can be forgotten. He gets a weak hook on me that he can use however he wants. All right, I'm taking this. Listen, chat. I am the deceitful one. I'm the one with the intrigue here. This. Oh my god, he has more. Who is this? Bishop Comitas. Where most people see a relationship, Comitas sees an opportunity. More likely to join factions against their liege? But is a monk? Sadistic, vengeful, and patient. That is scary. A vindictive villain. This character is very cruel and is significantly more likely to harm others, use hostile schemes like murder, punish prisoners with execution and torture, and join as agents. They do not care about the suffering of others. They are very vengeful, extremely driven to go after rivals or cheating spouses, join as agents against those that have slighted them, request excommunication, punish criminals, and more likely to forgive slights, much less likely to forgive slights. They have many rivals. Our marriage will not be torn apart by such an obvious lie. I prove the claim is fake. Listen, Bishop. You don't know who you're dealing with. I can't quite imprison you yet, because this is an act of tyranny to do that, even though you're spreading lies against me. However, damn, it's really hard to murder as a deceitful, zealous individual. Zealous definitely wouldn't just straight up murder, I think. That would be like the easiest thing to be like, that's the top. I don't think I can do that RP-wise. Tooltip modes? Yeah, I know this. I know about that. Zealous can murder if you believe the priest is a heretic. I mean, there's other ways to go about it. Orthodoxy does not have a revocable clerical appointment doctrine. Yeah, I know. I know rulers cannot assign court chaplains and realm priests. He did try to lie/blackmail you. Kinda. Can you ask, the Byzantine Pope for anything? No. You can seek indulgences, but that's forgiveness of sins. And if you have enough piety, you can ask them for gold. Okay, so that's what piety is directly going to be used for here. Is his wife still Catholic? Yeah, I think so. Actually, hold on, wrong person. Yeah, she's still Catholic, but they usually only demand conversion. Now she actually likes us. She didn't like us before, so she wouldn't convert until now. And sometimes they can resent that secretly. But there's not that much difference between Catholic and Orthodox fervor, so... There's no proof the priest acted in malice. That's why it's not a reason to imprison. Yeah, it's not technically a crime. All right, and now that she's converted, she likes us even more. So there we go. And we started swaying King Louis the Younger. Okay. Sounds good. How is a random German noblewoman related to a Sicilian count? We'll never know. People arrive. War? People arrive. Murder? Countess Ingoltrudis is pregnant. Ingoltrudis has been with child for 2 months. I don't remember that descriptor before. We're having a baby. Too bad it wasn't this guy that got his eye poked out. That is too bad. Like at this stage, we're stuck with Sergios. And unfortunately, Gregorios. The only hope is that Gregorios, we are actually educating ourselves. Our spouse is educating Gregorios in diplomacy. So we gotta wait a couple generations. And also, this guy will refuse to die. He's 42 and also just has like a full whole of body tree. So he sort of refuses to die at the moment. We only have 388 total soldiers. If we wanted to expand our holdings, we'd basically have to go to war with Salerno, I think. Because they're the only ones who we could potentially take. However, they have slightly more levy than we do, so it would be one of those fights where if we lost, it would be kind of catastrophic. My Marshal Georgios has been showing off a promising new recruit. He may not be of as noble stock as you, my liege, but on my name I swear that Photios is someone you want on your side. Very well, Photios will serve me. Not bad. Whew, you may have just found your replacement, Georgios. 18 marshals, even better. Level 4 brilliant strategist. Arrogant? No problem with his sense of worth. Brave. Challenges or danger. Photios' fee is nothing. +2 martial, +3 prowess. And chaste. Dislikes intimate contact, avoiding temptations of the flesh. He looks like, God, who does he look like? He looks like Carl Urban, but blonde. I'm trying to find like a picture. The closest I can get is, I mean, there actually is a Carl Urban, but blonde, because he was blonde in Lord of the Rings. I can't find a non-WebP image. Also, searching Carl Urban blonde comes up with a movie I from when he was very, very young. Okay, this one's not as good, but this one shows you the face. Not the hair, but the face. He's got like the eyebrows, I think. Anyway. Very well. Photios shall serve me. Beautiful armor you have there. Okay, here's the problem. If we want to replace Georgios, I have to fire Georgios. Which will lower his opinion of 20 by 20 for 10 years. Which isn't ideal. I did set him up with a spouse, and he's still a court physician, so it's not the worst. But it's a +7 martial skill difference, 18 versus 11. And you gotta. He's a good steward. Yeah, he's okay. He's a good steward too, but we need him for the war stuff and the training. It's only a 4 difference versus a 7 difference. Not to mention, yeah, Demoting the guy who's responsible for cutting my son's dick off and killing him, I feel like is not that far-fetched. Though this guy doesn't like me very much. Arrogant versus humble. Deceitful is a sin. Short reign. So short reign goes away over time, so that's a negative 20. Basically, it's just I haven't been his leader very long, so he'll respect me more over time. I can help him out a little bit by finding a spouse. Are these my just random courtiers? He's not gonna like deceitful either. How old is he? He's 37. Okay. How about Euphrasia? Euphrasia's diligent, compassionate, a little greedy, but has like, just seems like a normal, nice person. Get him married, hook him up a little bit, and he'll be like, hey, boss, I appreciate you setting up this marriage. Chad, do they not appreciate you setting them up for marriage anymore? He doesn't get any bonus? Did they remove that? Because it didn't change at all. He's chased. That doesn't matter. Where's the other guy? Yeah, because Georgios doesn't have one. Unpause for a minute. Do you see the green? It is unpaused. You stinky. But yeah, like, I swear there was a mood buff for setting up a marriage. I know that for sure is in Crusader Kings 2. I'm pretty sure it's in 3 because I've done this before. Am I crazy? Finish that insult. That's the whole insult. There isn't any other part of it. That's all of it. Stinky is a noun in this case. I'm gonna Google this. Maybe you have to throw them like a wedding or something now. Maybe they changed it because you can throw them like a grand wedding? I don't know. Well, that's not good because I don't want my marshal to hate me, but if I can't send him a gift, I can give him a random title, but no, not title. I meant like a yeah, like a court position rather. Which I kind of have to, I need to start using anyways, but it's going to cost us precious income. I had a baby! Praise Saint Bridget, Incultrudis has given birth to a perfect little daughter. Who will you become, my child? And what will I call you? Just a little gremlin. A tiny little baby gremlin. The first Crusader Kings 3 name. Naming time, let's go! The letter is V. Okay. V-U-L-M. Volmanuma. Volmanuma. I definitely have never used that one before. Volmanuma Spartanos. King Louis is not swayed. You'll make another attempt. Sure. It's going to be harder. It's only like a 50% chance. So, my question to myself is, how long before we can declare war? I have to have a casus belli. However, that's one reason why it actually might be good to just join Italy. Because then you don't have to have a casus belli for infighting. Just because you're all part of the same kingdom doesn't mean that you're safe from the other dukes and counts in the kingdom. That just makes pretty much legal infighting. You just have a lot more targets. My spy master Mayor Marinos has proven himself highly capable, especially in discreet matters. There are some projects I would like to undertake in the county of Napoli, my liege. With your blessing, of course. Take the reins, Marinos. County of Napoli gets encouraged improvements for 5 years. The mayor gets 20 opinion of you. You spend a bit of prestige. Or you shouldn't take such liberties. My spy master, I want him to like me. And we get free development for 5 years. Absolutely worth spending a bit of prestige on. Good for you, friend. Good for you. I showed kindness to him and his ideas. Guys, he named the child like 3 minutes ago. Your character's faith makes it so that you have a realm priest on your council. These bishops hold immense power and are more than willing to share it with you, should you stay on their good side. I've already seen the effects of not staying on their good side, but it's not really my fault. He just hates me. Your bishop gives you taxes and levies from all temple holdings in the realm, and how much they give you is dependent on their opinion. If you're disliked, you don't get anything. The bishop may even make life hard for you. They can, for example, force you to divorce your spouse. You should do your best to improve their opinion of you. Use the send gift interaction or sway them. If everything else fails, murder is always an option. Wow, just really throwing that out there. I'm trying to be a zealous good guy. They're only a -17 as well, like... Short reign, they'll go away, and then they won't dislike me as much. But good lord, this vindictive, crazy, vengeful, sadistic, deceitful villain. Well, they're not technically deceitful, but you get the idea. I think, even though my character is deceitful... If they were more focused, like they themselves picked a mastermind philosopher lifestyle focus, which we're actually about to rank up in. If they had put a bunch more points in schemer, then maybe we go for murder just for RP purposes, but I don't think that there's necessarily a cause yet, just because, like, to me that would have been like, this is a weird misunderstanding, but I wouldn't immediately assume that it was a scheme to try to undercut us. That's like player points. Dude, you can reset your points in this? Oh my god, I have 286 hours and I didn't know that. Thanks, Normie. Now go into your hole. Bye-bye. Okay, whole of body. We can choose the final perk, whole of body, which only is available once we've kind of filled out the rest of the tree. You gain the trait, whole of body. Know yourself, know your limitations, and know the full extent of your reach. We get a medium health boost, 20% bonus fertility, and we gain stress less frequently and complete the tree. Now, chat, the reason I get random backseats about things I already learned 200 hours ago, or more, is because many of you don't understand how I play these games. When I say I'm RPing, what I mean is, any of the characters that already have established paths or courses that they chose before I took control of them, I honor after I take control of them to find out where their story goes. I don't usually, if ever, completely redefine a character that I have not had any control over. The exceptions are when we take on an heir who's done something that is truly against the spirit of the game slash just stupid. But there's nothing wrong with this. You can RP a midlife crisis. You can RP whatever you want in your game, yeah. Likewise, I can RP how I'm going to. That's the beauty of single-player games. Chat, I don't know what that notification was, but it's gone now. It has vanished off of the screen. So if I wanted to actually go to war for Salerno, which I don't, because it's a completely different part of a different duchy, my problem is the piece that I want is actually of Italy. Now, I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure that we can declare war. If we declare war on an individual province in Italy, the king is not necessarily going to get involved in that war. I don't think. Not at this stage. So if we wanted to try and take a piece of duchy, we'd have to find out who holds that duchy. Or sorry, that county. And the county of Capua. Vassal of the Kingdom of Italy, is arrogant, compassionate, and just. And he just changed clothes. And also only has 149 military strength. If there is vassals, he will be. That's not necessarily true. They have to have an alliance. That's why you can still form alliances with your vassals. Ooh, King Louis gained 25 opinion of me. I think they would have to specifically join in on the war. Now, obviously, I don't have a casus belli. In this case, it would declare war on King Louis II. But you can create alliances with your vassals, and specifically, that's one way to contain law and order, or control law and order inside of a existing kingdom. Though it gets a little messy. I believe the alliances are for when the liege goes on an offensive war. It definitely does do that, yeah. I'm just trying to remember the circumstances for things that happen in and out. Because, okay, let me put it like this. I have been a king/emperor in this game, and my borders are expanding and contracting because my vassals are going to war and winning ground and also losing ground. As a king, we've definitely seen our borders shrink because of wars that were made against our vassals that we were not dragged into. So I'm trying to figure out what circumstances those are. In a recent communication, King Louis of Italy expressed a want to focus on his ambitions and interests more. I could make sure that our coming letters contain more on a topic close to his heart. I have heard that he appreciates feats of war. The ruling of a realm will surely interest him. I believe nothing entices him like a good book. Definitely not a book because his learning is bad. But he's good with diplomacy and stewardship. So we're going to try and appeal to him with the ruling of a realm. Not that I would know anything about that, but... In his response, King Louis of Italy encouraged my slight dip into more personal topics. Now I just have to keep pretending I know anything about stewardship. Let us speak more. Alright, he actually has a positive relationship with us now. But yeah, it's one way is to, like I said, just swear fealty, join Italy, and then if we fight anybody inside of Italy's borders, the king won't stop us. So yeah. That is the right way to do it. However, it comes with a whole nother can of worms. Who the hell is this? Thanks for the sub for 64 months. Name person 64 months and they just changed their username. Why do you have so many characters in your name? Change it back to whatever it was. Mystery person. Who did that? Alright, the game is on pause. We're just on 2x speed right now. Which isn't that fast. But the days are still, like, we're in 870. It's already been a little bit, right? I'm 44 years old, but damn, good health. Whole of body, healthy, and iron constitution. Speak of the Kaibo. What's up, Kairatobi? Hello, Mary Skipper. And Metalbit. How you doing? Ah, King Louis, I need you to love me. And I also don't want to give anybody any roles because we're too poor. We are way too poor. Never bend the knee. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Didn't you say, Kaibo, that you didn't like Crusader Kings because you never wanted to be anybody else's subservient? And you bounced off of it because you wanted to be the ruler? I play CK3 like Stellaris by refusing to be a vassal. Okay, but being a vassal in Crusader Kings is very different from being a vassal in Stellaris. And, okay, on the scale of Paradox games, the worst game to be somebody else's quote-unquote vassal is Hearts of Iron. If you are playing Hearts of Iron and you become another nation's puppet, that is the worst. You basically lose the game and have to start over. If you become a vassal in Stellaris, there's still gameplay. And there's still, like, stuff you can do, and you can... Sometimes, I've actually become a vassal before for protection, and that worked out quite nice, and then we eventually broke free. And I think there's the most gameplay in Crusader Kings, yeah. EU4 basically just ends the game. Basically, yeah. But Hearts of Iron is the worst by far, because it's like, oh, you're a puppet? Here, have all my resources. Here, have a bunch of my buildings. You can take whatever you want. It's all yours. I don't get to decide any of the terms. Being a vassal means like a 2% tax to your liege, and they protect you with their whole army. It's pretty sweet. It is pretty sweet, yeah. Being a vassal in Stellaris is actually not bad. Yeah, you can renegotiate your terms. You can change the vassal contract. You can do a whole bunch of things. What kind of decisions do we have? Search for Caravan Master. Invite knights. Why do I have... I don't want to embrace celibacy. No factions. We're not doing anything, hang on. I'm not doing these. I'm trying to figure out, like... I think one thing I struggle with in Crusader Kings, ironically, is how to use intrigue outside of murder. for offensive hostile things. I think most of that is you just need to go down the intrigue tree because there's a lot of powers that are unlocked there that you don't have access to without actually putting points into a lifestyle focus. Commander improved. Georgios, your court physician is now aggressive, inflicting more casualties. Lovely. Befriend. Yeah, I'm befriending the King of Italy right now, who has a wonderful background. They must... Are they... Does it mean they're traveling? Where are they? So everyone in Crusader Kings actually has a physical location now, which is cool. I do wish there was stuff without the... Like an option where you get one person to hate another person. Yeah, you kind of like have to use the skill tree. That's swaying, not befriending. That's also a diplomacy thing, KJ, so it's kind of beside the point. Georgios gained 10 trait experience in the Blade Master trait. Good job, Georgios. Blade Master's here. So you can actually see their total XP. So they need 50 per level. Due to your Marshal's excellent skill. Yeah, I'm having my Marshal just train everybody right now. My Marshal isn't particularly fond of me, but wants 50 gold as a gift. Good lord, no. I could sway them, but I'm trying to get on the King of Italy's good side first. Yeah, you can do secrets. Since my Spy Master actually likes me, and I have some notables that don't, I'm just disrupting schemes right now because my Marshal and my Bishop kind of hate me. So I figure take care of the affairs at home, and then maybe we should find some secrets once the short reign penalty goes a little bit further down. Maybe once the Bishop rolls over to neutral, maybe then. But it's really fun, like, just looking at... What? Yeah, I know. It's fun watching the map as the years roll by and just seeing the changes because what's great about... Ooh, pregnant again? Your half-brother thinks you're pretty sweet because of your spouse's diplomatic skills. I'm gonna have another baby! That's probably a result of just, like, incredible 20% bonus to fertility. Little Womanuma. We'll set you up with a tutor later on. But anyway, Crusader Kings in particular can just go in some wild and crazy directions because with the way that inheritance laws work, kingdoms will rise and fall. Like, you'll be able to tell when somebody's son died, you know? Like, it is obvious. It has come to my attention that some local commoners are moving to Turin, the capital of King Louis of Italy. Locals, settled or not, praising me can surely do no harm to his perception of me. 15 gold to gain some progress? But I feel like progress isn't worth it. Success chance is worth it. But we don't need to be in a rush. Speaking of rush, I think, yeah, three times speed is a good place to be right now, because we really have very little that we need to influence day to day. The Grand Tourney is available for the low price of 260 gold. That's all? Just 260 gold? What a deal. Okay, King Louis is at a plus 25 opinion of us now. I think if we can succeed one more time, that would be good. And a learning perk is available. Nice. Okay, He has a 1-year-old heir, Prince Lothair of Italy. Chat, it's easy. Just arrange a marriage between the little kid and my daughter. No big deal. Yep. We'll definitely accept for sure. And get the easiest alliance with the king ever. Okay, new perk time. Scholar or theologian? I think theologian benefits us in more ways than one. Number one, my character is super zealous, so it fits RP. Number two, it makes clergy like us more, including our bishop who is scheming against us. Realm priests plus 50. Monthly piety per night. Level of devotion. Lowers your tyranny gain, and then finally you become a theologian. It's not that great. We don't have any cultural fascination. I don't think scholar really helps us right now either. I think that zealous theologian, though, makes a lot of sense and faithful's useful. Because, yeah, he's actually at a +1 with us now. He knows we are faithful. Countess Ingiltrudis has become a diplomatic expert. That's like a mini perk. There's these little mini perks that go here. And some are permanent and some are temporary. However, okay, here's the plan. So, now that he's actually sort of on our side, let's stop increasing religious relations, even though there's a possible vassal opinion buff. We don't really have that many vassals. I want to fabricate a claim on Salerno. It'll take 14 months, and if we're gonna take anywhere over, it would be Salerno. Hopefully they don't have any alliances. Praise Saint Bridget! I have a perfect little daughter. L? Okay. Laughlin. May you grow to be strong and wise, my daughter Laughlin. May you grow to be so strong and so wise. Rafflecopter. LOL. Okay, go up to a +50. I don't know how... Chat, what's the maximum you can sway one individual? What is the max? Let's see what's going on up here. It's also cool just watching as the years go by, because some of these places will just consolidate. Wars are going to be happening in the background, and some of the things that you think are massive and will never die, like the Kyrgyz Khanate or Khazaria, will just shatter. Or the Byzantine Empire, which has plenty of problems to go around, all on its own. Mansions! It's been 5 years already? Wow. So, in the capital of Napoli, we have the mansions, which make feasts 30% cheaper, and that just increased our taxes by 40%. So, we're making some money now. We're gonna, first we gotta make the money back that we spent. But we could certainly hold a relatively cheap feast. 100 is still 105 gold. But hang on, is it 105 gold and then you choose where it goes, and then it gets cheaper? Maybe? Also, this fabricate claim seems like it's going very fast. Is there an easy way to increase levies anymore now that they nerfed organize the army? I do feel like men-at-arm toughness plus 18% in damage is probably better right now than levy and garrison size. It's faster if the county borders you. Yeah, that's fair. You can plan it, you don't have to take it yet. Yeah, that's fine, I just don't want to. Unless I was actually going to get invested in it. But we'll look at the planning events and activities soon, because that's kind of the whole point. I'd like to see if we can take one extra area. On the upside, we actually have a couple of competent knights now. They're not, like, amazing, but these two weren't even here in the county until we brought them in, so the knight's situation could be worse. And we start with armored footmen and light footmen, which is a decent little comp. A sacred text! I am out for a stroll around the market, and a merchant calls me over, insisting she has something that'll pique my interest. The scent of drying herbs and foreign tinctures overwhelm my senses as I approach the stall. She's rifling through her collection of dusty tomes and other treasures. After some digging, the merchant produces an old book and insists I need it for what is to come. Fine, I'll bite. 50 gold, you receive an artifact. Perhaps we can come to an agreement, 50-50 to negotiate. I take what I need. You get 10 dread and build stress, but you get the artifact. What need have I for your books? But you become stressed because of your zeal. So we kind of believe her. Well, I am deceitful. But not necessarily someone that inspires dread. I think let's take the 50-50. Perhaps we can come to an agreement. Task failed successfully. I spent the 50 gold and the prestige. But I have a fine organon, which is a trinket that gives me +1 learning, some bonus prestige, and some monthly learning lifestyle XP, which is actually useful. Greetings, Count Gregorios. I have prowled through documents, both ancient and of less certain provenance, and I have enough material to make the case that you are the rightful lord of the county of Salerno. All that is missing is a little bribe. Money is hard. Money is hard when I just spent a bunch of money on a big book that I like very much. Good book. The Prince of Salerno loses 30 opinion for 10 years. I'm just gonna go into debt. Goodbye. No money. We'll make it back soon. So let's equip the book. That way at least I can start making some prestige back, and the monthly XP is good. You do not have any gold, and you are in debt. You cannot declare war while in debt, or reinforce your man-at-arms. I understand. Tip, you are in debt. A sacred text, bibliomancy. As I'm putting away my newly acquired fine organon, a slip of parchment falls out. Upon it, instructions for a practice called bibliomancy, where one might divine their fortune from a passage in a book. All I need to do is open this text to a random spot and read the first fateful verse my eyes may fall upon. The temptation is overwhelming. I might gain a learning lifestyle perk. I'll have nothing to do with this unholy practice. Hang on. I get stressed because I'm zealous, even though I'm calling it an unholy practice. What? How does this make sense? Because it's a sacred text. Yeah, but it's a unholy practice of consuming it. I don't really understand how those two relate. The temptation is overwhelming. I follow the instructions to the letter and select a passage at random from the text before me. Shivering with anticipation, I open my eyes and read, "Fear is the mind killer. A dunk coward dies 1,000 tiny deaths, yet a valiant man dies but once." What am I to make of this? Dune is the sacred text. Fear is the little death that brings total obliteration. Fascinating. This requires further research. A learning challenge. 57% chance I acquire the true meaning and get 100 lifestyle XP and a focused reading buff for 3 years and some prestige. Or 43% chance you become tense for 2 years. What utter nonsense! You may become paranoid. You gotta go big, chat. This requires further research. Yeah! You gained 100 lifestyle XP, focused reader, and we got the prestige back that we lost for trying to finagle a bargain for the book in the first place. I have finally cracked the mysterious passage from Fine Organon and feel much wiser for it. Thanks to that merchant, the threads of fate suddenly appear more clearly. Fear may well be the mind killer, but I have faced my fear. Without fear, I die but once. And we get a free learning perk. Okay, well, let's just do monthly piety per night is okay. Yeah, let's just hit down clerical justifications. Religious relation efficiency up 20%. So that's this one. My court chaplain is assigned to this, which is getting us more piety and also making our Orthodox leader like us more. Which will be useful because we can spend piety to ask for money. But I need 250 piety. So we're getting to that faster now. Yeah. Lots of bonuses coming in there. So we got our fabricated claim, but we can't declare war because A, we don't have any... They have 500 soldiers now. Oh god, they have more pike come in? Okay, we're gonna have to train our army a little bit. Commander promoted! My Marshal Photios has been showing off a promising new recruit. He may not be as noble as you, my liege, but on my name I swear that Leontios is someone you would want on your side. Leontios is a 4-star brilliant strategist, a torturer, likes fording rivers, and is a military engineer, which is my personal favorite commander trait. It's probably a little bit OP. Vengeful, ambitious, and generous, and will make a very, very good knight to fight for us in our courts. All right, we have strengthened the knights faithful. Now our goal is probably... I would assume we want to strengthen the size of our men-at-arms, but we're gonna need like 76 gold for that or something crazy. Don't armor footmen counter pikemen, but you still have to worry about, well, first of all, I was gonna ask this earlier, usually when you're creating a men-at-arms regiment, there we go. Okay, I was looking for this information down here. They counter spearmen, and spearmen are pikemen, yeah. Yes, oh, another lifestyle perk. Don't mind if I do. Realm Priest Opinion. Okay, so we sort of went about this a weird way, but now my priest is like, damn, dude, I love this guy. He doesn't say that, though. He doesn't say that. But yeah, church and state is just like, he loves us now. Don't ever act against me again. Ever. Have you looked at the new Accolade stuff? Yeah, there's a whole tutorial about it. Can't miss it. Damn, dude, I love this Duke. So the other thing they have is 100 bowmen, and bowmen, if you recall, counter skirmishers. Lightly armored. So we both have a counter of each other, right? Because I have skirmishers, they're countered by bowmen, and then I have armored footmen, which counter pikemen, so it's split. And they have 100 extra people, so I give them the edge for sure. I need to get my brother married off. Half brother. Preferably someone who's not gonna like plot against me and scheme and stuff. Good lord. Zealous, paranoid, and arbitrary. Okay, this +2. Georgia. Georgia. Lazy, gregarious, calm. Just gonna lead a normal life. I will arrange this marriage. I gladly accept your proposal. Thank you. Alright, I will look at the Accolade stuff again and maybe pick one. We just need a bunch more money for this. So I can upgrade. I don't want any culture advice because that is an entire wrinkle that I'm familiar with. I need to actually read these and figure out what our strengths are for the culture. Yeah? I need to figure out what our strengths are for the culture. But first, give me 1 minute, chat. I'm just going to leave this on pause on 1x speed. I need the BRB real quick. That's normally the BRB message. Staples. Okay. Fixed. All right.
I'm just hungry.
So I had a banana. What is this? Who is Demetra? Despite his daughter Demetra's best efforts, my spy master remains about as literate as the average village idiot. Most wise and enlightened count, fawns Demetra. How may I inspire my liege to learn to read? She gestures to my hoarded knowledge. The mayor fears struggling through 1,000 lines and never achieving wisdom such as yours. My spy master needs a chronicle rife with court gossip. I get 50 learning lifestyle XP, and my spy master gets free intrigue and learning? I mean, that just seems like everybody wins. He'll read the words of his count. So I'm humble, so why would I make him read my own stuff? Wisdom is seeing the wonder in each word. You get beauteous language for 10 years. You lose stress because you're humble and the mayor respects you. Literacy is beyond that oaf. Listen, he needs a chronicle rife with court gossip. Give him that. Then he'll understand. What? I know about... Why are you showing me all the tutorials? Like I've never played this game before. But yeah, I've just been like very antsy lately. And uncomfortable sitting. Like I think I really need like a standing desk. Or like I need like a footrest. Does that mean I'm old? Does that make me old? That's fine. That's fine. If it takes becoming old to get a footrest, then I'm old. Okay, because footrest is just comfy. Ottoman under the desk. There are up and down desks. Pokenurse, we call those standing desks. Yes. Those are two entirely different things, Ital. What? Being old and needing a little footrest under your desk? No, 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 no. If you need a little footrest under your desk, it's because you're old. Because if you weren't old, you'd be limber enough to sit like a spider person in your chair with your knees and your arms and your legs all folded up in a really weird position, hunched over like a gremlin still. If you're just trying to like stretch out and have a little footrest under your table, that's old person shit. For sure. You are not the man that I thought you were. This has to be a terrible misunderstanding. That's my neighbor whose province we're gonna try and take over once we have some more money. And also we're failing to sway King of Italy. The county of Napoli has gained inefficient census, minus 30% garrison size, and minus 20% holding taxes due to your steward's poor stewardship. That's my son and heir who did that. Yikes, that's 5 years of awful. This county's rulers have no idea who or how many people live here. Well, okay. So be it. There's a whole thing of chat. What is the best gamer footrest? Oh, comfy life. Oh, ergofoam. Blistrins, everlasting, step lively. These are AI generated names. These aren't real. Everybody picks comfy life with a washable velvet cover. Child of my dynasty, my sister-in-law Georgia has given birth to a son. All right. Buy a footrest on Amazon and use the box they ship it in as a footrest. Okay, says Roof. Caledonzo. Caledonzo is what I wrote, and I'm gonna stick by it. Caledonzo. How old is my guy? 48? Man. Time's going by really fast. I actually, okay. Oh, I did say I was gonna look at the accolades again. So, I can create up to 1 accolade. Select your new accolades acclaimed knight. The knight's skill and traits determine what attributes are available. So, like, I could give my court physician an accolade called, this guy killed my son by cutting off his dick. Like, that could just be the name of your accolade. Okay, I don't think I want to do this. But it's there. I probably want to make, like, okay, do you give accolades to the strongest, or... Nobody's done anything. Like, honestly, nobody's done anything worth an accolade, in my opinion. I don't feel like I have an RP reason to pass out an accolade. No one's done anything good. No participation trophies in Napoli. Absolutely correct. Factual. The good king. Oh, dude. He is wounded. King Louis the Younger is wounded. If he dies, I'm gonna end up having made all of this, He sprained his ankle? He got an infected wound? Wait, did your sprained ankle get infected? The wound is infected and aggravated. While hosting lords and ladies from realms near and far, some opportunities to portray King Louis in a good light have presented themselves. Pray tell, who's the most noble person you've heard of? Well, I'm gonna say me, of course, even though I feel like I should get stress because of humble. Okay, we need a guardian. My 6-year-old daughter is bossy. Bossy makes for good martial or stewardship. She's already got a level 5 martial. Unfortunately, it's fairly wasted on her, but we're gonna do that we're gonna do it anyways, okay? If you want to be a fighter, Volmanuma, then by all means, you can be one. And I will have my marshal train you, who is brave, a brilliant strategist. There's actually 2 reasons why this is good. Because this is sort of a compliment, like, oh, you're gonna be the ward of my daughter. So that's a plus 15 opinion because, like, oh wow, like what a prestigious thing. I get to train some little brat. Plus 5 a month. Being a guardian of your relatives. So that's gonna help get my marshal on my team. I mean, she's got level 5. Level 5 is pretty high. As I struggle to make out the tiny letters on the scroll before me, I feel a headache building once again. Why do scribes insist on writing such small symbols? I squint and try again. Nothing short of a miracle. With the aid of a stone of glass, even old men struggling with bad eyesight could read with ease. Comitas, I require your assistance? I mean, this dude loves me now. I could give him a weak hook. I could spend 50 gold on the weak hook. Sell everything which is impossible to read. Ooh, I need the money. Sell everything we can't read. Give me the cash. If it's too tiny, get rid of it. If you become unable to rule, a regent will rule in your stead. I do need to know this, yeah. Before this happens, you can see your future regent and even designate one. This is a new feature. This is a free feature with the new patch. So, like, if you travel, or if you're a child, or if you become incapable / infirm, a regent rules in your place. Okay, so it's in realm view. The regent presumptive. Unless you designate one, the candidate with the highest regency succession score will be picked. You can designate a regent using this button. You should try to find one with high loyalty and aptitude. If your current regent dies or is unable to act, the next in line will take their place. For now, consider designating a regent if you want more control over who will rule in your stead. Okay. Very neat. So right now, it's my heir, right? My heir would just rule in my stead. Are these his mandates? Mandates are useful tasks a liege can set for their diarch when sharing power. Similar to counselor tasks, the liege selects a mandate and slowly receives benefits from it. If a diarch does their job well, they swing the scales of power toward themselves and generate strife with their fellow vassals. How much benefit the liege receives depends on their diarch aptitude and loyalty score. What the hell is diarch aptitude? Diarchs are well suited to a mandate when they have around 40 plus aptitude. There was Regency in CK2. Yeah, this is a full-on feature, which is cool. Okay, so if you become the regent, I could instruct you to either get extra gold, get beneficial men-at-arms modifiers, or boost crown authority and counselor opinion. So I'd say swell the armies. Current or future campaigns call for fresh bodies to fight, and the leash has decreed the regent shall find them. Tip the scales of power toward you via interaction or as the diarch. Fulfill your mandate. So, my son and heir will never ever act out against me because he's totally terrified of me, so we don't have to worry about him not doing what we want. He'll serve in a totally selfless manner. His overall aptitude, though, is terrible. I'm not surprised, dude. Listen, that was a good one before, but my wife can for sure be my regent now. She's incredibly selfless, amazing, good aptitude, super good diplomat. I think could totally hold the realm together. Any character with higher succession score than Countess Ingiltrudis will lose opinion. So basically, like, that'll sort of upset my... Oh, this is such a cool mechanic. Yeah, so I could, like, make the best person for the job the regent, but it'll piss off the people with a higher succession score. Which in this case, 49 is the highest, because they're my first in line. How much will it hurt them? It just says scaling to the score difference. Oh. So if he has a 49, that's a negative 29 toward me? But he's terrified of me. I don't have a dreadful reputation, but that's okay. Negative 988. That's my spy master. He'd work selflessly, though. Okay. Honey? You will be the regent in my stead if I should become ill or be otherwise indisposed. Okay? So yeah, that actually really hurt. Passed over for regent. It's only a minus 12 for my other son. Fired from the council. Rip. Super cool mechanic. I like that a lot. That's a great new feature. Always the problem. Balancing meritocracy versus keeping the aristocrats in line. Okay. The plan was to build up the army. I'd like a second... So when you're building men-at-arms, even though we're maxed with how many different squads of men-at-arms we can have, each men-at-arms has a size up to 5 for these dudes, up to 3 for the light footmen. So we can pay some money and then pay some taxes to sort of build them up and get a lot more soldiers to fight for us. Oh, what's up? Hey, EJ, how's it going? Build up the spaghetti. We're actually in Italy. We're playing a Napoli run of Crusader Kings 3, going way back. I enjoyed hanging out while you were explaining Hearts of Iron earlier. Inquiring minds want to know, did you ever unpause the game? I'm just kidding, because that's what people would be asking me. I was actually really enjoying listening to it and going through all of the menus. Also, EJ, if you don't mind self-reporting, how long did you spend paused in Hearts of Iron 4? The reason I ask you to put the spotlight on you is so that my chat can understand that this is a totally normal phenomenon, where when you stream a Paradox game, the number of hours that you can top end, keep a game paused, and explain features / get all of your ducks in a row is very high ceiling there. Like that, this is just the way it is, the way of the world. But welcome, Raiders. Thanks so much for the raid. We're playing Crusader Kings, completely different era of Paradox Grand Strategy. But we're still here. We literally just started this campaign today. We have unpaused, and we are playing in a sort of interesting position down here in Napoli, because we are in de jure or de jure Sicily. So our long-term objective is to unite Sicily and become the king of Sicily. But that's difficult, and that's what makes this so interesting, is because to our northwest is Italy proper, which we are technically outside. But we're worse than outside. We are one step shy of being a straight-up heretic. The Pope is right here, and all the Catholics are to the northwest. The ruler that I picked happens to actually be Orthodox Greek. So, Orthodox Greek actually adheres to the Byzantines and the Orthodoxy head of faith, ecumenical patriarch Ignatios here. So, we have a little bit of a spicy position where our neighbors are Catholic, but also Ashari. So we have Ashari Muslim to our southeast, and we're just sitting here as Orthodox, hoping that nobody notices. We're actually getting ready to go to war against our neighboring Catholic Lombard for Salerno. And that's going to be our first step into the pond. So we're actually getting ready to do our war right now. But anyway, big shout out for EJ, who's been playing some Hearts of Iron. Taking it slow and steady, and trying to make sure everybody keeps up, because there's just a lot. As somebody who's played and streamed a lot of Hearts of Iron, there is much to explain, and it is a very dense game that is quite difficult to pick up at first. It does get easier the more that you do it, like anything, but especially I think Hearts of Iron is very much a game of there's a lot of stuff on the screen to look at, and the art of the game, the learning how to play, isn't the mechanics, it's learning how to look through the noise and pick out the important parts that are on the screen, because you really only need to focus on a couple things at a time. And it can get a little visually overwhelming. But if you haven't already tossed EJ a follow, now's a great time to do so by clicking the button at the top of your screen. Really likes to get into it too and fine-tune all the details. Big fan of logistics. I love logistics-based games. That's why I've been having so much fun with X4 recently, too. Anyway, what's up? Hello, She's the Worst. Are we chorfing? We're chorfing. How you doing, Raiders? Aranor, welcome. 54 Colt, Deads, and more. As far as the difference between, I guess, Hearts of Iron and Crusader Kings is much more of a role-playing game. So we're trying to get into the shoes of our Count that we're playing as, Count Gregorios III, who we started the game with. And some of their traits are randomized. They are humble, zealous, and deceitful. And that kind of gives us some guidelines. We had basically no diplomacy skill to speak of, or at least nothing significant. We had like 9 diplomacy. We managed to find a spouse who is just a diplomatic wordsmith, capable of weaving the most convincing arguments and getting everyone around us to like us. So she's using her talents to augment our own diplomacy skill, and it's really helping the general opinion. Everyone likes us a lot more. So we've got a council that we're maintaining over here, trying to keep people on our side. Our bishop hated us at the beginning of the game, and it immediately started the game by trying to force a divorce between myself and my spouse by fabricating documents that showed that we were actually related to each other. And luckily I was able to use my own intrigue power to bring to light the truth that no, in fact, my Sicilian self and the German noble that I married have no relations to each other whatsoever. Also, we started the game. My former marshal, who is now simply one of my knights, was hired sort of very hurriedly to become my court physician because one of my sons got injured in a training accident, resulting in him losing an eye. The eye unfortunately got infected, and the infection was spreading fast, so we took extreme measures, and my physician in training may have accidentally lopped off his manhood. I'm not really sure how that happened or why, but I know that it did happen. And let's just say it didn't make the situation any better, and my second son died. He's now dead. RIP. Died from his wounds. It's a common risk of eye surgery. Yeah. He died at the age of 19. Life comes at you fast. Severely injured, he became a eunuch and is one-eyed. He was also celibate. I'm not sure if the doctor may have taken a special request on account of his celibacy, but it certainly didn't do him any favors for longevity of his life, or longevity of anything, we could say. So here we are, one son down, and my current heir, who I will take over upon my own death, which isn't going to be for a while. because my character is extremely focused on health, being whole of body, and has an extended lifespan. But my firstborn son is awful. This is not a son that I had, this is a son the character started with, and they are greedy, lustful, craven, no diplomacy skill. Literally never heard of it. New concept, communicating with other people. No prowess, is just an awful coward who can't fight or defend himself. Slightly average managing money. That's really their only talent. So, to try to curve things out in a good direction, we arranged a marriage between him and a compassionate, generous, and Amazonian Hercules of a woman who is an incredible fighter, would make an excellent knight if that were possible for her. We can redo our culture and stuff to make the ladies able to fight for us in the future, potentially, if we ever get that far, but that we can't really help them beyond that. So, if you're new to Crusader Kings 3, that's sort of a small recap on some of the things that are possible in this game. It's a very deep game, but also the most accessible, I think, of the Paradox Grand Strategy lineup, given their tutorialization. It's quite easy to get into. It's once you get your things in order, like it takes a while to get the ball rolling, but once the ball's rolling, it's really a game about reacting to events, and there's not a lot of moment-to-moment things that you need to do outside of sort of wait for stories to crop up and occasionally take on feasts, hunts, set up. New DLC gave us grand tours, grand tournaments, and grand weddings, so we're playing it today. But yeah, if you have any questions specifically about the game, feel free to ask. And thanks again, Raiders, for coming over. We were about to pick a new perk because we got enough XP to... my character loves education and is becoming a theologian right now. One of the reasons we took this is because my bishop was actively scheming against me to ruin my life. So by becoming more interested in theology, he actually loves us now. Like, my bishop is not my best friend, but may as well be. So we don't quite have a level of devotion that we need an impact from at the moment. So we're sort of just picking these for their own sake. I don't have to go all the way down this tree if I don't want to. Theologian's okay because of the learning buff and the piety buff. So more piety, if we get enough piety, we can actually ask our Orthodox Pope, as I will call him, for money, and he might give us some. So let's just do level of devotion impact for now. We're gonna need both sides to get to Theologian. And I actually do have 258 piety, so now's my chance. Orthodox Pope. Yeah, I should have known you'd be in Constantinople. Please, 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 please. He won't accept. You have sinful traits. Excuse me? If he liked us more, then he'd give us more money. All right, you know what? I'm done. Are we done swaying the King of Italy? Should I just sway the Pope instead? The other Pope? He has sinful traits too. Shh! Just because he's vengeful? Don't worry about that. All right, we only have a 20% success chance to make the Pope like us more just because he's our head of faith. Oof. All right, we're gonna have to hold off on that for a bit then. Let's just hold off. I need to sway the King of Italy one more time so he doesn't declare war on us. We were in the process of possibly upgrading our men-at-arms, so we have 100 knight-esque foot soldiers here, just heavy infantry. And I was gonna increase that by another 100. So we have to pay a little bit more gold out of pocket. And 75 up front. But now they're gonna slowly start training. And the reason we want these armored footmen specifically is because it's the one thing that we really have control over. I can't quite increase the size of my default levies or peasants, but we can increase the size of our specialized troop regiments. And in this case, our neighbor in Salerno is rife with pikemen. They have 200 pikemen, in fact, and pikemen are especially weak to heavy infantry. So I'm trying to pick the thing that hard counters their thing. And we'll see if that's enough. So this might be a little tough. My Marshal Photios has been showing off a promising new recruit. He may not be as noble as you, my liege, but on my name, I swear Constantios is someone you want on your side. this robust, strong. 17 prowess, excellent hand-to-hand fighter, is brave, is calm, a little impatient, but good martial skill. Very well, Constantio shall serve me. Chat, what I'm figuring out is he automatically becomes a knight. We can only have, we can only have 5 total knights serving us at a time on the field of battle. And everybody is now a double digit. So that's good. There's a couple interesting things you can do with this page. Number one, I just want to say that I haven't really used the Train Commander's ability that much. And that's the reason why we're finding these random commanders and knights, is because we have a, with a level 18 marshal, we're getting a 9% chance per month of finding a guy. So those are just free knights. Typically, you have to do a decision to invite knights to your court, which spins prestige, and then if you want them, you have to pay them and hire them to join your court. This time, we're just having our marshal just go in, and he's getting those for free, which has been amazing. Like, that just single-handedly made us way stronger. I sort of underestimated trained commanders until now. It can also improve our existing knights. The key is just having someone who's good. Then we can also organize the army. Organizing the army is less important now than it was before, because it used to increase the total size of your levy, which is hugely valuable. They took that away, and that makes trained commanders slightly more appealing. It still has some good things. Like, it still does good things. Like, reduce the cost of having them raised, and increase the reinforcement rate. But if we keep training commanders up, our men-at-arms are going to be 18% stronger and tougher, and we're going to have a lot of men-at-arms. So let's go with that. Let's just leave it there. And there was a second thing, and I don't remember what it was. I got distracted. I told you the most important thing, and I don't remember the second thing. There were 2 things. I'll remember eventually. My spy master comes to me with grave news. Someone is plotting to kill my wife. We must stop the villain behind this. The existence of the murder Countess Ingiltruda's scheme is exposed. And now that it is exposed and it's in the light, we can see its success chance is only 5%. So my spy master is currently helping to disrupt the schemes. What's up, 8Vest Simius? Thanks for 27 months of sub, by the way. How you doing? Coroni's also at the big 54. Hi, Coroni's. Big people happy indeed. And Friendly Stand says, pet your local moss-covered rock. Thanks for 26 months. Hello, Friendly Stand. How you doing? My spy master, Mayor Marinos, has proven himself highly capable, especially in discreet matters. There are some projects I would like to undertake in the county of Napoli, my liege. With your blessing, of course. Yep, I'll spend some prestige. We get 5 years of development growth, which just helps everyone, and making my spy master like me is always a good thing, so they don't plot against you. Okay, what was I gonna do? We definitely can't afford any mercenaries. We have a full 200 armored footmen now. We need enough money that we don't go into debt. Like, we'll have a minus 0.9 monthly expense once we raise all of our armies. So we just need enough money to cover us during a war. And they don't have an alliance yet, so we could still poke them. They have more knights than us. And we could, of course, get even more men-at-arm upgrades. But they have to be stationed in a holding to be upgraded. Wow. Wow. And if we only have one holding, then you can only... Stationing units is like a whole thing now. That's a whole new thing. My knight just became an aspiring blade master. That's +3 prowess. Excellent. You are god. Thanks, Marshall. So if we're gonna lose 0.9 a month, right? I'm thinking that surely a war is not gonna take that long. They only have one county. Let's do, it's January of 876. Let's go for it, dude. Once we get over 40. I feel like my monthly income hasn't gone up in a full month. Emir Marwan has created the Mesopotamian, a divergent culture of Armenian. They're making their own cultures. Also, good luck. Sandwiched between the Byzantines and the Abbasid. Almost spring. Perfect wartime. Yeah, perfect wartime. Which I was going to ask, where do you even see the environmental effects of different timelines? Okay, are we ready? I mean, it's going to be sort of a even fight. They don't have any allies. They have about 533 troops. We have about 494 troops. They have a few more knights than us, but their 200 pikemen should lose easily to our 200 armored footmen. The problem is they also have... Yeah, our armored footmen should just clean up, I think. So let's give this a try. We already fabricated a claim. So you do have to have casus belli or claims to go to war in Crusader Kings, which you can get in many different ways. The easiest and most basic way is to have your bishop fabricate a claim. And it's easier when it's right next to you. In this case, Salerno, which is technically a duchy rank realm. But they don't own the other part of the duchy. So, let's do this. Prince Guafir, I don't know how to pronounce your name. I declare war to press my claim on the county of Salerno. It'll cost me some prestige. We are contesting the county title, along with the city. Let's do it. Prepare for music. Rally our forces. 494 troops. We march on the barony of Salerno. Maybe. Depending on their defensive bonuses. Yeah. Better army command. Ooh, our army commander. Who is this? Your guest? Oh, that's a lot of money. Oof. I can lead my troops. I have the best total skill, but just awful prowess. I'm staying out of this. This guy's perfectly fine.
He's aggressive. 25% bonus casualties. We are elite troops.
We will fight them even though they have their own defensive buildings. And we march. All right, chat. Let's hold it down. Okay, let's pause for a second, and I'll explain the battle screen. So whenever you're doing a battle, they go whack, thwack. No, you, yeah, right? And they just fight there. So we got our guys on the left, their guys on the right. This is just their commander. So the better your commander skill, the better your rolls. So every time that there's like a tick in combat, there's advantage, and advantage is basically just affecting how many casualties we're inflicting until the point where the battle transitions, right? We're in the maneuvering phase at the moment. There's 4 phases. So right now we're preparing, then it'll skip into combat, and then it'll skip into, like, someone will be routed at that point. So every time that there is, like, an advantage this way or that way, right now they have 7 advantage, and therefore 14% increased damage. And then if we unpause, we can see that we've changed into the early battle phase. Order to retreat, so you cannot retreat until the late battle phase. And you can see that's in 11 days. So if you're thinking like, oh my god, this has gone terrible, we need to get out of here, right? We've already, we've lost 22 that are routed, and they've lost 28. So it's sort of just like a who gets to 0 first. And then down here is just who's fighting who. Like, I can see that their 8 knights go from 13 to 5 prowess, and my 5 knights are 20 to 10. So, like, our top 4 knights are as strong as their top knight, basically. So we have better knights. And then our special troops, the armored footmen, who are countering their pikemen. The reason these have green or red, red means they're actively being countered, and green means they're doing the countering. So our armored footmen should carry us. Our light footmen are going to get a little slaughtered by the bowmen, but I think it'll end up going in our favor. And this is just a general tug of war at the top. This is the ultimate reflection of who's winning. And then we can see combat width is even in this game. It's not just Hearts of Iron. This is just how many soldiers can fit into the battle, and it's still dictated by terrain. So if you have 30,000 troops versus 1,000 troops, sure, you have 30,000 troops, but maybe only 2,000 troops can actually fight in the farmlands, for example. So this just says 100%, so I don't know. I think it's just everyone can fight here, because it's just a big, wide open area. But is combat with Installaris, Mr. Streamer? Not really. All right, let's unpause. So they have the advantage, probably because they have the defensive buildings. There's a fort there. Their capital is behind them. But we just have the superior troop comp with all of our, like, heavy knights. So you can see that we're edging them out in spite of their better advantage that they have. They're doing 38% increased damage to us, which is bad. Our knight has wounded one of theirs. So sometimes you'll see knight-on-knight combat, and that's a victory for us. Not everyone who was routed is dead. Now they're retreating, and while they're retreating, we're actually able to continue to inflict casualties on them, so there's special units like cavalry that can run them down while they're retreating, which is fantastic. And in this case, we can get kind of a breakdown. So 106 of our own troops died, and then we inflicted 2-to-1 casualties on them. So we can see that our knights were way more effective than theirs, even though they had 60% more knights than us, because we got 100 kills. Our armored footmen, we lost 30 of them, but we got 83 kills. Slaughtered their bowmen. My light footmen didn't really do much of anything, because they were kept at bay from the archers. And then the levies were just there to get, you know, they're peasants. What are you going to do? Constantios, who was just kind of invited here, is just like, yes, yes, kill them all. So low-key, the knights carried, and the reason the knights carried is because this, like, trained commanders has been super powerful, getting us some early, strong, high prowess knights. Like this robust, tough blade master guy is just 30, almost 30 kills all by himself, and we injured one of theirs. So now their army is going to have to retreat. What happens if I make Leontios the commander? It should result in us sieging faster. So now we're doing a siege if... Oh, we don't have enough soldiers. Their garrison is 400, and the besieging army is 388. Huh. Well... We're gonna need some more people, dude. Well, for now, we're just gonna... How many are we losing? I know the siege will not progress. We're taking 3 casualties per month to attrition. But yes, it would take way longer for me to try to squash all of the suggestions in chat than it would for me to simply unpause the game and pretend like no one said anything in chat. That was incorrect. My spy master has come to me with grave news. It is Duchess Richilde, wife of Duke Engelbato, that is plotting against my wife. What, were you like bad neighbors? Why are you plotting against her from all the way up there, dude? I can't even do anything. You guys are so far away. Who even knows? Regards, Engelbato. So what's unfortunate about... I mean, I'm assuming that we're just gonna, like, beat them again. Best case scenario here is, let's see, who's their commander? The Chancellor of the other guy. Our best case scenario is not only do we win another fight, but we capture people, and then we ransom them, and then we use the money for mercenaries, because we're definitely gonna win. Hopefully their advantage isn't as high, because we're gonna lose more troops from this battle, obviously. Hey, well, we wounded their mayor, but that's not the same as capturing. Let's see if we capture. Oh, we killed one of their knights! One of the 13 prowess ones, too. Inflict as many casualties on them as you can, lads. We lost another 59, we killed another 129. They're getting progressively weaker. We got 45% war score just from battles won, which is probably the max. I don't know how much that can max at. Oh yeah, I did change the commander as well, you're right. To be fair, he's still a good commander, just not aggressive. So. Good battle. Because we're going to have to take an actual objective for this to work. And we're suffering attrition for staying here. They're going to come back already. Why don't they retreat further than that? Like, how are you supposed to siege this when they only have to walk 2 tiles away? They're just throwing themselves into us. Oh no, our dude was maimed? Konstantinos lost a leg and is wounded? I guess you get unlucky eventually. Alright, there it is. Plus 50. That's the max. We lost another 30. They lost another 113. And also, the leader was slain in battle. Enemy commander killed in battle. This is bloody, man. We got 53 heavy infantry who are still alive and are gonna. These guys are gonna be just battle hardened. I'm guessing cavalry help clean up routed enemies. Yeah, they do. I don't think they should. They should be able to retreat. Like, this is 3 tiles, man. You're not supposed to be able to come back that fast. It's fine because we're gonna win, but that's like something about that is busted. We can make this even easier if we just chase them, actually. As I near daughter Volmanuma's chambers, I hear a horrifying scream, barely human, full of pain. I burst into the room only to find Volmanuma collapsed in a heap on the floor, covered in blood. The contemptuous physician is standing in the corner, anxiously wringing his hands. You again. My daughter is wounded, face disfigured, and is ill in bed, dude. But our humors are balanced. I can't, he's got a 14 prowess, chat. But this is a fool me twice. He disfigured your daughter and cut your son's dick off. Yeah, he did. He's a known criminal, failed to treat kin, allowing you to imprison Georgios without being viewed as a tyrant. You lose Georgios as your court physician. He botched disease treatment. All right, he's in prison, dude. And you know what else we're gonna do? We're gonna force our player heir to fight. He's craven. We need him to not be a complete coward. I'm gonna force him to be a knight. Well, I do need to, like, win the war first, though. That's one way to get rid of a bad heir. Yes, indeed. All right, we'll come up with this. We'll come up with a solution to this later. Good lord. You can call on our allies' army in Upper Lorraine, but they're so far away that I don't think they're gonna help us, dude. How are they gonna march here? And they won't accept anyway, but only a -2. Are they pickier about that now? Only a 35% chance to sway him. Do we have prisoners? Ooh, wait, we have prisoners? Other than Georgios, of course. All right, Sid from Toy Story. 15 stewardship. I can ransom you for 25 gold, or I can just hang on to you for now, because I captured the heir. That's a plus 10% war score. Chat, did we wipe them out? Oh, we wiped them out. That's 137 losses. They have no more army. But I can't win the siege because they have 400 soldiers in the garrison. But what we can do is take our army back and try and reinforce. Okay, so we're reinforcing, we're training up armored footmen, light footmen, and the levies are slowly coming back. Chat, how they reinforce monthly, right? Yep. So we can afford to be at war for a little while longer. Chat, why are you omega lolling?
Why are you omega lolling?
Cease immediately. Okay, so we can stay at war with them for a while. The problem is over time, this is gonna, like, the longer it takes us to capture the objective, our alliance has expired because my spouse's father just died of old age at 66. Is your marshal reinforcing or still training knights? He's still training knights because the issue is if I change it, it takes time to kick in. So levy reinforcement rate's up 37%, but that takes months to go up to speed. Whereas trained commanders is already maxed at 18% for stronger toughness and damage. So I'm sort of just leaving it here so I don't lose my 18% damage buff in case they somehow get another army. The other issue is that even if I get all of my levies, we still barely have enough people to do a siege. Though it may be worth it at this point to switch just because I don't think that they're going to be able to get a new army, so... Well, actually, maybe this doesn't take time to speed up. And where did the... Did they just hire... Remember what I just said? They just hired a mercenary bandit. With 300 archers. Good lord. It's a lot of archers. Oh, they're coming. Here they come, chat. Brace yourself. The chances of the battle are even. They have more soldiers and more man-at-arms. So we have a better commander and higher quality troops. Hog! Do we not get a defensive buff? Wow, that's a lot of people. Advantage in your favor, -4. We must fight with every fiber of our being. To the death, as our son and chancellor has been wounded and is out of the battle. But we have slain one of their knights. There's only one knight remaining to fight on their side. Our heavy infantry holds. Don't let them reinforce. We took 74 casualties. They took 274 and are retreating now. We still have a majority of our armored footmen. Chat, I think it's time to give our marshal and field commander an accolade. He deserves it. He's defaulting to Lancer. Which is a heavy cav bonus. We don't have any heavy cav. Why do they make it? They make it kind of hard to see what each one does. You kind of have to do like this. And then that. Okay, army damage plus 10%. You have to mouse over like the number, which is weird. I feel like that information should be more. Dread gain. Okay, so Valiant is clearly the best one here, right? Because that goes just straight up army damage. And then Glory Hound Vassal Opinion plus 15. Glory Hound vassals care about standing and prestige, and showing the world the strength of the realm they're part of. So it's a vassal stance. I don't think he's a vassal. So I don't think he has a vassal stance. Okay, let's give him Valiant as a primary.
The worthiest of the war party.
And then Tactician is a secondary, which I wasn't really certain how that works. Leech modifier's monthly martial lifestyle. We don't... Well, eventually gives me a martial +2. And then Knight Army modifiers, men-at-arms counters, or better efficiency. Okay, that's a good secondary. I say we should name this something though. What should we name it? Worthiest of the War Party is not the best name in the world. They're unlanded, so they would be a courtier, right? Correct. They are a courtier. They are not a vassal. We do not have a vassal contract. I wish I could see his kill count, but he is aggressive. Was the first one Eagle of Napoli? Was that the, like, automatically generated one? I wish yeah, I don't know what his kill count is, but, is this where Chat GPT comes in? Give me a list of 10 unique titles for a medieval marshal and commander who has successfully won multiple battles leading an army of Napoli.
The unyielding falcon of Napoli, Lord of the 100 Victories, Master General of the Neapolitan Iron Vanguard, the indomitable Lion of the South, Seraphim of Steel, the Iron-Souled Conqueror of Napoli, the battle-blessed Paladin of Napoli.
Seraphim of Steel is kind of crazy. Okay. Create it. They will provide positive effects which increase as they gain glory. Bestowing this honorific will increase the Acclaimed Knight's opinion of you. It costs 100 prestige. Boom. It's still called Worthiest of the War Party. Did it actually change the name? There we go. Okay, we changed it. Thank you for letting me edit it afterward. That's still a plus 10% army damage, which right now is about to make a big difference. Oh, dude. We caught their army. So, they got the mercenaries. The mercenaries came over, got their ass kicked. The regular soldiers from Salerno were also going to come reinforce, but they overcommitted. And they thought they were going to get to reinforce, but we beat the mercenaries too fast. So now they're both trying to retreat. And we are intercepting them, and we're faster, like, to get to this city than they are to leave. So the first army is going to retreat while we fight the second army. Uh-oh. The second army is coming to... Why do they only have to move 2 tiles back now, dude? Is it because the capital's right there? I don't know, but... My son Stephanos has been wounded. And his flesh has contracted foulness and swelling. If the right kind of treatment is administered... And Jesus is merciful, he should make it. We need a new court physician. There's too much going on right now. We just killed one of their knights. We're about to have a problem where I think we might lose soon. Because we're just overwhelmed. We're overworked. We're overwhelmed. Like, they don't have to go nearly as far back as they should. And they just have numbers on us. Like, normally, normally they have to retreat like 5 or 6 tiles away from you to give you time. Like, it's typically not this fast and furious. So I'm not sure what changed between 8 months ago when we played in this, because they're just like going too like tile provinces away and then instantly coming back into the fight, which is crazy. And it feels a little OP because it's just overwhelming with numbers. Oof. Deceitful, no learning. Definitely not that guy. Who's this? Samachos is widely known in scholarly circles. Well, where the heck is... Oh, he's down here. He's loyal, a forest fighter, super 20 learning physician, and wise man, and mastermind philosopher? His aptitude is good. You pay him 25 gold now. Give him a little salary. He joins the court. This is a solid dude. Orthodox Greek. He loves spending time with people. Is impatient. Is zealous. Ah, there's so much going on. That's a crazy deal, dude. I think we're losing this one, chat. We are wounding a lot of their knights, but they still have like 7 knights somehow, so... I am certain a simple treatment will suffice. Do no more than what's necessary for my son. My son Stephanos has been wounded. The injury runs deep. I fear that his body is not strong enough to fight on his own. I feel death lingering by his bedside. You just told me that it was a small treatment would suffice. That escalated. I mean, it says that he's fine, even though it was a successful wound treatment the first time. I ain't gonna have another son who gets wounded mortally. I don't care. Just do no more than what's necessary. I'm scared after the first one. Dude, we almost brought it back. News from the plains of Amalfi finally arrives in the hands of an exhausted messenger. I know immediately that something terrible has happened to my son. Among the dispatches it reads, our brave Stephanos was killed leading an attack against the Salernian pikemen. He was slain by Mayor Mitrofen, steward of Prince Guafer, in a fierce encounter. I could not have saved him, but no parent should outlive their child. You and Mayor Mitrofen become rivals. You swore to avenge the death of Stephanos, who was slain in battle. See, what is this? I only get to retreat 1 tile away and then they can follow me up. This must have been patched, dude. Right? This is very different from how it was before. Like that this is something that was previously impossible. And I don't understand. It's making combat way harder. Now they're gonna just come try and finish the job and they outnumber us 2-1. You can absolutely retreat outside your own lands. Yeah, you can walk wherever you want, chat. This isn't like Stellaris closed borders. You can just be in other people's territory and raid them whenever you want. Dear God, go outside! It's late and I'm tucking into a gripping treatise on classical grammar, just as I start giggling at some delightfully snide marginalia left by the previous reader. My wife enters the room. Spineless man, you neglect everything but your studies, reading indoors alone from dusk to dawn. Get your head out of those dusty scrolls, or don't come to my bed tonight. As you wish. You gain alluring confidence for 1 year. She called you a nerd. Basically, I don't think she wants me to touch grass. per se. Fertility up 10%. Countess Ingiltrudis gets plus 20 opinion. Perhaps we could read together from now on. You insult her. I need not lay with you. I have the warm embrace of knowledge. Listen, honey. I know that we cope in different ways. 2 of our children just died. Both of their wounds and from battle. She probably thinks it's my fault for getting them killed by declaring this war. But if they just got good, this wouldn't be a problem. Also, I like that our heir is just staying out of combat and hasn't gone into it. But yeah, this is total, like, if they just got good and actually learned how to fight, okay? Listen, it's 877. If you get killed on the field of combat, it's because you were not loved by God, okay? So, yeah, that's kind of their own fault. Like, I can't make them be religious and loved and talented. And also, like, the other generals didn't die, so only my kids did. Okay. Listen, honey. We need some time together to raise our spirits and be intimate and whatnot, given the outcome of our children's lives recently. It's been rough. It's been rough. Meanwhile on the battlefield, it's going bad, chat. It's going bad. Oh yeah, and my chancellor's dead. Hillel is honest and will do their best. If only we had money. If only we had money. But we don't. Alright, you get to keep your title. We literally won this war. There's 2 things that lost us the war. Number 1, the stupid... Well, technically we're not losing. Technically we're calling it a draw. But they hired mercenaries, which is cheating. And second of all, those mercenaries only had to retreat 1 extra tile before they came back to fight us, which is also cheating. Go into debt with mercenaries. Chat, if you want to backseat, you have to at least know how to play the game. Okay? Those are the rules. Bare minimum. Not at all true. For reference, you have to have money to pay the soldiers. That is why when you raise them, they cost money to be raised. So if you default on that, you don't get the soldiers. Do you understand? This dude is broke. This dude is broke. You cannot go into debt greater than 2 years of your income. See? You have to pay the soldiers. And then if you go into debt, your existing soldiers that fight for you get really mad. If you're loved by God, ask the Pope for money. He's not going to say no. I mean, he is going to say no, sorry. He also is flat-ass broke himself. The Pope doesn't have any money. So, not my fault. Alright, let's ask for white peace. Oh, I already did. while we're losing. To the spineless Count Gregorios, your low character is the subject of Greek plays. I accept your offer for white peace. All right, disband the army and let's start training him up again. I assume that means we free everyone in the prison? Yeah. We got cheated, chat. We got cheated. So guess what? Where's my rival? This nerd. He's near death. Good. We wounded his ass. Brutally mauled him in battle. Good. I'm gonna make sure he's dead. %5 chance. Woof. Nobody wants to help kill him. The twists and turns of fate have not always been to my advantage. God knows I was cursed the day I met Mayor Mitrofan. Today, however, that curse has been lifted. Fate has smiled upon me and brought that abhorrent sycophant to his grave. Not a day too soon. My son has been avenged. Chat, my daughter Laughlin, with like the little necklace and the little hand position that she's got, looks. The only way to put this is like in an old grandpa way, you know, like a grandpa. Like she looks like a little toot. That's what my grandpa would say. What? So if you look like a little toot, then that means you're like, I don't know, it just means you're like a little toot. That's just what it means. I understand. Bless your heart. A little, yeah, okay, like a little shit. Yeah. I would say it's kind of like a little shit. Okay, anyway, what does she do? Kinda sassy. Hello, Gamer Deathbot. How you doing? Ooh, hasn't been 6 hours already. Pensive? I can teach her then. Well, my core physician would be a much better teacher, huh? He's so much smarter. He's also a strain. Well, yeah, let's have our half-brother be her. Let's make nice with our half-brother. All right, we gotta train up all the levies. My spy master is dead? Oh no! My spy master is dead. Well, Mayor Mathios, the ambitious, has 24 intrigue. What could go wrong? At least he'll like us when we put him on the council. So, that goes well. The fact that our vassals are also autonomous is helpful. So, that's a plus 21. He is a powerful vassal and he wants to be on the council, so... So we support schemes. That's a plus 34 to hostile scheme power, dude. Okay, what if we have a 7% chance to murder Prince Guafer? Only 22% secrecy. That's not very much. I'm just saying, if you start a scheme, this agent is already automatically joining. And then we can support our schemes to give it even more power and success chance. So that brings it up to a 24% chance with 39% secrecy. That's not very good, is it? But I'm so broke. I don't think this is worth trying. I'm just gonna abandon it. You can't do it for 10 years, it doesn't matter. I just wanted to see what would happen. We could do find secrets and try and discover some stuff, but God knows how successful that would be. Because I feel like if I find secrets, I want to find secrets on King Louis, but we'll end up finding it from everyone else in his court that it's almost impossible to narrow it down to just him. To the abhorrent Count Gregarios, I am willing to release Constantios. Wait, you captured my guy? I thought White Peace automatically released everyone. I automatically released his son. Why do they not automatically release their prisoners? Maybe only nobles, perhaps. So this is just some dude who's now one-legged and wounded. He was a good fighter. I will pay the tax to release him from prison. He fought well. He deserves it. And maybe he can get some aid from our physician now. So he doesn't die. Well, this has been a disappointing start. I was just sort of caught off guard by how big their garrison was, I think. And now they have even more troops somehow? Oh, they still have the mercenaries. You spent 50 piety because we preached an orthodox doctrine. I need to find, like... There's not really any way for me to set up an alliance right now. Oh, I also, chat, won't my son arrange a marriage for my grandson unless I do it first? He's already 14. So this is our opportunity to try to get an alliance. Preferably not with someone who's 38. Gunhilda. That is so far away. Yeah, we ain't gonna get a good alliance. That's just the unfortunate truth. 14 years old, trusting, ambitious, and just. This will be a fun one to play. He'll be old by the time we get them. So what we should probably do instead is pick someone who has either inheritable traits or good skill. There's not really any inheritable traits who are close. Gregarious, lazy, and paranoid, but very pretty and has 18 diplomacy. That would make both of them have really good diplomacy. What he needs is someone to counterbalance his 0 intrigue. Like, he's like the opposite of me. Some stewardship would also be good. Dana is paranoid, forgiving, and just, which is decent. I guess you can also wait, right? And then see who else becomes available over time. She's not bad. She's like 12, pretty decent, just all around her. But yeah, I guess we can just wait. Because yeah, what is the option that makes it so that they will arrange their own marriage instead of waiting for you to choose one? I forget. My spy master has discovered a plot to kill my wife. Is that not the same one? Is there a second one? Why do they hate my spouse? They're like, oh, she's too smart. She's too powerful. We must get rid of her. God, she's so talented. Holy war for the kingdom of Sicily against this baby. King Louis is swayed. Okay, he likes us plus 36. We need... probably neighboring ruler Benevento to like us. I generally like swaying people who are close to us in proximity to try to dissuade them from declaring war on us. I can actually, let's just sway. It's only a 20% chance, dude. Every 11 months. Dying. That's the I'm dying gamer death sound. Yep, that's exactly what that is. Dying the gamer death. I'm going to 4 times speed. Countess Ingiltrudis get major diplomatic expertise. She's got almost a 30 diplomacy skill. I have seen Samachos handle everything from leeches to rotting bodies, but the discomfort on his face is something entirely new. As your physician, I am the guardian of your health, he says, staring at his shoes. That also includes your reproductive health. I could make a tincture that might help you and your wife. I have read some experimental treatments with promising results. That seems sensible. You get successful fertility treatment for 10 years? The future of the realm is at stake. I'll try anything. Well, that's true. We do only have 1 son left, and he sucks. 2 of our sons are dead. I have no such issues! Why would you take this? The future of the realm is at stake. I'll try anything. Oh, it could be an amazing one. Let's just do a simple one. Let's keep it simple. Plus 10% for both of us, because I already have like a plus 20%. Okay, the good news, chat, is the men-at-arms have been retrained, the levies have been reformed. I beckon my suffragan bishop, Comitas, to join me in the circle of brass orbs and candles arranged on staves throughout the dark room. The incense cloying the air to ward off the bad vapors makes our eyes tear up a little. This is how, through the corner of our eyes, we will spot the inscrutable form of angels. However, Comitas soon takes pause. This feels wrong. These are divine beings, not meant for mortal eyes. What are they talking about? My intentions are pure, I assure you. Now, are we doing some weird ritual to try to see angels? Are we staring directly into the sun and then blinking so that we can see, like, light in our eyelids and we assume those are angels? What's more important when starting a game? Building structures in the land you start with or acquiring more real estate? Yes. I would say building is good if you get more taxes, but only if you're confident you're going to keep that land through succession, because it can be easy to build up land that you're actually going to lose when you die. Yes. This is a fool's errand, if not a sin in and of itself. Let's just, I'm zealous. I'm not going to be doing weird rituals. So what does Italy have? Light horsemen, armored footmen, and onagers. Oof. And then Salerno still has the bowmen and the pikemen, and then Benevento has light horses. So chat, 2 of our neighbors have horses. What if we just got rid of the light footmen? The problem is money. But if we got rid of the footmen, I could hire, like, pikemen. And then we can counter the cav that's neighboring us. That being said, they don't have... Oh, the only people that have archers right now are the people that I am trying to fight, of course. Because of course they do. I miss Etal's beard. I miss when you weren't a little bitch, Marine. Thought you were supposed to be tough. All I see is wah, wah, wah. I'm gonna tell your CO and see what they have to say about it. How about that? There was some Marine in my chat with little tears coming down his eyeballs. What's your sergeant gonna say? Anyways, chat, that was 2 years ago. Get over it, you know? This streamer is so mean, peepo sad. How many years was this? Exactly, Kate Dandy. Roughly, I don't know, just a few years before that? Chat, careful. No one mentioned their mothers. But it was before 2018. So bearded was only we've been unbearded all 1 year shorter than we've been bearded, chat. Okay, it's going to outnumber it next year. This is you just hold on to dead things. I know that you preferred it when your mother didn't watch my stream. But now she has reasons to. There we go. Brought it full circle. Alright, we got a available perk. Convert faith in county. Doesn't matter at all. We're just doing this to get to theologian. Laughlin learned the High German language through observation. You just looked and learned a new language? I love watching Etal. Thank you, cybersecurity mommy. Gregario Spartinos gained 20 opinion of you. Who and why? Your grandson. Why do you keep costing me piety for preaching unorthodox doctrine? Anyway, fuck beards, okay? They're itchy, they're scratchy. You have to keep up with them. My face feels 1,000 times better without a beard. I'm never going back. Yeah, but I hate shaving. Get an electric razor. It's easy peasy. Get a nice electric razor. Someone is plotting to kill my court physician. Literally, why? Okay, we're already on disrupt schemes to try to stop that and make it less likely to succeed. I'm bald, so beard is no longer optional. Yes. I mean, I think that's understandable. Some of you have to move your hair from the top of your head to the side of your face. That makes sense. I also think that bald people, for some reason, just have better beard genes. The more like regular hair you have on top of your head, the less likely you are to have good beard growing genes. Monthly piety per night plus 1%. That's only like 5% for us. But then we get Defender of the Faith, which is also kind of useless. I don't know. I might do a reset at some point if we lose some stress. The same hormone that causes baldness also causes facial hair growth. That's literally just true. Oh. I didn't know that. Kind of relevant. I injected E for the first time this week. Oh, good. Like, I'm glad that my bottled E is finally making it on the store shelves. I hope when you see it on the same aisle as Mr. Beast bars, you know what to do. Mess them up. And fix mine. But anyway, good luck. And I hope it goes well. Do we have, like... I have two options. I can increase the size. Pay more maintenance. We're gonna lose money long-term by doing this, but... I can't declare war again on this frickin' nerd. Because we have a truce. Because I failed at declaring war on him. Where do you even see that? I thought the truce is supposed to be here. Is it on my page? Yeah. for 12 months. Okay, it's actually not that long. But anyway, chat, the person who I was shit-talking earlier, I think it bears mentioning, is actually in the Marines. So I knew they could take it. For the record, I don't typically talk to random people arrive first-time chatters like that. Or do I? Or do I? You do, okay? You think I do? Then name all the times I did. That's what I thought. What are you, my bishop fabricating claims? Okay. There's never been like a first time chatter who I said, shut up, you little, shut up. Okay, I told them to shut up, but I've never been like, oh, you little bitch, you little teary-eyed, cry-baby little bitch with your little water coming down your eyes. Like, I've never done that to like a first time chatter, ever. That's never happened. You should. You've got an unpressed claim of the county of Kapua. How? Blunder? Oh, I have a claim on my neighboring county due to a blunder, but I can't do it because I'd be declaring war against the King of Italy. Kind of an issue. 18-year-old son is ready to marry. But there's no good alliance that can come out of this. We basically just have to... Oh my god, 29 intrigue? No diplomacy, deceitful, callous, and paranoid. 29? And unlanded. I went to go buy groceries and I come back and your guy is old. Intricate web weaver. I don't know what to do here because I'm trying to find something that's complimentary. He needs the intrigue, but I don't know if it's worth risking deceitful, callous, and paranoid. She's also 5 years older than him. And is Catholic and not Orthodox. I could just pick the Orthodox person who has some generically fine skills. Still paranoid, but is forgiving and just, which has got to count for something here. I don't need the diplomacy. Unless you just want to be a super diplomat. Alright, I'm gonna go with Dana, who's at least Orthodox. Has some decent stats. Isn't gonna be a fancy wedding. Yeah, it's a decent counterbalance of his stats with the stewardship and the marshal. Prince Adelchis has passed away, and therefore you can no longer sway him. Oh, I was trying to sway my neighbor in Benevento, so we, don't go to war, but this is also fine. Your son needs someone to be betrothed to, and you will not accept because you're marrying down. Wow. Tell me how you really feel. Okay, here's the deal. I got 120. I'm just gonna hire Omega Knights. We're gonna have another Hondo Super Armor Footman. I don't care how much money it costs. Start hiring right now. Likewise, we're gonna jump in. It's only 1% per month. Or we can lower the army maintenance. So we're not gonna have the 18% strength, but we will have the reinforce rate, I guess. Okay. Are we gonna just do a take 2 on this? We have 594 troops. We only have 189 peasant levies, but we have 400 special troops. We outnumber them, but... And we should have enough to actually siege this time. But they might buy more mercs. I'm gonna save again. We did not actually nab a province. Not actually. Countess Ingoltrudis is pregnant again, and in celebration of this, I will once again press my claim of Salerno, which I made up myself. I mean, it's totally legal. Is there a way to check the garrison of the city before you're at war? Yeah, you can just click on the city and then see that they have 400 garrison. So as long as we have more than 400 troops, we can do this. Easier said than done, I guess. Here we go. Here we go again. Get in there before they hire mercs. Hurry. Alright, I want to see how many... Where are my knights? Alright, our worst one is 8. My grandson? My grandson is a knight? Oh no. He's old and he only has 9 prowess? Oh dear God. This could be ugly. Alright, we're locked in. So, their archers are still countering our footmen, but we have 300 armored footmen countering their spearmen and being a general nuisance. Our commander is better. One of our knights was already wounded? He already had 1 leg. But he is robust and has healed. Alright. We are pressing the attack now, and they should be routing shortly. My granddaughter-in-law has given birth to a son. Your name is going to be... Gladalock. May you grow strong and wise. Beat them down. We lost 71 troops. We killed 220. Strong victory indeed. Our armored footmen are doing work. Their pikemen, whew, almost half wiped out. We wounded one of their knights, though ours were wounded in return, but have seemed to have recovered. Okay, so the siege begins. Now we're actually sieging. They are going to come right on back and fight us, But I'm thinking that as long as we stand in the capital, they may not be able to hire mercenaries. So we're just gonna have to stay here and keep fighting when they come back until they go away. Because now we outnumber them 2-1. Not quite. Again!
The Battle of Salerno. The fields run red with blood.
All right, we just need to keep over 400. This is routed casualties, not necessarily dead casualties. And these are the rolls that we make. All right, yeah. You gotta crush them because you gotta eliminate them so they stop putting up so much resistance. We lost Hemorrhage another 40 troops, killed 133. We're increasing the war score as well. And we continue the siege. They're desperately trying to lift the siege. Learning perk. Lower tyranny gain if we do tyrannical things. And any vassals that are also zealots really like us. I'm really doing this for theologians so we can get the learning perks, which may or may not help us. My court physician is incapable. Due to physical injury or mental disability, Samachos is unable to take care of himself. Oh no, while we're at war? Whilst we are at war? We must start the search for a court physician now. I will ask my servants to bring forth suitable candidates. Not enough soldiers. They upped their garrison to 484? What? How did they up their garrison while we're standing here? I just checked it because that one guy asked. They just changed the numbers. All right, we just ransomed a prisoner for 10 gold because we just need the money right now. All right, court physicians. Ooh, we got lucky. Stefania is widely known. She is an 18 learning level 1 physician and wise woman. And these other two guys are kind of nerds. So we got a nice crit roll. This option is available because of your learning skill. So learning skill gives us better physician options, which is sweet. So we're gonna hire her for 25 gold, which is a steal. I am inspecting the barracks infirmary when severely injured soldiers brought in. He's losing too much blood. Where's the physician? Stefania is nowhere to be found. A chill runs down my spine. I may be this man's only hope. Suddenly, as if he stepped out of thin air, my suffragan bishop, Comitus, is at my side. He rolls up his sleeve and looks at me. Hand me the tourniquet. Learning challenge. 80% of saving him. Comitus will become my friend. Lucas will join the court. You gain lifestyle XP. Or step back. This is my patient. 68% chance that I do this all by myself. You gain stress because you're humble. So let's not do the humble one. Hand me the tourniquet. You and Comitus bonded after saving the life of an injured soldier together. Our patient screams and thrashes, even though 3 grown men weigh him down. Every step of the way is a battle. But Comitus remains calm, and eventually a quiet focus settles over us. I'm not sure how he managed, but in the end, it seems like the soldier will live. That was an impressive feat, Gregorios, Comitus says with a tired smile. It was an honor to serve at your side. Well, I made a friend, chat. It might be the vengeful, sadistic, disloyal bishop, but if you want anybody to be on your good side, it's a disloyal, sadistic, vengeful bishop, who originally tried to force me to divorce by lying about the status of my marriage and pretending like me and my wife were related to each other. And, well, it's been uphill from there, I guess. Couldn't have done it without you. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, I must say I have come to see you in a new light. King Louis thinks I'm pretty sweet. Nicely done. Okay, we captured the enemy commander. And killed the rest of their combatants, but our siege has stalled because we don't have enough soldiers. And now I'm wondering what to do. We just need 484, but if I leave, they might hire mercenaries when I'm gone. Split the army to reinforce. Maybe is a good idea. How do you control click? Okay. Because we should be recruiting the peasants rapidly. Because there's nothing else to raise. There's no unraised soldiers. I think it's just gonna take some time. Yeah, now it's 279, so we're so close. Need a little more. I think it's per month, so it's late August. There we go, 302. All right, come on back. Merge the armies and make the super military engineer who has 30% off siege time. My daughter! This is my third daughter with Countess Ingiltrudis. Who will you become, my child? Romaine? No. I need a letter. H? H. H A W M B Y Humby. 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 May you grow to be strong and wise, Humby. All right, let's do this siege. So, there's a lot of stuff that goes on actually under the hood with sieges, namely progress in the siege events. Dude, Countess Ingiltrudis is a true diplomat. What a god. You can see their level of food is starvation, and the more bad things that happen, the easier this goes. So if they're running low on supplies, if you have onagers, you can start breaking down their walls and then assault the fort. Some of my counselors believe the job is theirs by right of blood or influence alone. How wrong they are. I expect results, yet I am often disappointed. After a long day, I complain to Ingiltrudis when she interrupts me. Let me do something about it, husband. A few lessons might sharpen their wits. Chancellor, hello, could use a tutor. Okay, that's him. He sucks. Your spy master. Have some advice. They lose opinion of you. I'm gonna get Suffragan Bishop is my friend. He'll understand. So let's just give him some study learning, so his learning goes up as a better bishop. And then my wife is happy. Dude, where the hell? They raised people over here? They're gonna make me have to go back, because we're like... This is... How did they muster more people? Just die. Okay, we have exactly as many people as they have. Oh, no. 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 Keep them down. I gotta go reinforce. It shouldn't be anywhere in friendly territory they reinforce. We don't even have 500 right now. How many do we lose per month? 2 casualties per month. Okay, this should be enough, right? Especially with the 30% and they're already like out of food and rampant disease. We just gotta do it before they summon more people, because this should be jumping fast. They are deserting. They have no supplies and huge amounts of disease. I hear screaming inside of the fort. We're getting there, chat. Okay, that whoosh noise is always good. They are totally starving now. They got nothing. Oh my god, go away! How, where are you coming from, dude? We like wipe them out and then like 100 people just come back? I took their son and heir captive, which is enough for 97% war score. That's a 50%. Defender controls the war target is the only thing keeping us from being able to enforce our demands, which is hilarious. So actually the 2000 IQ play here is to get some money by ransoming all these nerds and taking as much cash as I can get before we actually capture the war target. Boom. 74 gold to let go of his son. You're welcome. And then we win the siege. 4, 3, 2, 1. Whew, that's enough to get 100% war score. I get to enforce my demands. We finally get the province. Second Triutal strikes again. Each of your acclaimed knights gets 25 glory. We get a county, a city, some fame. Worthless Count Gregorios, may your years be short and miserable. You are a much greater foe than I imagined. In order to put an end to this bloodshed, I will comply with your demands. Hybrid cultures or count. Yeah, I know we need county control. I'm aware of all that. You get 27 gold from occupation. Now we get to disband our forces. And Napoli has doubled in size. Hell yeah, dude. Now we can actually have one extra holding. Big deal, dude. Big deal. Okay, so Salerno, of course, has the bastions and curtain wall. That's how they were keeping the garrison together in the first place. And they have a small harbor for taxes and stuff, which eventually is just kind of development growth and taxes after it becomes a trade port one day. So first things first, we just took over a formerly hostile province, or county, sorry, and therefore it is going to be as out of control as possible. This should be a 0 control. So if we unpause, our marshal can increase control of the county. We can basically just redirect his efforts to going from 0 to 100 control as fast as possible. While we're at 0 control, we're losing out on all of the taxes and half the levies that they can possibly offer. So it's very important we configure that as soon as possible. Did we just catch them building a city? Well, there's a city holding and they're building a guild hall in it that's going to be taxable as well. What's the special building? Whatever we want. It's just a duchy building. The reason this is a duchy building is because if we look at the de jure duchy titles, it is the capital of the Duchy of Salerno. So it has a spot to build a duchy building. But they're usually expensive, but they are cool. So Salerno is going to be sort of the easiest one for us to acquire. As you can see, Salerno is just 2 de jure counties to create the Duke of Salerno. So our next goal is, oh, well, not that easy because allies exist. Because the next guy we need to fight has some allies. But yeah, increasing control here is going to be huge. I have more prisoners to ransom, but I thought that they were out of money. Release them for a hook. I can also just demand their conversion. Which I think a zealot would definitely do. They'll lose a lot of opinion on me, but they were already going to hate me, so if they're going to hate me for free, then such is the price. The war is over. I don't know who's negotiating this, but I'll take the money. The Craven. Let's empty the prisons a bit. I have no choice but to accept your conditions for my release. Indeed, that is the case. So Georgios is the only one still in the prison for the the atrocities committed on my family. Yes, the county is also a different religion from us. They are Catholic, and we are Orthodox. So the next thing we can do is, instead of improving religious relations, we can convert faith with our bishop, who is our best friend now. And that'll take 3 years to kind of convert them from Catholicism to Orthodox. But once that happens, we'll have another pink Orthodox out here that fits us. Whew, good job, everybody. My granddaughter-in-law has given birth to a son. By the way, Fantas says Europe chat coming in hot. What time is it there? Thanks for 3 years of sub, almost 35 months. Appreciate you. Your name is going to be Vexel. Vexel Sam? That's just not gonna work. Wordiamo. 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 That's a great fake Italian name. May you grow strong and wise. Okay. Well, this is all going swimmingly. Once we've caught up... Ooh, dude, we have a place to station the footmen, too. Let me remember how to do this. Not stationed at any holding. So, we can place them in the Barony of Salerno. And the Barony of Salerno is giving heavy cav bonuses, which doesn't help us at all in development growth. So, look at our levy size now, 271. And that's going to go up more once control goes up. So, New county equals better forces, more taxes. We can hire additional men-at-arms. It's got a lot going for us. So that's just good to go ahead and grab onto that. What we want next goal is to finish the duchy. We're gonna need an alliance potentially to do that. And Prince Rattlecheese is also not the worst target in the world. Only 1,000 troops, which is about the same as this one. We're gonna have to go for Benevento eventually, because that's like just part of Sicily down here. We'll worry about Italy proper as late as humanly possible. Ah, I'm so sorry for what that doctor did to you. As an active and enthusiastic child, it's no surprise that Volmanuma has done well in her study of war and combat. She has shown great aptitude both in battle tactics and the management of armies, but it is a shame she will never command them. They grow up so fast. She gets skilled tactician and is herself disfigured and a bit reckless. Alright, Rattlecheese, the neighboring ruler, likes us a bit. We should keep him off of us until we can sort of consolidate our power a little bit. We're just trying to make friends with everybody. We're just unassuming. We're attacking people that don't matter to you. And then we sneak up on them. Alright, I do need to find you a spouse. Now, unfortunately, the whole face being removed thing by the physician isn't the best. But daughters we can marry to people who have alliance potential. Like, actually, somebody that's that close in Byzantine isn't the worst. They'll be children of a different group. It's only 300 is the problem, but it's 200 bowmen. People have made marriage alliance for less, you know? $1,700, but you're way up there. Yeah, proximity matters. Like, he's pretty close too. A lot of Byzantine options here. That's an 850 strong alliance. The other option is just get more knights, and then you would sort by prowess. Take the strongest lad, Casimir, the Hercules guy, the brilliant 21 martial super strategist. Give that a matrilineal marriage so they marry with your house. Unfortunately, she sacrifices 200 prestige for marrying someone who's unlanded. But if you marry matrilineally, they'll stay at court. Hopefully. And if they stay at court, then suddenly he puts on armor because he's like, yeah, I'm fighting for you with 23 prowess. I'm Hercules, bro. And he's stubborn, brave, and ambitious, and also good-natured, apparently, because daughter's got to wear a mask all the time from having gotten disfigured, sadly. True love. Hercules and Amazonian. Well, he's Hercules, but she's not Amazonian. Anyway, different person. Regardless, I can actually make him the Marshal now, which feels bad because this dude has a title. He's an acclaimed knight. And he only likes me plus 18. So we'll keep him on the council for now. Okay, what else was I gonna do? Convert him? Yeah, I can try to convert him, I guess. But he won't accept. He has to like me first. So. My prisoner... Oh, Giorgio's finally died. He looks awful. Died from being ill. Yeah, he deserved it. I'm not gonna lie. He had a kind of a bad, tragic doctor heritage there. He kind of deserved it. How old are we? 59? Still in fine health? That's gonna be the case for a bit. Because yeah, at this stage we're sort of like able to go 4 times speed because we just have to consolidate Salerno before we can really focus on much else. It's time to become a theologian, though. +3 to learning. Monthly piety is up 20%. We don't even need monthly piety, really. I wanted it to, like, ask for money. But the Orthodox Pope is poor and doesn't have any. And he wouldn't accept anyway because he's just stinky. You are already wealthy. Hey, what if you shut up? You think I'm wealthy? Well, watch. Yeah, I don't even have money to do these upgrades, dude. I don't know what you're talking about. Are we still doing the good doctor memes? That's been all over my Twitter feed. It's been ridiculous. It's just continuous. And he's 1,000 for a dang university. Okay, well, you think I'm so rich? Maybe, chat, we won a war, damn it. It's time for a feast. Like, daughters getting married. We gotta hold a celebratory feast for sure. I have absolutely no idea what that show is, but the memes came out of nowhere. The internet was bored, yeah. I mean, I think it's just called The Good Doctor. And that's the meme. Alright, let's try out the new features. Every person of stature in the realm has been invited to a great feast to forge and strengthen bonds of friendship and loyalty. Anticipated rewards. Courtly vassal opinion. Courtly vassals believe in nobility and tradition. You get prestige. You might get good opinion, lose stress, maybe become a reveler, or others. We don't have any food court amenities, sorry. A feast! Murder. You have to be forever infamous perk with... I don't know how to get that, but I don't really want it, but this screen's interesting. Does a feast need a reason? Well, this one has one. Now, we actually get to choose where we want the feast to be. The locations you pick from are displayed on the map. The chosen county will receive the Great Banquet modifier for 5 years. A feast was held here, bonus development growth and popular opinion. So you can hold it in... What the heck did I just click on? Go back. Oh, there we go. We don't have to travel for this. Because it's cheaper, feasts are cheaper here. It's only 30. Base cost is only 30. If we have it here, the base cost is 39. Let's have a feast in the capital. Okay. You won't travel anywhere, so we don't have to worry about this, right? This doesn't matter, right? You're already here! Is this new DLC? Yes, but the options are in the base game now. They've sort of just revamped a bunch of stuff. I would recommend reading a few of the patch notes. Everyone has a physical location now and actually has to travel places, which is super cool. Intent. We can have recreation, murder, seduction, or befriending. I think recreation, let's all relieve some stress. We just had a big war. 2 big wars, in fact. Honorary guest. Ooh, any invited guests can get involved with other participants and increase their opinion. Feasts are the perfect occasion to sit back and lose some stress. All right, the honorary guest should probably be the commander, right? Can he be the honorary guest? You can't make one of your knights the honorary guest? Unless there's like a filter. Why can this rando who doesn't even go to my court? Well, in that case, I'm not sure who should be the one. I wanted to toast the general who won the war. But yeah, it's still really cool. How about we just play it safe? And make... Chat, you can't make your wife the guest of honor? Okay, well, I was gonna try and get some plus points there. Chat, feasts are part of the base game, you sillies. That's what we were just talking about. Feasts and traveling is part of the base game, okay? Feasts and traveling are part of the base game. This is not explicitly DLC content. Guest of honor my wife because I never see her. You know what? Let's make our bishop and best friend the guest of honor. Wait a second. What? Like, I don't understand what these buttons do. Players? Other players? Is this a filter? Oh wait, now we have a whole bunch of people. There's King Louis? Okay, all right. Hold on. Okay, there they are. I figured it out. I found the knights. They're here. There's my marshal. All right, all right, all right. I just didn't get... This is the filter. Gotcha, gotcha, gotcha. Okay, our marshal and acclaimed knight Photios is going to be the guest of honor. We figured it out in the end. Perfect. Now, what are we actually doing? Activity options. So this changes based on money. Do we want simple trenchers, exotic delicacies, or culinary art pieces? You know what? A little bit of money, but not a lot. Yeah, moderate is fine. Any feast of note complements the staple luxuries, the noblesse, expect with stranger richer fare. I don't know how to pronounce that, to be honest. It goes right down the middle end. So this is a moderate prestige gain, a moderate opinion gain. Yep. I think 8 right down the middle is perfect. All right, lock it in. The servants run across the hall, bringing the final decorations. Some of the guests are yet to arrive, and I indulge myself with a delicious drink by the fire. Oh, I seem to have spotted some veal cutlets already. We have a lovely time ahead of us. Count Gregorios gave a warm welcome to the guests and started the feast. A lovely time indeed. What's up, Dr. Skelly? Thank you for the 53 months of sub. Good evening, and Robot Mystic says thank you for the joke, streamer man. Here's to a long reign in Crusader Kings 3. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. Thanks again, Robot Mystic, and Ape Vest. If I caught you earlier, I think I did. Appreciate the subs. So, we're hosting a feast? The guests are gathered in the great hall, lords and ladies near and far. Ah, one of my favorite things is to watch people get intoxicated and hear them talk a lot more than they should. The mood is bright and spirits are high as the feast begins. And we have a guest list. The highest rank is Prince Radalchis of Benevento, our neighbor. Interesting. That's not bad. We were trying to make him happier anyways. You are engaged in the banquet, 30 days until it ends. And it looks like you can change I can't change intent right now, but planning? 7 days until the next activity phase, a special toast, and the conclusion. Well, this is interesting. Your son befriends Stefania, your court physician. We could tell Volmenuma had too much to drink, even though she insisted on showing us how sober she was. Simply rising from her seat proved to be too much, and now I am covered in stinking vomit. You'd be ashamed of yourself, Volmenuma. Ah, what a show you put on. I am too humble to call her out in front of everyone. So. What a show you put on, my daughter. My daughter loves me. She's deceitful, just like her dear old da. It's me hanging around, awkwardly talking to my friend and bishop. There's our honorary guest, the marshal, and our player heir, and then my spy master, all just kind of hanging out talking to each other. Photios was honored by Sergios. You gained 75 prestige. It is such a joy to see my friend and Bishop Comitas. Once again, we eat, drink, and sing together as if no time has passed at all since we parted last. We could have been dining in a barn, and this would still be one of the greatest feasts I've ever been to. What would life be like without him? Lose 40 stress, get 5 years of huge health boost with invigorating friendship. Spending time with those who care for us is one of the things that makes life worth living. And he gets 15 opinion for 10 years because it's 10 years. Great feast. Good job. Honorary guest Photios is praised for being noble. So you can make someone an honored guest and they just get a bunch of good opinion for you. Ah, is there anything more jovial than a good feast? Guests throng to and fro, eating and chatting while flickering torchlight plays off every wall, light bouncing like laughter around the hall. So many people come from all over the realm just to be here. It really gives some perspective on how vast the world is. Sometimes it's nice to simply sit back and enjoy the little things in life. This is where I want to be. Good folk to mingle with here. Every guest who has at least one trait in common with you gets 20 opinion. Let's do that one, because we don't really have any more stress. 9 days until the banquet ends. Your glory is widely known. Hey, we got some prestige. I'm distinguished. The 3rd level of fame. We can have an extra night. That's actually a good deal. The feast is dwindling down. I find myself deep in conversation with my passionate son and heir, Sergios. He inquires about my opinion on trade routes. I have 1 stewardship. I could not care less. Sorry, Sergios. I know you just want to impress me, but I literally don't care about you at all. The feast is starting to draw to a close, and visitors are surely expecting me to lavish a little attention on Photios, our esteemed guest of honor. Traditionally, a complimentary toast and a deep drink of spiced wine does the trick. But then again, all Photios did was turn up. The feast was my idea. I paid for everything. I hosted everyone. And now, a toast. Highly esteemed for 10 years. That's him. You lose 5 stress because you're humble. Let us address the churl of the hour. Oh, you can use an esteemed guest and then be like, gotcha! That's right, you big nerd. I set you up to make fun of you at the feast. You're all very welcome for my hospitality. Listen, let's toast the man of the hour, Photios. The final toast is now over. Few candles survive after the last of the guests are left. I can hear a pair of servants letting out sighs of relief after the doors close. The food is still warm on the ceramic plates. Soon word will reach every corner of the realm, and every noble worth their salt will know my magnificence is unparalleled. I paid for the 8 gold food. That's right. With all my guests leaving the castle, with the entire contents of my vast pantry in their bellies, I'm proud to say the feast was a success. I have my wife, Ingiltrudis, to thank for much of it, and I feel nothing but gratitude as she sees them off. Every non-courtly attending vassal gets plus 15 opinion of you, you gain 150 prestige, you start progressing eager reveler, you lose some stress, and Napoli gets 5 years of great banquet bonus. It's all done. The feast has concluded. Finish the feast and get out of my castle. You're succeeding in the recreation intent. Ooh, nicely done. Rattle Cheese actually thinks we're pretty sweet now. Okay, because of the feast, probably. So, who could we be swaying instead? The King of Italy's wife is imprisoned by somebody. I think we go sway the Orthodox Pope. Even though there's not a high chance of success. That was a really cheap feast. It said it was going to cost 100 gold. It costed 30. So I say, chat, how old is my character? 60? Should we do a pilgrimage? Like, you feel like you should do that. Like, a zealous character should for sure do a pilgrimage. Characters of most faith can choose to undertake an activity to go on a pilgrimage to a holy site. Each holy site has an individual grace period before you can go back. Such a journey may be filled with both opportunity and peril, but upon reaching their destination, characters will earn piety and may receive other rewards. So, piety, stress loss, maybe become a pilgrim. And it'll be 85 gold to start planning. Pious or worldly? Sightseeing or pious? Oh, that's two different ones. That's cool. Ooh, a new map. Well, the Vatican's the easiest one. We probably want to go to Constantinople, though. Okay. Yeah, that seems like a great idea. There's more maps in my map game? Dude, for sure, for sure. We are in great health. And that is exactly why we're going to go ahead and pause there for today, chat. However, I have to decide what to play tomorrow for stream. But I just got here. Get here earlier next time, short and saucy. I'm just a little winded from all the reading and re-explaining how to play the game. I'm getting back into the swing of things. Had a good 7-hour stream, though. And I'm planning on streaming tomorrow and probably Saturday. But there's so many games, dude. I know there's more to do in Stellaris. There's more to do in Crusader Kings. There's more to do in SimCity. There's more to do in X4. Talix, a Star Sector update came out. Did it? Check that out. Yeah. We got a command for that. Pilgrimage to Constantinople, save it, lock it. That's exactly what we're gonna do next. I'm waiting for mod updates for this. There are a couple mods that I definitely want. But yeah, I'm not gonna guarantee like a full campaign of Crusader Kings right now or anything like that, or a full campaign of anything. There's just so many things out, but I think there's definitely more to explore here. Because I got to check out the new feast, but I for sure want to at least do like a grand thingy. Like we got to do at least one grand tournament for sure, and then after that, kind of see how the campaign is going. If I didn't get that one extra province, I was going to be very upset. I also just noticed that our neighbors picked up the county that I wanted. So we'd have to fight this entire duchy, basically. And they have twice as many troops as we do. So I don't know who to... like, we're kind of just sitting here for now. But there's a lot of directions that it can go. I should turn to, like, just regular game music. Some of the songs are way too loud, and some of them are way too quiet. The music is maxed. Well, then I don't know. Then I don't know. But I had fun today. I enjoyed it. I hope you did too. And I'll see you again for a stream tomorrow, everybody. Thank you for watching. I'm gonna go get some food. I am hungry. But hoping for a stream Friday, Saturday, probably. There's just so many things out. I'm sorry if your favorite thing isn't the thing that we do next. But I'll try to get to all the things. And also still plan on probably taking one day off this weekend at least. We got plenty to keep us busy for the immediate future. Chat, I'm gonna send you guys off on an in-stream raid. Let's go say hi to Sim, who's doing some hardcore World of Warcraft. He must have died because he's level 8 now. Oh, game's hard. Last time I saw him, he was like level 16 or 17. The man's addicted to dying in World of Warcraft. Very respectable. I of all people, can appreciate banging your head into a wall, trying to overcome an insurmountable challenge. I lost 100,000 channel points that death. He did a bet too? Gamba on death. Confirmed. But thanks again, Dr. Skelly, for the in-stream sub. I hope you guys are having a nice week, and we'll be back tomorrow. I might try and be a little earlier tomorrow, because I like to start around 2. Maybe we'll try and be like an hour earlier. Good night for now, and I will see you guys for the next one. Come back for the Friday stream. Appreciate you. Thanks for all the subs and follows today. Have a good one. Good night. I'll be over there on Sim's channel hanging out with you. And join the Discord! Exclamation Discord in chat. Do it!